Journey into the Soul Plane. The Devachanic Gateway. Chapter 1. In the vast, often mysterious landscape of human existence, the question of what lies beyond the veil of physical death has captivated the minds and hearts of seekers throughout time. We grieve, we wonder, we search for meaning in the face of impermanence. Ancient wisdoms whispered of realms beyond the physical, of souls transmuting and evolving, yet concrete understanding remained shrouded in esoteric language and mystical allegory. Physical death, from this viewpoint, is not an absolute end but a profound transition. It is the shedding of the temporary, dense vehicle that has housed the soul during its physical incarnation. The physical body, being primarily composed of matter, returns to the earth, its elements undergoing decomposition and reintegration into the planetary life. The etheric body, more closely tied to the physical but still more subtle, often disintegrates shortly after death, its residual energy contributing to the life force field of the earth. However, the mental and astral bodies, being composed of more refined matter and energy, often continue to exist for a period after the physical demise. It is the state of these lingering conscious vehicles that leads the soul into the realms we call the Devachanic Plane. The term, Devachanic, itself holds deep significance. Derived from the Sanskrit word, Devachana, it is often translated as blissful state, or divine journey. This is an accurate description of the primary characteristic of the Devachanic Plane, a state of profound peace, joy, and spiritual illumination. However, simply describing it as bliss can sometimes obscure the deeper nuances and potential challenges inherent in this state. The New Age interpretation emphasizes not just passive pleasure, but an active state of learning, integration, and spiritual unfoldment, albeit on a different plane of existence than the physical. It is a realm where the soul can rest, rejuvenate, and process the experiences of its life, preparing itself for future iterations or stages of its evolution. It is a state of conscious existence, distinct from the unconscious state of the lower astral plane, which can be more like a dream world dominated by karmic residues and lower emotional energies. The journey into the Devachanic Plane is not instantaneous or uniform. It begins immediately after physical death, as the conscious awareness, housed within the mental and astral bodies, separates from the physical form. The transition can vary greatly depending on the state of consciousness at the time of death. A soul that dies in a state of profound peace, love, and spiritual realization may find itself gently and consciously drawn into the Devachanic realms. Conversely, a soul overwhelmed by fear, hatred, or intense unprocessed emotions might experience a more turbulent entry, potentially lingering in the lower, denser aspects of the astral plane before gradually, sometimes painfully, ascending towards the higher, brighter regions of Devachan. The quality of the soul's state of consciousness at death, therefore, profoundly shapes the nature and duration of its Devachanic experience. During its stay in the Devachanic Plane, the soul engages in a multifaceted process of refinement and learning. This is not a state of eternal repose but one of conscious evolution. The primary activity is the processing and assimilation of the life experiences encountered on the physical plane. Memories are not merely recalled. They are experienced with a new clarity and perspective, stripped of their emotional charge and integrated into the soul's deeper understanding. What was once pain is seen as a lesson learned, what was once fear is understood as a catalyst for growth. This process allows the soul to release attachments to the material world, attachments to people, places, possessions, and even ideas that might otherwise hinder its progress. It is an act of purification, where the soul sheds the temporary trappings of its physical existence and focuses on its essential nature. This process is often described metaphorically as a form of weaving. The soul takes the threads of its life, its thoughts, feelings, actions, and their consequences, and weaves them into a new tapestry of understanding. This tapestry represents the soul's accumulated wisdom and experience, which it carries forward. It is a creative act of synthesis, where disparate elements are brought together into a coherent whole. Through this weaving, the soul gains deeper insights into the universal laws, the nature of cause and effect, karma, and its own place within the vast web of life. It learns from its successes and its failures, understanding that both have served a purpose in its evolutionary journey. This learning is not passive reception but an active engagement with its own past, transforming it into spiritual fuel. The Devachanic Plane itself is not a single, monolithic realm but is often described as having different regions or layers, corresponding to varying states of consciousness and levels of spiritual attainment. The New Age lens emphasizes the idea of a spectrum, ranging from the lower, more dense aspects closer to the physical world, characterized by lingering attachments and less refined states of consciousness, to the higher, more subtle regions filled with pure light, love, and spiritual understanding. These higher regions are often associated with the presence of spiritual beings, masters, and guides who offer further instruction and inspiration. These spiritual entities, sometimes referred to as Devachanic beings or hierarchies of light, play a crucial role in the soul's development during this period. They are not necessarily deities in the traditional sense but are souls who have achieved a high degree of spiritual evolution and are now operating on the spiritual planes, assisting in guiding less evolved souls. They embody higher virtues, such as love, wisdom, and compassion, and their presence can be a source of immense inspiration and upliftment for the traveling soul. Interaction with these beings can take many forms, from subtle influences and guidance to more direct communication, depending on the sensitivity and readiness of the soul receiving them. They offer opportunities for deeper understanding, connection to the universal life, and assistance in navigating the spiritual landscape. This aspect of the Devachanic Plane resonates strongly with the New Age emphasis on spiritual guidance, ascended masters, and the interconnectedness of all souls on the path of evolution. The duration of a soul's stay in the Devachanic Plane is another key aspect often discussed by Leadbeater and interpreted through the New Age understanding of spiritual cycles. It is not an infinite state but a period of transition, typically lasting somewhere between 12 to 25 years after physical death. This time frame corresponds roughly to the time required for the soul to fully process the major lessons of its life, release deep-seated attachments, and prepare for its next step. The end of the Devachanic stay is not necessarily a return to physical life, although it can be a precursor to a new incarnation. More commonly, it marks the soul's transition into yet another state of existence, often referred to as the barbarous plane, or karmic plane, a realm where the soul confronts and works through more complex karmic patterns and challenges before potentially reascending to a higher spiritual plane or entering a state of final liberation. The New Age perspective often views the Devachanic Plane as a vital link in the larger scheme of soul evolution. It is a crucial period of rest, reflection, and refinement that allows the soul to integrate its physical experiences with its higher spiritual nature. It is a bridge between the dense physical world and the even more subtle realms of spiritual existence. Understanding this plane helps us to broaden our concept of life and death, recognizing that consciousness continues beyond the body and engages in ongoing processes of learning and growth. It encourages us to live more consciously in our physical lives, knowing that our actions, thoughts, and feelings have consequences that extend far beyond the immediate moment and contribute to our spiritual journey in this and future lives. Furthermore, the insights into the Devachanic Plane offer comfort and hope to those who grieve the loss of loved ones. While the physical body may pass away, the conscious essence of the soul continues its journey in this luminous realm, processing its experiences and evolving towards greater light. It is a state of continued existence, albeit one very different from our physical awareness, where the soul finds peace and engages in its spiritual work. This understanding can transform our perspective on death, moving beyond fear and sadness towards a recognition of a beautiful, albeit temporary, transition into a state of profound spiritual development. In summary, this chapter has laid the groundwork for our exploration of the Devachanic Plane as reinterpreted through a New Age lens. We have established that it is a state of conscious existence following physical death, characterized by peace and joy, but also one of active learning and integration. We have touched upon the foundational concepts of the subtle bodies, the significance of the soul's state at death, the process of processing life experiences through the metaphorical weaving of memory and understanding, the presence of spiritual guides, the varying regions of the plane, and its role as a crucial link in the soul's evolutionary journey. As we move forward, we will delve deeper into the specific characteristics of the Devachanic Plane, exploring its landscapes, the nature of its inhabitants, and the profound lessons it offers to the evolving soul. This understanding holds not only personal significance but also contributes to a broader recognition of the interconnectedness of all consciousness and the ongoing nature of spiritual evolution throughout the cosmos. The tapestry of life, woven with threads of experience and illuminated by the light of consciousness, continues its intricate pattern across the planes of existence. Chapter 2: A New Age Perspective. The transition from the dense physical life into the Devachanic Plane represents a profound shift, not merely in location, but in the very nature of consciousness. From a New Age viewpoint, this realm is not merely a passive state of blissful rest, as sometimes simplistically described, but a dynamic field of intense spiritual refinement, learning, and expansion. It is a crucial bridge between one cycle of incarnation and the next, a vital period for integrating life's experiences and preparing for the soul's ongoing journey. Understanding this plane through the lens of contemporary spiritual awareness allows us to appreciate its complexities and its profound significance for the evolving human soul. The departure from the physical body is often described as a gentle release, a letting go of the constraints of form and density. From a New Age perspective, this process is viewed as an intentional transition, orchestrated by the soul's higher self. It is an awakening to a different dimension of reality, characterized by a radical shift in the nature of perception. The senses, honed for the physical world, soften and often dissolve, to be replaced by a more direct, intuitive awareness. This isn't a loss, but a transformation, enabling the individual to perceive the vibrational nature of reality more clearly. Central to the experience of the Devachanic Plane is the state of consciousness itself. It is often characterized by a profound sense of peace, unconditional love, and unity. However, a New Age interpretation suggests this isn't a static state but a foundation upon which deeper work occurs. This plane is the soul's sanctuary, a space where the ego, the personality built in the physical world, begins its process of disintegration or transmutation. The attachments, fears, and limitations that anchored the personality to the physical life start to loosen, often experienced as a release of past traumas and regrets. This can feel like a purging, yet it is simultaneously a liberation, allowing the soul to experience itself more authentically, free from the distortions of the egoic structure. The inhabitants of this plane are, broadly speaking, souls in a state of transition. They are not the dense physical entities of earthly life, nor are they yet the fully awakened beings of higher spiritual realms. They are souls resting, yes, but also actively engaged in a form of inner education. From a New Age understanding, the Devachanic Plane is a vast classroom of the soul. Here, experiences from the previous lifetime are reviewed, not with the aim of judgment or simple remembrance, but for integration and understanding. Difficulties faced, challenges overcome, and joys experienced are replayed and analyzed from a higher perspective, allowing the soul to gain the maximum possible wisdom from its earthly sojourn. This process of review is not passive contemplation. It involves interaction, though often subtle and non-physical in the way we understand interaction in the dense world. Souls may communicate with each other, often feeling a deep sense of kinship and understanding that transcends previous earthly connections. They might receive guidance from ascended masters, spiritual guides, or their own higher self, though the mode of communication is often telepathic or through direct intuitive insight, bypassing the need for conventional language. This guidance is aimed at accelerating the healing and learning processes, helping the soul to release any remaining karmic patterns or unresolved issues. The landscape of the Devachanic Plane is often described as beautiful and ethereal, filled with light and color. From a New Age perspective, this reflects the nature of reality, as a field of pure energy and consciousness. The environment is not static but is often perceived as shifting and evolving, mirroring the inner state of the individual soul. The beauty experienced is profound and deeply personal, resonating with the soul's own vibration and its journey towards greater light and understanding. It is a reflection of the soul's innate state of divinity, temporarily obscured in the physical form. However, the experience is not uniformly blissful. While the overall atmosphere is one of peace, the process of healing and integration can bring up intense emotions. Past griefs might surface, traumas might be revisited in a safe space for final healing, and unresolved conflicts within the personality can be worked through. This is not necessarily painful in the conventional sense, but it can be emotionally intense as the soul confronts and resolves inner tensions. It is a necessary part of the purification process, essential for the soul to move forward cleanly into its next stage of evolution. The New Age view emphasizes that this plane serves a vital purifying and refining function, preparing the soul for the challenges and opportunities of future incarnations. The duration of the stay in the Devachanic Plane is highly variable, influenced by factors such as the soul's readiness to move on, the amount of work needed for integration and healing, and its karmic obligations. Some souls may linger for extended periods, engaging deeply in spiritual practices or helping other souls in transition. Others may pass through more quickly, having achieved the necessary rest and preparation in a shorter time. This period is ultimately tailored to the individual soul's needs for the next phase of its journey. From a New Age viewpoint, the Devachanic Plane is not an endpoint but a crucial midpoint. It is a preparatory ground, a space for spiritual refinement and the assimilation of life's lessons before the soul descends again into the physical world. It is a vital link in the chain of spiritual evolution, ensuring that the soul does not simply repeat patterns but learns and grows, moving towards greater consciousness and service. Understanding this plane helps illuminate the intricate path of the soul, showing how even in rest, there is profound activity, the activity of healing, learning, and expanding awareness towards the ultimate goal of unity with the infinite intelligence of the universe. It reinforces the interconnectedness of all souls and the ongoing, evolutionary journey we all undertake. Chapter 3. The journey through the subtle bodies and the preceding states of consciousness prepares the aspirant for a deeper immersion into the luminous tapestry of the Devachanic Plane. This realm, often perceived as the immediate celestial environment accessible to the soul following physical death, is far more than a mere transition zone. It is a vibrant dimension of profound peace, spiritual realization, and accelerated evolution. Understanding its characteristics and the nature of its inhabitants is crucial for comprehending the soul's path beyond the physical form, and recognizing the opportunities for growth offered during this state of existence. The ethereal fabric, illuminative characteristics of Devachan. Devachan, sometimes referred to by terms like the Elysian Fields or heavenly state, is not defined by physical laws as we know them. Its reality is governed by the principles of thought, feeling, and spiritual vibration. The most immediate and defining characteristic is its infinite luminosity. This is not merely light in the conventional sense, but an omnidirectional, internal, and deeply felt radiance that permeates every aspect of the environment. It is the light of pure consciousness, the light of soul expression, and the light of divine love made manifest. This luminous quality has profound effects on the consciousness residing within it. The entire atmosphere is charged with a high frequency, a vibration of immense peace, joy, and harmony. Negative emotions, the shadows of the lower densities experienced in the physical world, have little to no power here. Fear, anxiety, anger, and resentment dissolve under the purifying influence of the plane's high vibrational signature. Instead, the prevailing emotional tone is one of deep contentment, serene happiness, and unconditional love. It feels as though the heart is perpetually open and overflowing with benevolence. The landscape of Devachan is equally ethereal and fluid, constantly shifting yet always beautiful. It is often described as a realm of infinite gardens, crystal lakes that shimmer with inner light, and majestic mountains composed of pure energy and joy. These are not static physical formations but dynamic expressions of the collective consciousness and the individual soul's aspirations. The colors are often soft, pastel hues or dazzling, iridescent shades, reflecting the subtle variations within the plane's immense spectrum of light. Water features are particularly prominent, symbolizing the flow of emotion and the purification of the soul. The air itself feels cool, crisp, and utterly pure, carrying the scent of blossoms and sweet nectar, further enhancing the sense of profound well-being. Perhaps one of the most significant characteristics is the absence of time and space constraints as perceived in the physical dimension. While not entirely timeless in the sense of absolute non-existence of sequence, the flow of events is often experienced differently. Time may seem to slow down or speed up relative to the observer's state of consciousness, often focusing more on the quality of the experience than its duration. Spatial limitations also dissolve, the sense of separation between individuals or locations diminishes, fostering a feeling of oneness and interconnectedness. One can seemingly be in multiple places or experiences simultaneously, navigating this vast realm with effortless grace. Another crucial characteristic is the opportunity for unimpeded spiritual learning and refinement. The lower densities of the astral plane, which can be chaotic and emotionally taxing even for advanced souls, are largely absent in Devachan. This provides a perfect environment for the soul to integrate life lessons, resolve karmic imbalances, and deepen its understanding of spiritual principles. It is a place of accelerated evolution, where the soul can rapidly progress on its journey towards reunion with the Source. The environment itself is conducive to meditation and introspection, naturally drawing the consciousness towards inner exploration. Furthermore, Devachan is a realm of pure thought and idea. While not a place of active, goal-oriented thought as in the physical world, the atmosphere supports the free flow of creative, intuitive, and spiritual ideas. Souls often find themselves engaging in subtle forms of artistic expression, scientific exploration based on higher principles, or philosophical contemplation, guided more by inspiration than by external necessity. It is a dimension where the power of the mind, when refined, can directly interact with the fabric of reality in constructive and harmonious ways. Finally, a defining characteristic is the prevailing state of group consciousness. While individuality is maintained, the strong sense of unity and shared experience is palpable. Souls often find themselves associating with like-minded spirits, forming groups based on shared interests, spiritual paths, or karmic connections. This collective environment reinforces positive vibrations, facilitates mutual support and understanding, and allows for the exploration of spiritual concepts on a shared level. It is a microcosm of the universal brotherhood, where the separateness between souls is greatly reduced. The beings of light, inhabitants, and their nature. The Devachanic Plane is not merely a passive backdrop, it is populated by the evolving souls who have transitioned from physical life. These inhabitants are often referred to as Devachanics, but it is more accurate to see them as souls resting, integrating, and evolving in a state of profound light. Their state of being is a direct reflection of the plane's characteristics: radiant, peaceful, and spiritually oriented. The most prominent feature of these inhabitants is their transformation into light bodies or forms of highly refined energy. The dense physical form is shed, as are the more coarse aspects of the astral bodies associated with strong emotional attachments. What remains is a luminous, ethereal structure that resonates with the high vibration of the Devachanic Plane. These light forms vary in appearance but are generally characterized by a soft, glowing quality, often taking on colors that reflect the individual soul's predominant qualities, life purpose, or areas of spiritual development. Their physical characteristics, as perceived by those who can sometimes glimpse into this realm, are serene and beautiful. Features are often softened, expressions conveying deep peace and inner joy. The eyes may glow with an inner light, reflecting wisdom and understanding gained in life. While individual identity is preserved, the sense of ego, as understood in the physical world, is greatly diminished. There is a profound sense of unity with all that is, a recognition of the interconnectedness of all souls and all life. The consciousness of Devachanic inhabitants is primarily focused on integration, healing, and spiritual exploration. They spend their time absorbing the positive vibrations of the plane, releasing any remaining negative residues from their physical life, and healing old wounds and traumas. This is a time for deep inner work, often guided by subtle inner mentors or guides who assist in the process of soul refinement. Many engage in forms of meditation that delve into the nature of their own being, the universe, and their place within the divine plan. Intellectual and creative pursuits also flourish in Devachan. Souls may find themselves revisiting and integrating knowledge gained in life, exploring spiritual concepts, or engaging in subtle artistic expression. This is not about creating for external reward but about expressing the soul's nature and contributing to the vibrational richness of the plane. Scientific understanding often becomes more intuitive and holistic, connecting disparate ideas into a unified vision of reality. Communication between souls in Devachan is largely telepathic, occurring on a level that transcends spoken or even written language. It is a direct exchange of thoughts, feelings, and intentions facilitated by the high vibrational state of the environment and the refined consciousness of the inhabitants. This allows for deep understanding, empathy, and a sense of shared experience that transcends individual limitations. Group activities, discussions, and shared explorations are common, reinforcing the group consciousness of the realm. While the general tone is one of peace and joy, it is important to note that the experiences of Devachanic inhabitants can vary. Some may be in a state of profound rest and recuperation, while others may be actively engaged in learning and spiritual development. Some may be near the threshold of entering the next stage of their journey, preparing for a return to embodiment or a deeper immersion into the cosmic consciousness. The plane itself adapts to the needs and states of its inhabitants, offering a supportive environment for each soul's unique path. Furthermore, the inhabitants of Devachan are not isolated from the physical world. They often serve as a vital link, acting as spiritual guides and inspirers for those still living. Through subtle means, they can offer guidance, reassurance, and inspiration to their loved ones on earth. They may appear in dreams, as fleeting glimpses of light, or through intuitive insights. Their collective vibration also contributes to the overall spiritual atmosphere of the planet, helping to uplift and transform the consciousness of those still engaged in the physical experience. In essence, the inhabitants of the Devachanic Plane are evolving souls, illuminated beings resting in a state of profound peace and spiritual potential. They are the light bearers of the afterlife, learning, healing, and preparing for the next phase of their eternal journey. Their state of being offers a powerful model for those still walking the physical path, reminding us of the possibility of raising our own vibrations towards a life characterized by greater peace, love, and spiritual awareness. As we continue to explore the Devachanic realm, we will delve deeper into the processes of transition, the subtle influences that shape the soul's experience, and the profound lessons offered by this luminous dimension of consciousness. Understanding these characteristics and the nature of its inhabitants provides a crucial foundation for navigating the soul's journey beyond the veil and recognizing the opportunities for growth that await in the realms of light. Chapter 4: The Vibrational Architecture of Devachan. The journey through the inner worlds continues, and Devachan, often perceived as the realm of eternal peace and bliss, reveals itself to be far more intricate and profound than a simple destination of rest. It is not merely a place of passive enjoyment, but a dynamic, living dimension woven from the very fabric of consciousness itself. To truly understand Devachan, one must delve into its vibrational architecture, the underlying patterns of energy, thought forms, and emotional resonances that construct its reality and shape the experience of the soul between physical lives. From a New Age perspective, this architecture is not accidental but is a direct manifestation of the soul's own state of being, its accumulated vibrations finding their most resonant expression in this subtle plane. At its core, the vibrational architecture of Devachan can be understood as a complex, multi-layered system of energy fields and mental-physical structures. It is less like a physical building and more akin to a living, breathing tapestry of light and sound, constantly shifting yet maintaining underlying patterns of harmony. The foundational layer of this architecture is the aura, or more precisely, the Devachanic sheath, which extends far beyond the subtle bodies recognized in physical plane practices. This radiant envelope is not static. It is a living record of the soul's journey, reflecting its highest aspirations, its deepest wounds, and its most profound joys. The colors and intensities within this Devachanic aura are of paramount importance. They are not merely aesthetic elements but are the primary language through which the soul communicates its state of being. Golden hues often dominate, signifying connection to the divine, unconditional love, and spiritual wisdom. These golden vibrations resonate with the core of the soul's being, creating a field of pure potentiality. However, the aura is also richly colored, reflecting the spectrum of the soul's experiences. Soft blues and greens might indicate a connection to peace, nature, and emotional healing, while vibrant reds and oranges could signify the intensity of past lives dedicated to action, courage, or transformation. Even colors associated with more challenging emotions, when present in a balanced, resolved state in Devachan, can represent the soul's mastery over lower vibrations, integrating them into a higher state of consciousness. The clarity and brilliance of the aura are key indicators of the soul's level of evolution and integration within the Devachanic plane. A shimmering, clear field suggests a well-integrated and harmonious state, while clouds, distortions, or dull patches might point towards unresolved issues or attachments from the lower planes that have carried over. Interwoven with the aura is the intricate network of thought forms, but these are not the fleeting mental images of the physical world. Devachanic thought forms are far more substantial, more resonant, and possess a longer duration. They are the crystallized expressions of the soul's dominant thoughts, feelings, and intentions during life, and they become the very structures through which the soul lives in Devachan. These forms are often beautiful, ethereal creations, reflecting the soul's highest ideals. A thought form built on love might manifest as a radiant, flowering garden of light, constantly emitting vibrations of compassion and unity. A thought form rooted in creative inspiration could appear as a flowing river of colors and shapes, a living laboratory of artistic expression. Conversely, thought forms created from fear, attachment, or resentment might exist as stagnant pools of dark energy, or structures of cold stone and shadow, reflecting the limitations they impose on the soul's experience. These structures are not merely decorative. They actively shape the soul's environment, influencing its state of mind and the nature of its interactions. The soul, in a very real sense, lives within its primary thought forms, navigating their landscapes and resonating with their energy fields. The quality of these forms determines the quality of the soul's devachanic experience. Beautiful, harmonious forms support expansion and learning, while discordant ones can lead to stagnation or a reinforcement of lower vibrational patterns. Equally crucial to the vibrational architecture are the emotional resonances that permeate Devachan. While the intense, often overwhelming emotional dramas of the physical plane lessen, the fundamental nature of emotion remains, taking on a more refined and elevated quality. Devachan is a realm dominated by high-frequency emotional states such as profound peace, unconditional love, gratitude, and blissful joy. These feelings are not just passive experiences. They are powerful vibrational currents that color the entire environment and influence the forms and fields within it. Pools of pure joy might exist as fields of shimmering white light, radiating warmth and upliftment. Zones of deep peace could be felt as areas of stillness, where time seems to stand still, allowing for profound inner listening. Even the subtle emotional states related to spiritual longing or the gentle ache of universal empathy form part of the tapestry, creating a rich emotional landscape that supports the soul's evolution. The soul itself is a beacon of these high-frequency emotions, and its own state of emotional resonance greatly influences the nature of its devachanic surroundings. Souls who have cultivated hearts of love and compassion tend to find themselves surrounded by environments that reflect these qualities, while those whose emotional lives were dominated by separation or conflict might find their devachanic experience tinged with a corresponding lack of harmony, though often this is a period for healing and integration. The entire vibrational architecture is also influenced by the Devachanic planetary consciousness or the collective field of the plane itself. Devachan is not entirely a creation of the individual soul. It is a living, evolving dimension that resonates with the broader spiritual consciousness of the age and the collective aspirations of souls. This planetary field acts as a resonant chamber, amplifying the highest vibrations and providing a supportive matrix for spiritual growth. It is a field of pure potential, a space where the soul can most easily connect with the divine, access universal knowledge, and engage in the processes of spiritual refinement. This collective consciousness might manifest as vast, shimmering fields of light, areas of profound silence filled with potential, or subtle influences that guide the soul towards its next stage of development. It is a source of unconditional love and support, constantly nudging the soul towards greater integration and higher states of awareness. The individual soul's aura, thought forms, and emotional resonances interact dynamically with this planetary field, creating a unique yet interconnected experience for every Devachanic resident. Furthermore, the vibrational architecture is not static, it is constantly dynamic and evolving. As the soul integrates lessons from its previous life and from its experiences in Devachan, its state of being changes, and so does its Devachanic environment. Thought forms may transform, becoming more refined or dissolving as their purpose is served. The colors and intensities of the aura might shift, reflecting the soul's ongoing evolution. New emotional resonances might emerge, opening up previously unexplored areas of experience. This dynamic nature ensures that Devachan is not a place of ultimate complacency but a living laboratory for spiritual development, even in its state of rest. It is a place where the soul can integrate its experiences, heal its wounds, refine its energy, and prepare for the challenges and opportunities of its next embodiment with greater awareness and wisdom. The architecture itself becomes a mirror, reflecting the soul's journey and supporting its transformation. Understanding the vibrational architecture of Devachan is key to comprehending the soul's journey beyond the physical. It reveals that even in states of apparent rest, the soul is actively engaged in the process of creation and evolution, building its reality from the inside out with thought, emotion, and energy. This intricate tapestry of light and vibration is the soul's home, a place of profound learning, healing, and connection, preparing it not just for rest, but for the next step on the path of consciousness. It is a beautiful testament to the power of the soul and its ability to create beautiful, resonant realities, even in the subtlest of planes. By becoming aware of this architecture within ourselves, even in glimpses or echoes during moments of deep meditation or altered states, we gain insight into the nature of our own consciousness and our potential to shape our reality, both in the inner worlds and the outer one. This understanding empowers us to consciously direct our thoughts and emotions, knowing that they are not just internal states, but are the very building blocks of our inner and outer worlds, both in life and in the profound rest that follows. The journey through Devachan, therefore, is not merely about passive bliss, but about navigating and mastering the vibrational landscape built by the soul itself, ultimately preparing for a return to the physical plane with a greater capacity for love, understanding, and service. This dynamic interplay of energy, form, and emotion forms the very essence of the Devachanic experience, a living, breathing testament to the soul's enduring creativity and spiritual striving. Chapter 5. The journey of the conscious mind, once it transcends the veils of the physical and lower subtle worlds, enters into realms of profound peace, light, and spiritual communion. This is the domain often referred to as the Devachanic Plane, a state of being that resonates deeply with the innate longing of the soul for unity, joy, and evolutionary progress. It is not merely a place of rest, but a vibrant dimension where the essence of the self, liberated from the constraints of the personality, engages in experiences designed for healing, learning, and the consolidation of spiritual understanding gained during the incarnational cycle. From a New Age perspective, the Devachanic Plane is a crucial bridge, a vital interlude between one phase of existence and the next, essential for the soul's preparation for its ongoing journey through the cosmic realms. The nature of Devachan, a realm of effulgent peace. To conceptualize Devachan is to envision a state of consciousness far removed from the dense, often chaotic, vibrational signature of the physical world. It is a dimension characterized primarily by its overwhelming peace and tranquility. The mental noise, the emotional turbulence, the physical sensations of pain or discomfort that dominated the waking state cease to exist. In their place arises an exquisite stillness, a profound serenity that permeates every fiber of being. This peace is not passive, it is an active state of restful awareness, a deep immersion into the quietude that underlies all manifestation. The vibrational frequency of Devachan is vastly higher than that of the earth plane. It is a realm bathed in intense, yet gentle, light that nourishes the soul, cleanses the energy field, and infuses the being with a sense of boundless well-being. This light is not necessarily visible in the conventional sense, but it is perceived on a deeper, more intuitive level of consciousness. It resonates within the soul's core, awakening dormant qualities of love, compassion, understanding, and universal consciousness. The very air of Devachan seems charged with positive energy, a palpable sense of harmony and balance that soothes the frayed edges of the weary spirit. One of the most immediate and defining characteristics of the Devachanic plane is the absence of the lower, personality-based emotions that often cause suffering in the physical life. While love, joy, and gratitude are abundant, the intense, often overwhelming, negative emotions like fear, anger, jealousy, and grief, which are so strongly tied to personal attachments and egoic concerns, find no fertile ground. The consciousness is refined, purified through the process of disintegration that occurs between lives. The personality, with its complexities, its biases, its unresolved issues, begins to dissolve, leaving behind only the essential, eternal essence of the soul, the Atman or higher self. This allows the being to experience a level of contentment and happiness that is profound and deeply satisfying, free from the cyclical nature of pleasure and pain inherent in the physical world. This state of peace and joy is not illusory, it is a fundamental aspect of the Devachanic reality. It is the natural consequence of the soul shedding its encumbrances. However, it is important to understand that this state is not one of eternal, passive bliss that leads to stagnation. While the lower forms of suffering are absent, the higher planes of Devachan offer experiences of deep spiritual communion and evolutionary work, which can be more challenging and demanding than physical life, yet ultimately rewarding for the soul's growth. Inhabitants of Devachan, the evolving soul essences. The primary inhabitants of the Devachanic plane are the essences of souls who have recently completed their physical incarnations on planes such as the earth. These are not entities in the traditional sense, but rather the refined energy bodies or soul forms, sometimes referred to as Devachanic bodies or light bodies, composed of highly vibrational matter, often described as glowing or fiery in nature. These bodies are translucent, radiant, and reflect the intense light of the plane they inhabit. They are the direct result of the soul's purification process, the disintegration of the physical body and the lower subtle bodies, astral body, emotional body, leaving behind only the more refined aspects of the soul's structure. These soul essences vary greatly in their characteristics, experiences, and levels of evolution, corresponding to the diverse paths taken during the incarnational life. Some may be in states of profound peace, basking in the light, engaging in little more than passive rest and integration. Others, particularly those who have worked diligently on spiritual paths during their physical lives, may be actively involved in a wide range of subtle activities. One category of inhabitants includes those who are engaged in what might be termed spiritual exploration. These essences, often those with a strong intellectual or curious bent in their previous life, spend their time exploring the vastness of the Devachanic realms, delving into the nature of universal laws, contemplating cosmic mysteries, and absorbing the high-frequency knowledge available in this dimension. They might perceive the intricate patterns of creation, study the flow of energy through the universe, or simply wander in the boundless light, expanding their awareness of the one infinite intelligence. Another significant group consists of those who are involved in devotional activities. For souls who are deeply connected to spiritual practices, prayer, meditation, or the service of others during their lifetime, Devachan offers opportunities for continued expression of these qualities. They may find themselves in states of deep communion with the universal life force, the highest aspects of the divine, or engaged in activities of light and love, sending healing vibrations and positive energies to the physical world or to other souls. This group often forms communities or gatherings based on shared spiritual affinities and practices, creating vibrant centers of light and devotion within the Devachanic Plane. There are also those who are engaged in teaching and healing work. Souls who dedicated their lives to the well-being of others, whether as teachers, healers, artists, or simply loving caregivers, often continue this work on a subtle level in Devachan. They may act as guides and inspirations for other essences, offering insights gained from their physical experiences. They might engage in activities aimed at healing planetary energies or assisting souls who are having difficulty transitioning or integrating their experiences. This work is often driven by a deep compassion and a desire to contribute to the collective evolution, channeling the high vibrations of Devachan for the benefit of all. Furthermore, many Devachic essences are involved in integration and consolidation. This is a crucial phase where the experiences, lessons, and wisdom gained during the physical life are processed, understood, and integrated into the soul's consciousness. Memories surface not as they did in physical life, but as pure essences of experience, allowing the soul to gain a deeper, more objective understanding of its journey. This process is essential for the soul's growth and for preparing it for the next incarnation. It involves confronting past challenges from a higher perspective, releasing any lingering attachments or unresolved issues, and solidifying the spiritual qualities and understandings that have been cultivated. Finally, there are essences that are in states of passive rest and assimilation. These may be souls who were not particularly focused on spiritual development during their lifetime, or those who have completed their karmic for this incarnation. For them, Devachan provides a necessary period of rejuvenation, allowing the soul essence to absorb the high vibrations of the plane, repair any subtle damage incurred during physical life, and prepare for the eventual re-entry into the cycle of manifestation. This rest is not inactivity, but a form of deep energetic recuperation vital for the soul's long-term vitality. It is important to note that the experiences of these different groups can sometimes overlap. A soul might engage in exploration while also sending healing energies or reflecting on past lives. The Devachanic Plane is not rigidly divided. It is a fluid, dynamic environment where the individual consciousness of the soul essence determines its primary focus and activities. All inhabitants, however, share the fundamental characteristics of the plane: peace, light, and the absence of the lower personality-based sufferings. The purpose and function of Devachan, a bridge to the future. From a New Age perspective, Devachan serves several vital purposes in the grand scheme of soul evolution. Its primary function is as an interdimensional bridge, providing a necessary transition between the dense physical world and the even higher realms of the spiritual universe. It acts as a sanctuary, a place of healing and restoration where the soul can recover from the rigors of physical existence, shed the burdens of the personality, and prepare for the next step on its evolutionary path. One of the key functions of Devachan is the process of memory selection and integration. While the dense, often painful, memories of physical life fade, the essential life lessons, the moments of spiritual awakening, the experiences of love and connection, and the challenges that led to growth are retained in a purified form. These integrated memories become part of the soul's wisdom bank, providing the foundation for understanding and growth in the next incarnation. The soul accesses this wisdom not through the cluttered filter of the personality, but directly on a level of pure consciousness, gaining a deeper comprehension of its purpose and the universal laws it is learning to embody. Devachan is also a crucial site for karmic balancing and resolution. While the immediate, personality-based karmas related to this life are often worked through during the physical lifetime, or in the lower astral plane after death, the higher, soul-level karmas may be addressed in Devachan. Through the process of integration and contemplation, the soul can gain understanding of its deeper karmic patterns, release old conditioning, and make choices that clear the way for future progress. This is not always a passive process. It can involve confronting difficult aspects of the soul's history from a higher perspective, leading to profound breakthroughs and healings. Furthermore, Devachan plays a role in collective consciousness building. The combined essences of countless souls resting in this plane create a significant energetic field. The vibrations of peace, love, and understanding emanating from this collective can have a subtle but measurable influence on the lower planes, including the physical earth. Devachan acts as a reservoir of positive potential, a source of spiritual inspiration that can help to elevate the collective consciousness of humanity and the planetary sphere. Those engaged in devotional or healing activities in Devachan often focus their energies in this way, contributing to the planetary healing and the evolution of consciousness. Another important function is preparation for incarnation. During the later stages of Devachan, the soul essence begins the process of reintegration, gathering the necessary energies and focusing its intention to return to the physical world. This involves selecting the time, place, and family for the next incarnation, as well as gathering the karmic potential and spiritual focus that will guide the new life. The experiences and learnings accumulated in Devachan provide the blueprint for the upcoming journey. The soul, now refined and carrying the integrated wisdom of past lives, consciously prepares to embodiment, ready to engage once again with the challenges and opportunities of the physical plane. Finally, Devachan is a realm of spiritual refinement and attunement. It provides the soul with an environment where it can attune itself to the higher frequencies of the universe, strengthening its connection to the divine, expanding its awareness of universal unity, and deepening its understanding of its place within the cosmic tapestry. This refinement is essential for the soul's ongoing evolution, preparing it to eventually move beyond even the Devachanic plane into still higher states of consciousness, closer to the source of all creation. In essence, Devachan is far more than a mere resting place. It is a dynamic, vital dimension of existence, a crucial component of the soul's evolutionary journey. It is a place of healing, learning, growth, and preparation, where the essence of the soul is refined, its wisdom consolidated, and its energy replenished before it steps once again into the physical world, carrying the light and love gained from its sojourn in the illuminated realms. Chapter 6. Beyond the fabric, into the artistry. As we continue our journey through the Devachanic plane, we find ourselves increasingly drawn beyond the purely descriptive accounts of its landscapes and inhabitants. We have witnessed the breathtaking vistas of light, the ethereal realms of beauty, and glimpsed the serene forms of the Devachanics, souls resting, healing, and integrating their life experiences. Yet beneath the shimmering surface of these wonders lies a deeper reality, one that speaks of creation, intention, and the very essence of life itself as a vibrant art form. This chapter delves into the profound concept of the Devachanic plane not merely as a place of rest, but as a dynamic field of creative expression, where the fundamental laws of vibration manifest as a living, breathing tapestry. We will explore the idea that the Devachanic state is, in essence, a form of conscious weaving, a process where the soul, with newfound clarity and perspective, actively participates in restructuring its own energetic blueprint and contributing, in subtle yet significant ways, to the larger vibrational fabric of the universe. It is an exploration of the inner loom, the threads of experience, and the conscious hands that guide the shuttle of creation. The Devachanic Plane as a field of creative potential. To understand the Devachanic role as weavers, we must first broaden our perception of the plane itself. It is often described as a realm of intense light and exquisite beauty, a sanctuary where the discordant notes of earthly life have faded, replaced by harmonious frequencies. But this description, while accurate, only scratches the surface. The Devachanic Plane is far more than a passive haven. It is an active, dynamic field of infinite creative potential. Imagine it not as a static location, but as a vast, living energetic ocean, constantly shifting and flowing with vibration. This ocean is composed of the purest, most refined energies: love, light, compassion, understanding, and the fundamental vibrations of spiritual truth. Within this field, the limitations that bound the physical body are dissolved. The constraints of time and space, the physical laws of gravity and inertia, do not apply in the same way. This allows the Devachanic consciousness to perceive and interact with the vibrational fabric of reality on a much deeper, more fundamental level. It is within this unique energetic environment that the potential for conscious creation unfolds. The sheer vibrational richness of the Devachanic Plane acts as a powerful catalyst, empowering the resting soul to engage in acts of inner reconstruction and subtle energetic contribution. It is a realm where the laws of vibration, which govern all manifestation, are not just observed but become a primary mode of interaction and expression. The soul, free from the immediate demands of the physical form, becomes an apprentice and eventually a master weaver, learning the language of energy and the artistry of intention. The inner loom, unfolding the soul's creative mechanism. Central to the concept of reweaving within the Devachanic Plane is the understanding of the individual soul as possessing its own inherent creative mechanism, the inner loom. This is not a physical machine, but a complex, multidimensional energetic structure operating on the subtle levels of consciousness. It is the soul's instrument for processing experience, integrating learning, and expressing its unique vibrational signature. The inner loom is composed of intricate strands of refined energy, the essence of the soul's life stream. These strands carry the imprints of experiences, both joyous and challenging, from the physical life. In the Devachanic state, the soul gains the clarity and stillness required to approach this life stream with a new perspective. The chaotic, often overwhelming nature of physical memory softens, revealing the underlying patterns, the core lessons, and the pure intentions behind actions. The inner loom becomes a place of deep introspection and energetic refinement. Imagine this loom as a sacred space within the soul's consciousness. It has its own mechanisms, its own patterns of interwoven energies. There are the foundational warp threads, perhaps representing the soul's core essence, its unchanging truths. Then there are the weft threads, the dynamic elements that carry the patterns of experience through a given lifetime. In the Devachanic Plane, the soul gains the ability to consciously work this loom. It can separate, examine, and reintegrate the weft threads of experience, weaving them into a more harmonious and meaningful pattern. It can strengthen certain strands, release others that no longer serve, and introduce new threads imbued with the refined qualities cultivated during rest: love, wisdom, compassion. This act of consciously working the inner loom is the primary form of reweaving, a deep inner artistic process of soul-making. The threads of experience, weaving the life story into the soul tapestry. No discussion of reweaving can ignore the fundamental role of the threads of experience, the memories, emotions, skills, and knowledge accumulated during a physical lifetime. These threads are the raw materials from which the soul weaves its devachanic reality and, in a broader sense, contributes to the collective vibrational field. In the physical world, these threads are often tangled, interwoven haphazardly, colored by the immediate emotional impact of experience. Joy might be bright and vibrant, but deeply tied to loss, which might appear as a dark, heavy thread. Fear could be knotted and restrictive, while love might be beautiful but tangled with possessiveness. The physical mind often struggles to discern the pure essence of an experience, getting caught up in the surface-level emotional reactions. In the Devachanic Plane, the soul achieves a state of relative detachment, allowing it to view these threads with greater clarity. The intense emotional charge often dissipates, revealing the underlying nature of the experience. A difficult relationship might be seen not just as painful, but as an opportunity for learning about boundaries, communication, or the nature of interdependence. A moment of great joy might be appreciated for the pure expansion of consciousness it represented, separate from the specific external circumstances. This clarity enables the soul to consciously select and reweave these threads. It can choose to hold on to the essential lessons and the pure intentions behind the experiences, allowing their refined energy to become part of its ongoing soul structure. It can consciously release the attachments, the judgments, the negative emotional residues that no longer serve. It can untangle knots of conflict, integrating opposing forces into a more harmonious whole. This process is not merely about forgetting the past. It is about transmuting the past, elevating its essence, and weaving it into a stronger, more beautiful, and more authentic representation of the soul's journey. The Devachanic Plane provides the perfect environment for this intricate process of selecting, refining, and integrating the threads of experience into the larger tapestry of the soul's evolution. The role of intention, the conscious guidance of the shuttle. In the art of weaving, the weaver's intention is paramount. It is the guiding force that directs the shuttle, determines the pattern, and gives life to the creation. In the Devachanic process of reweaving, intention plays a similarly crucial role, although it operates on a more subtle, energetic level. The intention is not merely a thought, it is a deeply felt, vibrational state of being that actively shapes the soul's energetic structure and its interaction with the Devachanic field. What are the primary intentions that guide the Devachanic weaver? Firstly, there is the intention of integration and healing. The soul consciously seeks to integrate the totality of its life experience, finding the hidden connections and lessons within even the most challenging moments. It intends to heal old wounds, release residual negativity, and transform difficult memories into sources of wisdom and growth. This intention acts like the primary thread that runs through the weaving, providing coherence and strength. Secondly, there is the intention of expansion and refinement. The soul inherently seeks to grow and evolve. In Devachan, this manifests as an intention to expand its capacity for love, understanding, compassion, and spiritual awareness. It seeks to refine its own vibrational signature, moving towards greater purity and alignment with universal truths. This intention guides the selection of threads, favoring those that contribute to this upward movement. Thirdly, and perhaps most powerfully, is the intention of contributing to the light. Even in rest, the soul retains its fundamental connection to the larger universe and its inherent drive to express love and serve higher principles. The intention to contribute, in some subtle way, to the well-being of others, to the evolution of consciousness, or to the maintenance of the universal vibrational harmony, becomes a powerful motivator. This could manifest as sending refined vibrations of love and healing back to the physical plane, or contributing to the collective pool of spiritual insight and understanding. This outward-facing intention infuses the weaving with purpose and connects the individual soul's creative process to the greater cosmic dance. These intentions are not passive desires but active forces. They resonate within the soul, influencing how the threads of experience are selected, processed, and woven. They are the conscious guidance that steers the shuttle of creation, ensuring that the resulting tapestry not only represents a harmonious integration of the past but also aligns the soul with its highest potential and its role within the universal community. The clarity and refinement of the Devachanic state allow these intentions to become exceptionally potent, shaping the soul's structure and its energetic resonance with remarkable precision. The act of weaving, a dynamic process of energetic construction. The actual act of reweaving within the Devachanic plane is a fascinating and dynamic process, far removed from the mechanical image of a loom. It is more akin to a form of energetic construction, guided by intention and fueled by the soul's refined life force. It involves the conscious manipulation and integration of subtle energies, the very stuff of consciousness and reality. Imagine the soul, seated at its inner loom, surrounded by the vibrant Devachanic field. It holds the refined threads of its past experiences, now viewed with clarity. Guided by its intentions of integration, expansion, and contribution, the soul begins the process. It might visualize separating a thread carrying a pattern of fear from its entangled emotional attachments. With focused awareness and a conscious intention of healing and understanding, it gently applies its will, sending refined vibrations of love and light to that thread. This act of intention can cause the thread to soften, to transmute its negative charge, and to reintegrate with its complementary threads of courage or acceptance in a more harmonious pattern. The weaving process involves selecting pairs of threads, perhaps a thread of action from a past life and its corresponding thread of consequence or learning. The soul consciously observes the pattern they create when woven together. It might then decide to introduce a new thread, imbued with a quality it wishes to cultivate further, such as patience or forgiveness, and weave it through the existing structure, strengthening certain aspects and adding new dimensions of meaning. This is not a linear process but a holistic one, involving all aspects of the subtle self, mind, emotion, energy body, the aura, and spirit. It might involve visualizing patterns of light and color, feeling the vibrations of different threads, and using the powerful creative force of the Devachanic field itself as a source of energy and inspiration. It is a deeply meditative and intuitive process, where the soul connects with its own intrinsic wisdom and creative power. The resulting tapestry is not just a record of the past, it is an energetic template for the soul's future expression, a living blueprint of its refined consciousness and its intended contribution to the universe. The act of weaving is the soul's way of giving form and meaning to its rest, transforming potential into actualized spiritual evolution. The nature of the tapestry, crafting the soul's future expression. What emerges from this process of conscious reweaving? What is the nature of the tapestry the soul crafts during its Devachanic rest? It is crucial to understand that this tapestry is not merely a passive memory bank, it is an active, energetic structure that profoundly influences the soul's next incarnation. It is the soul's unique vibrational signature, refined and shaped by the integration of experience and the cultivation of spiritual qualities. The tapestry represents the soul's updated energetic blueprint. It contains the integrated life lessons, the refined emotional patterns, the developed skills and knowledge, and the heightened spiritual awareness achieved during Devachan. It is a map of the soul's inner landscape, now more coherent, more harmonious, and more aligned with its higher purpose. Think of it as a complex holographic recording of the soul's state of being, its strengths, its challenges, its growth, and its intentions. Specific elements of the tapestry include refined chakras. The energy centers of the subtle body may have opened, integrated, or realigned, reflecting the soul's greater capacity for receiving and expressing higher energies. Elevated vibrational signature. The overall frequency of the soul is raised, reflecting its spiritual evolution and the integration of higher qualities like love, wisdom, and compassion. Integrated life threads. Past experiences are no longer isolated memories but are woven into a coherent narrative of growth, showing the soul how its challenges have contributed to its current state. Cultivated spiritual qualities. Qualities like empathy, understanding, discernment, and a deeper connection to universal consciousness are woven into the fabric, becoming inherent aspects of the soul's being. Future intentions. The tapestry also holds the soul's intentions for its next physical life, the lessons it seeks to learn, the challenges it is prepared to meet, the contributions it hopes to make, and the state of consciousness it aims to embody. This finished tapestry is not static. It is a living, evolving structure that the soul carries forward. It forms the foundation upon which the new physical life is built, influencing personality traits, motivations, relationships, and life circumstances. It is the soul's preparedness, its energetic baggage, now transformed into wisdom, its unique potential for expression in the next phase of its journey. The act of reweaving in Devachan is therefore of immense significance, as it directly shapes the quality of the soul's future expression and its path towards continued evolution. The subtle contribution, weaving the Devachanic field itself. While the primary focus of reweaving is often perceived as an internal process, the soul crafting its own future blueprint, the implications extend far beyond the individual. The very act of the soul consciously engaging with its experiences, refining its energies, and weaving them into a coherent and elevated structure contributes, in a subtle yet profound way, to the quality and nature of the Devachanic plane itself. The Devachanic plane is not a preformed realm. It is a field that is constantly being influenced and co-created by the consciousnesses within it. Each soul, engaged in the process of reweaving, is adding its unique vibrational signature, its refined essence, back into the collective field. Imagine countless inner looms, each weaving with threads of love, wisdom, understanding, and compassion. These individual creations begin to interact, intermingle, and resonate with one another, raising the overall vibrational tone of the plane. Soul after soul, engaged in this process of conscious reconstruction, contributes to the Devachanic plane becoming an increasingly refined, harmonious, and potent realm of spiritual realization. It transforms from a mere resting place into an active center of spiritual alchemy and evolution. The collective activity of countless souls reweaving their experiences helps to maintain the plane's high vibrational state, making it a sanctuary not just from physical suffering, but a place of profound spiritual growth and refinement. Furthermore, the refined vibrations generated by the reweaving process can subtly influence the vibrational field of the physical universe. The Devachanic plane acts as a bridge, a high vibrational resonance chamber. The love, wisdom, and understanding woven into the Devachanic tapestries can send out ripples of positive energy back into the lower realms, contributing to the upliftment of consciousness on the physical plane. This is the subtle, yet significant, contribution of the Devachanic weavers. They not only rebuild themselves but also help to refine the spiritual environment of the universe, playing their part in the grand cosmic process of evolution. The role of Devachanic inhabitants, conscious beings engaged in artistry. If the Devachanic Plane is a realm of conscious creative expression, then its inhabitants are not merely passive recipients of beauty and peace. They are conscious beings, fully engaged in the artistry of reweaving. While the primary focus is undoubtedly on their own soul-making, many possess the awareness and compassion to recognize their role within the larger Devachanic community and its subtle influence on the cosmos. These refined souls, having passed through the initial stages of bliss and rest, often become aware of the deeper processes occurring within themselves. They understand the significance of the inner loom, the importance of intention, and the power of consciously processing past experience. They may find themselves naturally drawn to assist others, perhaps through subtle forms of guidance, offering patterns of understanding, or simply by embodying a state of refined consciousness that can inspire and uplift nearby souls still in the earlier stages of Devachanic rest. Some may take on more specific roles, acting as conscious co-creators within the Devachanic field itself. They might focus on weaving patterns of specific qualities, such as unwavering compassion, profound understanding, or creative inspiration, sending these refined vibrations outwards to interact with the plane's collective energy and potentially influence the lower realms. They understand that their state of being, the vibrational signature of their carefully woven tapestry, is a form of contribution. They are living expressions of refined consciousness, participating in the ongoing evolution of the universe through their conscious engagement with the creative process. The Devachanic inhabitants, therefore, are more than just resting souls. They are conscious artists, masters of their inner loom, engaged in the profound and ongoing work of reweaving their existence. They embody the potential of the soul when freed from the constraints of the physical form, demonstrating the power of consciousness to consciously shape reality, both inwardly and in subtle, far-reaching ways outwardly. Conclusion: embracing the inner weaver. As we conclude this exploration of reweaving within the Devachanic plane, we stand at the threshold of a profound understanding. The Devachanic state is not merely an endpoint or a passive recovery period. It is a dynamic, creative phase of soul evolution. It is a time when the soul, free from the physical form, consciously engages with the threads of its past experience, using the powerful tools of its inner loom and the high vibrational field of Devachan to weave a new, more refined blueprint for itself. This process is guided by intention, the conscious desire for integration, healing, expansion, and contribution. It involves the conscious selection, refinement, and integration of the soul's life tapestry, transforming past challenges into sources of wisdom and past joys into wellsprings of expanded awareness. The resulting structure, the refined tapestry, becomes the soul's energetic foundation for the next incarnation, shaping its future expression and potential. Furthermore, this individual act of reweaving contributes significantly to the quality of the Devachanic plane itself, transforming it into a vibrant center of spiritual alchemy. It also sends subtle ripples of refined energy back into the physical universe, participating in the ongoing cosmic process of upliftment. Understanding the role of the conscious weaver in Devachan offers. Chapter 7. The journey through the subtle landscapes of the Devachanic plane continues, now drawing deeper into the realms where thought, feeling, and intention cease to be mere byproducts of consciousness and become the very fabric of existence. We move beyond the initial, often overwhelming, bliss of simple repose and into areas where the individual consciousness, now fully integrated and purified, begins to actively engage with the plane's inherent energies. This is not a plane of passive reception alone. It is a realm of conscious creation, albeit on a scale and with tools vastly different from the physical world's limitations. It is within these higher strata that the true artistry of Devachan begins to manifest. The weaving of experiences, the crafting of subtle realities, and the exploration of the self's infinite potentiality. The consciousness, now fully stabilized in its refined state, finds itself bathed in even more intense and harmonious vibrations than before. The initial, gentle waves of blissful peace have resolved into a profound, resonant frequency that permeates every aspect of being. This isn't merely a feeling of peace, it is the very nature of the medium itself, the foundational tone upon which all else is built. It feels akin to resting upon an infinite, perfectly tensioned loom, the threads of existence shimmering with potential, waiting for the weaver's touch. The subtle colors of the plane are more vivid, more saturated, less about external light and more about the internal luminescence that arises from the state of consciousness itself. These colors are not static, they flow and shift, blending and resolving in patterns that speak of universal harmony and the interconnectedness of all life, past, present, and future. As the consciousness settles into this resonant field, a subtle shift occurs. The internal chatter that characterized even the early stages fades further into the background, replaced by a profound stillness. Yet, this stillness is not empty, it is filled with potential. It is a space of pure awareness, a field of pure consciousness from which creation arises. Thoughts no longer arrive as unwelcome intrusions or fleeting distractions. They emerge as deliberate tools, coalescing from the deep well of the self's purified essence. These thoughts are imbued with a quality of clarity and purpose that is difficult to grasp from the physical perspective. They are less about logical progression and more about intuitive knowing, less about analysis and more about synthesis. They carry the weight of understanding, the resonance of emotion refined to its purest form, and the spark of intention directed towards the highest good. This is where the reweaving truly begins in earnest. The individual, having undergone the profound purification and integration of the previous planes or states, now possesses a unique perspective. They have witnessed the interconnectedness of cause and effect on a grand scale. They have experienced the nature of pure consciousness, and they have integrated the lessons of their past incarnations. This integrated state allows them to perceive patterns, to understand the subtle laws governing the interplay of energy and consciousness, and to consciously participate in the great tapestry of existence. They are no longer just a passive observer, they become an active participant, a conscious weaver upon the vibrational loom of Devachan. The process unfolds with a beauty that defies simple description. The consciousness reaches out, not with grasping desire, but with gentle intention. It begins to select and shape the subtle energies available within the plane. These energies are not inert materials, they are alive, resonating with the fundamental frequencies of the universe. The weaver, through the power of focused consciousness and refined emotion, begins to direct these energies. It is like choosing threads of light, perhaps a shimmering gold for unconditional love, a deep sapphire blue for profound understanding, a vibrant rose quartz for compassion, or a brilliant emerald green for growth and healing. The actual act of weaving is less a physical process and more an act of consciousness shaping energy fields. Imagine threads of light, infinitely fine yet infinitely strong, being drawn forth by the weaver's intent. These threads are woven together, interlaced, and layered to form patterns and structures of subtle reality. These structures might represent thought forms, emotional resonances, potential futures, or even acts of subtle service intended for the physical world. The weaver can create intricate tapestries that map out their own spiritual evolution, visualizations of ideal states of being, or complex patterns designed to send vibrations of peace and healing to those they love or to the collective consciousness. The emotions involved in this process are profound but purified. There is no attachment to the outcome in the way a physical creator might feel. The joy is in the process itself, the expression of the purified self, the act of contributing to the flow of universal love and light. The weaver feels a deep sense of connection to all that is, a recognition that every act of creation, no matter how small, is a contribution to the ongoing harmony of the cosmos. There might be moments of deep contemplation as the weaver observes the intricate patterns unfolding, moments of quiet satisfaction as a complex design takes form, or periods of intense focus as difficult threads are carefully integrated. It is a form of meditation in action, a creative expression that is simultaneously a process of self-discovery and service. The nature of these creations is diverse. Some may focus on personal integration, weaving together disparate aspects of the self into a unified whole, creating a subtle representation of wholeness. Others might be dedicated to healing, sending out vibrations of restoration and balance to specific individuals or areas of the planet. Still others might be acts of artistic expression, manifesting beautiful forms of light and color that resonate with the aesthetic sensibilities of the refined consciousness, serving as offerings to the divine or simply as expressions of the inner beauty of the weaver. There might even be creations designed to inspire and uplift others in the physical world, sending ripples of positive energy across the subtle dimensions that connect all beings. As the weaver continues this process, they become increasingly aware of the interconnectedness of all creation within the Devachanic Plane. Their own tapestries begin to interact with those of others, forming larger patterns and harmonies. They might find themselves drawn to collaborate with like-minded souls, weaving together their individual intentions into a collective creation of significant power and beauty. This collaborative process reinforces the understanding of oneness and mutual support that is fundamental to the Devachanic state. It is a reminder that no single consciousness operates in isolation, even in this realm of pure being. The level of complexity and refinement in these creations can vary greatly. Some may be simple, focused expressions of a single emotion or intention, while others might be vast, intricate works that explore complex philosophical concepts or map out potential timelines for spiritual evolution. The key is the consciousness behind the creation, the purity of intent, the refinement of emotion, and the understanding of the universal laws being expressed. A creation born from love and understanding will resonate with those qualities, while one born from lingering attachment or unresolved conflict might carry subtle discordant vibrations, even within the generally harmonious plane. This period of active creative expression is not merely a pastime or a distraction. It is a fundamental aspect of the Devachanic experience for those who have reached this level of consciousness. It is the plane's way of allowing the purified self to contribute, to express its unique nature, and to integrate its learnings through the act of creation. It is a form of service, a way of participating in the maintenance and evolution of the subtle realms, and a means of deepening one's own understanding of the nature of consciousness and reality. The weaver, through this process, becomes not just a receiver of bliss, but a contributor to the universal symphony, adding their unique melody to the great harmonious whole. The consciousness remains fully integrated, fully aware of its state and its place within the Devachanic hierarchy and the broader cosmos. There is no sense of isolation, only a profound connection to all. The guidance for these creative efforts often comes from within, from the deep wisdom of the integrated self, or sometimes from the more evolved entities that populate these higher strata, acting as mentors or inspirations. These beings, themselves long-time residents of Devachan, may offer insights, share patterns, or simply provide the supportive environment necessary for such profound creative work to unfold. It is important to understand that these creations, while real within the Devachanic plane, operate on a different vibrational frequency than physical objects. They are more like thought forms given substantiality and life by the focused consciousness. Their effects might manifest in the physical world indirectly, through the influence they have on the consciousness of the individual who created them, or through the subtle energetic connections that link the Devachanic realms to the physical. A healing creation might strengthen the immune system of a loved one through the power of intention and energetic resonance. An inspirational creation might subtly lift the mood of those nearby, or even resonate with individuals across vast distances, planting seeds of hope or understanding. The mechanisms of influence are subtle and operate according to the laws of the subtle energies and consciousness that govern these realms. This chapter explores the profound shift from passive reception to active creative expression within the Devachanic plane. It is the realm of the conscious weaver, engaging with the vibrational loom of existence to craft subtle realities, express the purified self, and contribute to the universal flow of love and light. It is a testament to the enduring power of consciousness, even in its most refined state, and a beautiful illustration of the potential for service and evolution that lies beyond physical death. The journey continues deeper into the heart of being, where the individual consciousness becomes a vital thread in the grand, ever-unfolding tapestry of the cosmos. Chapter 8. The journey through the Devachanic realms, far from being a passive spectacle of beautiful light and ethereal sounds, is increasingly understood within the New Age consciousness as an active participation in a profound process of inner refinement and creative expression. We have explored the nature of devachan itself, this state of conscious, blissful rest following physical death, a realm where the soul sheds the encumbrances of its earthly life. We have glimpsed the inhabitants, the evolving spirits navigating these post-mortem landscapes, learning, integrating, and preparing for their next cycle of embodiment. Now, we delve deeper into the very mechanism that underpins the Devachanic experience, the subtle yet potent force of creative will, the weaver within, and its interaction with the fundamental fabric of reality, the vibrational loom. In the previous chapters, we have touched upon the idea that the Devachanic plane is not merely a place one goes to, but a state of being that can be cultivated even in physical life through practices of meditation, mindfulness, and the development of higher consciousness. This understanding naturally leads us to consider the role of the individual soul in shaping its own environment and experience, both in Devachan and beyond. It is within this framework that the concept of the vibrational loom emerges as a powerful metaphor for the interconnected, energetic substratum of all existence, and the weaver within represents the soul's innate capacity to interact with and influence this matrix through focused thought, feeling, and will. The vibrational loom can be envisioned as the fundamental energetic template, or the underlying quantum field that gives rise to the perceived universe. It is composed not of physical threads and weave, but of pure, intelligent energy vibrating at myriad frequencies. These vibrations form the very building blocks of form and substance, from the most subtle astral patterns to the dense physical matter we perceive daily. Think of it as an infinite, dynamic tapestry woven from the threads of pure potentiality, consciousness, and universal love. Every thought, emotion, intention, and spiritual practice sent out by an individual soul ripples through this vast energetic ocean, interacting with the loom and leaving its mark upon the subtle patterns of reality. Understanding the loom requires grasping its essential nature. It is both infinitely vast and intimately personal. On the vast scale, it represents the totality of the universe's energetic structure, the interconnected web of all life and consciousness. Yet, on a more personal level, the loom is the energetic field surrounding and within each individual soul, reflecting its state of being, its vibrations of thought and feeling. The state of the loom within an individual's sphere of influence is directly related to their level of consciousness, their degree of harmony and balance. The weaver within is the conscious, intelligent aspect of the soul that possesses the faculty of will and the power of focused creative thought and feeling. It is the part of us that is not merely a passive observer of the world, but an active participant in its creation, both internally and externally. In the Devachanic Plane, this faculty becomes particularly potent, as the soul, free from the dense physical body and its limitations, can direct its energy with remarkable clarity and intensity. The weaver is the agent through which the soul utilizes its accumulated knowledge, refined emotions, and directed will to shape its post-mortem environment and facilitate its spiritual evolution. The relationship between the weaver and the loom is one of co-creation. The weaver does not simply impose its will upon the loom from without. Rather, through the power of focused consciousness, it becomes one with the loom's own creative process. By concentrating thought upon a particular image, feeling a specific emotion with intensity and clarity, or directing a flow of loving intention, the weaver sends out vibrations that resonate with and influence the loom. These vibrations act as seeds or stitches upon the energetic tapestry, causing subtle shifts and changes in the surrounding reality. Consider the experience of Devachanic recall. When a soul begins to weave its memories into the Devachanic fabric, it is the weaver within actively engaging with the vibrational loom. The pleasant memories, imbued with feelings of love, gratitude, and peace, create vibrant, harmonious patterns within the soul's energetic field and its surrounding Devachanic environment. These positive vibrations attract similar energies, reinforcing a state of blissful consciousness. Conversely, painful or unresolved memories, often tinged with fear, resentment, or grief, can create discordant, chaotic patterns. The weaver, through the process of understanding, forgiveness, and integration, learns to transmute these negative patterns, weaving them into the fabric of learning and growth rather than allowing them to persist as sources of suffering. This process is not merely about passive acceptance of past experiences, it is an active creative endeavor. The soul, acting as its own weaver, consciously chooses how to interpret and integrate its life's events. It decides whether a past trauma will be a source of lingering pain or a catalyst for profound spiritual awakening. It chooses whether past joys will be cherished memories or faint, disconnected fragments. This act of conscious weaving is a fundamental aspect of the soul's journey in Devachan, the transition from a state of receiving consciousness to one of creative expression and mastery. Furthermore, the weaver within utilizes the vibrational loom not only to process past experiences but also to project future intentions and potentialities. In Devachan, the soul may engage in creative visualization, building mental models of desired future incarnations, life paths, or spiritual achievements. By holding these images in focused consciousness, imbued with feelings of certainty and love, the weaver sends powerful vibrations through the loom, effectively pre-weaving aspects of future realities. This is not mere wishful thinking, it is a fundamental interaction with the energetic fabric of potential, aligning the soul's vibration with the probabilities it wishes to create in its next embodiment. This process reinforces the understanding that we are co-creators of our lives, even before we step into a new physical form. The development of the weaver within is therefore paramount for the soul's evolution. It is through the refinement of will, the mastery of thought, and the elevation of feeling that the soul becomes a more effective and conscious weaver. Practices such as meditation, visualization, creative visualization, affirmations, and the cultivation of heart-centered emotions all serve to strengthen the weaver's connection to the vibrational loom and enhance its creative capabilities. These practices help to align the soul's vibrations with the higher frequencies of love, light, and intelligence that permeate the loom, allowing for more harmonious and effective co-creation. In essence, the Devachanic Plane can be viewed as a grand workshop where the soul, acting as its own master weaver, refines its tools, thought, emotion, and will, and learns to navigate the vast vibrational loom with increasing skill and awareness. It is a place of creative rest, where the soul integrates its life's experiences through the act of weaving them into the eternal tapestry of consciousness. The patterns formed, the states of bliss, the states of learning, the echoes of past lives, are the soul's own creative expression, shaped by its choices and its understanding. As the soul masters the art of weaving within Devachan, it not only prepares for its next incarnation but also contributes to the subtle evolution of the entire planetary consciousness, which is itself an aspect of the grander vibrational loom. The more harmonious and loving the patterns woven by individual souls, the more the collective consciousness of the planet elevates towards greater light and understanding. This understanding invites a profound shift in perspective. We are not merely passengers on the ride of life, we are active weavers, constantly engaged with the vibrational loom. Even now, in physical life, we are practicing the art of weaving. With every thought, emotion, and intention we contribute to the fabric of reality. The Devachanic Plane represents a heightened state of this creative process, a sanctuary where the soul can refine its craft, heal past wounds, and consciously shape its future trajectory with greater awareness and power. The journey through Devachan is, in many ways, the soul's return to the loom of creation, ready to embark upon a new cycle of weaving its unique pattern into the grand design. As we move forward, we will explore how this understanding of the weaver within and the vibrational loom informs the soul's journey back into physical embodiment, the process of incarnation, and the conscious creation of a life aligned with one's highest potential and spiritual purpose. Chapter 9. The journey through the refined landscapes of Devachan, as we have explored it thus far, reveals a plane not merely of peaceful repose but of profound transformation and attunement. Having considered the initial stages of transition, the settling into the Devachanic state, and the nature of the subtle bodies and their inhabitants, we now turn our focus to the very essence of this realm, its vibrational signature. Understanding this signature is not merely an academic exercise, it is the key to deeper communion with the environment, a pathway to accelerating one's own evolution, and the foundation upon which the intricate tapestry of collective Devachanic experience is woven. In the preceding chapters, we have glimpsed the initial influx of refined energies, the subtle shifts in consciousness, and the gentle separation from the dense physical forms that anchored us in the lower worlds. This transition is not instantaneous but a process, often occurring in sleep but increasingly accessible in waking states through dedicated practice. As the physical body relaxes and the mental body quiets, a doorway opens, allowing the influx of higher, more refined vibrational currents. These are not random energies. They form a specific, intricate signature that characterizes the Devachanic plane. This vibrational signature is far more complex and harmonious than anything typically experienced in the physical, or even lower astral realms. It is often described as a symphony of light and sound, a palpable sense of peace that resonates deep within the soul. Imagine, if you will, the difference between the chaotic, often discordant noise of a bustling city and the serene silence of a deep forest at dawn. The Devachanic signature is akin to that profound silence, yet imbued with an underlying, gentle hum of life, a life that is not striving, struggling, or seeking, but simply being in a state of perfect harmony. At its core, this signature is composed of what might be termed primary Devachanic vibrations. These are the fundamental frequencies that define the plane, much like the bass notes of a complex musical chord. They resonate with states of unconditional love, profound peace, and infinite possibility. These vibrations are often associated with the heart chakra, or what is sometimes termed the Buddhi center in this context, expanding and opening the individual to receive these universal frequencies. As one attunes to these primary vibrations, the mind becomes less cluttered, the emotional body becomes more fluid and balanced, and a deep sense of connection to all existence blossoms. However, the Devachanic signature is not static. It is dynamic, ever-shifting, and infinitely nuanced. Within the overarching framework of primary Devachanic vibrations, there exist countless secondary and tertiary harmonics, like the overtones that enrich a musical note. These finer vibrations correspond to the myriad experiences, emotions, thoughts, and states of being available within Devachan. A particular vibration might resonate with the memory of a specific act of kindness, another with the feeling of creative inspiration, yet another with the pure joy of unity. Attunement to this vibrational signature is the crucial next step on the Devachanic path. It is the process by which an individual, newly arrived or seeking deeper connection, begins to resonate with the environment on a conscious level. This is not merely passive reception. It is an active engagement, a conscious tuning of one's own vibrational frequency to match that of the surrounding energies. How does one achieve this attunement? Through practice, through awareness, and through the cultivation of specific inner states. Meditation remains the primary tool. In deep states of meditation, particularly those involving heart-centered awareness, the practitioner naturally begins to vibrate at frequencies that align with the Devachanic signature. The mind is quieted, allowing the subtle bodies to open and receive. The breath becomes deep and effortless, acting as a conduit for these higher energies. Visualizations can also be employed, focusing the mind on the desired state, seeing oneself bathed in soft, golden light, hearing the gentle hum of universal peace, feeling the expansive love that permeates the plane. Furthermore, cultivating specific emotional states within the physical world is invaluable. Acts of unconditional love, compassion, and service not only elevate the individual's vibration in life but also create a resonance that makes the Devachanic environment more accessible and meaningful upon arrival. Generosity, both of time and resources, fosters a vibration of abundance. Practicing gratitude for the simple blessings of life aligns one with the Devachanic sense of profound appreciation for existence itself. As one becomes more attuned, the vibrational signature of Devachan becomes less like an external phenomenon and more like an inner guide. It provides feedback, indicating areas of alignment and areas needing further work. One might suddenly find a particular frequency particularly resonant, offering insights or opening doors to specific types of knowledge or experience. Conversely, a feeling of dissonance or disharmony might signal an internal conflict, or a need to release lower vibrational patterns still clinging to the subtle bodies. This attunement is also intrinsically linked to the concept of the path of synthesis, mentioned in the title of this exploration. Devachan, through its harmonious vibrations, acts as a powerful laboratory for integrating the lessons of previous incarnations. The refined energies facilitate the dissolving of the egoic personality, the separation between the soul and its various manifestations. As one attunes more deeply, old patterns, traumas, and identities begin to loosen their grip, not through forced willpower, but through the gentle, transformative power of the Devachanic vibrations themselves. These vibrations encourage a state of non-duality, where the distinctions between self and other, subject and object, begin to blur. In this state, the accumulated knowledge and experiences of the soul, held within the subtle bodies, become accessible not as fragmented memories but as integrated wisdom. The vibrations help to synthesize these disparate elements, weaving them into a coherent understanding of the soul's journey and purpose. This synthesis is crucial for the soul's evolution, allowing it to move beyond the limitations of individual personality towards a more expanded, collective consciousness. The process of attunement and synthesis is not solely an individual endeavor. While the experience of devotion is profoundly personal, it is also deeply interconnected with the collective. As more individuals attune to the devachanic vibrations, the overall frequency of the plane is elevated. This, in turn, can have a positive ripple effect, subtly influencing the lower realms and contributing to the planetary consciousness shift. The Devachanic Plane, through its harmonious signature, becomes a beacon of light and love, a source of refined energy that supports the evolution of all beings. Furthermore, the vibrational signature serves as a map, guiding the soul through its devachanic journey. It helps differentiate between the various states and experiences available, from the realms of simple peace and memory to the more complex landscapes of spiritual insight and creative expression. Understanding these nuances allows the soul to navigate its post-mortem journey with greater awareness, choosing experiences that best serve its evolutionary path. In essence, the vibrational signature of devotion is the lifeblood of the plane. It is the medium through which peace, love, and wisdom flow. Attuning to this signature is not a destination in itself, but a fundamental process that enables deeper exploration, accelerated evolution, and meaningful connection with the totality of the devachanic realm and the collective consciousness it embodies. It is a continuous practice, a gentle tuning of the inner instrument, allowing the soul to resonate fully with the infinite possibilities of the afterlife and ultimately, to return to the physical world with a greater measure of light, love, and understanding, ready to continue the path of synthesis in the present moment. As we prepare to explore further dimensions of this wondrous realm, let us carry the understanding that the key to unlocking its deepest treasures lies within our own capacity to attune, to harmonize our own vibrational signature with that of the devachanic whole. The journey of reweaving continues, guided by the gentle hum and radiant light of the infinite. Chapter 10. The journey through the devachanic plane continues, not as a simple progression from one state to another, but as an intricate dance with the very fabric of being itself. Having explored the foundational aspects of this realm of exquisite peace and spiritual reintegration, we now turn our attention to a profoundly creative and transformative dimension, the nature of expression within devotion and the subtle mechanisms through which the soul weaves its experiences into the eternal tapestry. This is not merely about passive reception of bliss, but an active participation in the ongoing creation of soul stuff, a vital process for growth and integration even within this realm of profound peace. The devachanic state, while often characterized by its stillness and joy, is not a void. It is a field of incredibly refined vibration, a subtle energy field where the purified aspects of the soul resonate. It is within this vibrational medium that the process of reweaving takes on its most creative forms. Think of it not as a physical act with hands and tools, but as an exercise in pure energy and intention. The soul, now free from the constraints of the physical body and the dense emotional patterns of the lower mental plane, possesses a clarity and a vibrational purity that allows it to interact with the devachanic environment on a deeply creative level. This creative expression is not necessarily about producing art in the conventional sense, though it can manifest that way for those souls with such inclinations, but more fundamentally about the integration and crystallization of experience. Every life, every challenge overcome, every moment of love or loss, every spark of spiritual insight contributes to the soul's unique vibration and character. In devotion, the soul has the opportunity, the space, to process these elements, to refine them, and to integrate them into its core essence. This integration is the very essence of reweaving. Imagine the soul as a unique frequency, a signature vibration arising from the sum total of its past experiences and states of consciousness. In the lower realms of the astral plane, or even in the dense physical world, this signature can become muddled, distorted, or fragmented by pain, fear, desire, and ignorance. The physical body acts as a filter, often dampening or distorting the soul's true vibrational quality. The lower mental plane can become a tangled mess of conflicting thoughts and unresolved concepts. Devachan provides a sanctuary where these distortions can begin to smooth out, where the soul can return to a more authentic state of being. The process of reweaving involves the soul consciously or unconsciously selecting the threads of its past experience, the moments of joy, the lessons learned through difficulty, the connections felt with other souls, the insights gained into the nature of existence. These threads, now viewed with the clarity of post-mortem perspective, are not merely recalled, they are felt on a deep, vibrational level. The soul assesses their significance, their contribution to its overall pattern, and begins to reintegrate them into its core structure. This is where the metaphor of the vibrational loom becomes potent. The soul is the weaver, sitting at this ethereal loom. The threads are the refined essences of its life experiences. The loom itself is the Devachanic Plane, the field of pure, resonant energy upon which the weaving occurs. The weaver uses the power of its focused attention, its emotional resonance, now purified and refined, and its intent to bind these threads together. But the binding agent, the very thread used to weave the experience into the soul's structure, is the soul's own inherent love and light, amplified to an incandescent degree. Consider a life experience filled with profound love. In the physical world, this love might be tinged with attachment, fear of loss, or conditional expectations. In Devachan, the soul can access the pure, unadulterated essence of that love, the fundamental vibration of connection, acceptance, and warmth. It holds this vibration, allowing it to permeate its being. It then takes the thread of this love memory and, using its focused intent, weaves it back into the core of its eternal self. This doesn't just bring back a feeling of love, it reinforces the soul's fundamental nature as a being of love, integrating that quality more deeply into its eternal structure. This is a form of spiritual alchemy, transmuting the potential for fragmentation into a strengthening of the soul's core identity. Similarly, an experience of loss or betrayal, while painful in the physical life, can be processed in Devachan. The soul can access the raw feeling of hurt, but without the physical body's pain response or the lower mental plane's tendency to ruminate destructively. It can hold this feeling, not in a state of victimhood, but with the clarity of understanding that it was a catalyst for growth. It can transmute the potential for bitterness into a deeper understanding of resilience, or the pain of separation into a broader understanding of the nature of individuality and connection. This transmutation is a crucial part of the reweaving process, allowing the soul to integrate even challenging experiences without being defined or diminished by them. It's like taking a strong, but perhaps rough, piece of wood and shaping it into something beautiful and useful, rather than letting it remain just a splinter. The reweaving also involves integrating the soul's experiences with other souls. Devachan is not a solitary existence, it is a realm of shared light and consciousness. Souls frequently interact, offering support, sharing insights, and experiencing the joys and learnings of each other. These interactions contribute to the individual soul's pattern. A moment of profound compassion offered to another soul, or received from them, becomes a thread in the individual's weaving. It strengthens the bonds of universal love and understanding, reinforcing the soul's place within the interconnected web of being. Similarly, learning from the experiences of masters or elders, or receiving guidance from the collective spiritual consciousness of Devachan, provides threads of wisdom and light that enrich the soul's structure, preparing it for future incarnations or stages of evolution. This process is not always conscious. Much of the reweaving happens automatically as the soul settles into its devachanic state, processing the karmic residues and integrating the highlights and lessons of its life. However, it is a process that can be aided and enhanced through the soul's awareness. As the veil between the physical and the devachanic becomes thin at the time of death, and potentially even within Devachan itself for highly evolved souls, the capacity for conscious creative expression increases. The soul might find itself drawn to subtle forms of artistic creation, painting ethereal landscapes with light, composing melodies that resonate with the soul's deepest truths, crafting intricate patterns in the air with focused intent. These acts are not merely for external expression, as such expression is not possible in the conventional sense, but are powerful tools for internal integration. The act of focusing the will and consciousness to create something beautiful or meaningful helps to solidify the desired state of being, to crystallize the integrated experience into the soul's structure. Furthermore, the reweaving process is intrinsically linked to the soul's understanding of its own karma. By revisiting past lives and understanding the motivations, actions, and consequences behind them, the soul gains profound insights. This understanding allows for a final, conscious release of any remaining karmic ties, any unresolved energies or emotional attachments related to past actions or relationships. This act of release is a powerful final step in the reweaving, cutting away any remaining anchors to the lower worlds that might hinder its progress. It is a conscious choice to let go of the old patterns and embrace the new, integrated self. This final cutting and binding strengthens the soul's connection to its true nature and its path forward, whether into further incarnations or into even higher states of spiritual existence beyond the Devachanic plane. The vibrational loom, therefore, is not just a passive medium, it is an active field of creative potential. The soul, through the process of reweaving, is not merely a passive recipient of bliss but an active participant in its own evolution. It takes the threads of its multifaceted life, the joys, sorrows, loves, learnings, challenges, connections, and consciously integrates them into a more refined, more integrated, more beautiful whole. This act of creative reintegration is essential for the soul's growth. It solidifies the lessons learned, reinforces the positive qualities developed, transmutes the negative patterns, and strengthens the soul's connection to its own inherent divinity and its place within the universal consciousness. The beauty of this process lies in its gentle yet potent nature. It unfolds within a realm of peace and light, far removed from the turmoil of the lower planes. It allows the soul the space and the clarity to see its life from a higher perspective, to appreciate the value of every experience, and to consciously shape its future trajectory. The reweaving is the soul's way of crafting its own unique signature, its own refined vibration, ready to be projected into the next cycle of existence. It is the artistic expression of the soul's journey, the final act of creation performed upon the loom of Devachan, preparing the weaver for the next stage of the eternal dance. This conscious engagement with the creative process ensures that the soul does not merely drift in bliss, but actively builds a stronger, wiser, more illuminated foundation for its continued evolution. The finished product, the newly woven soul pattern, is then ready to be projected forth, carrying the integrated wisdom and love into the world anew. Chapter 11. The journey through the Devachanic realms, far from being a passive state of blissful reverie, unfolds as a deeply active process of inner creation and refinement. Having explored the nature of Devachan itself, its origins rooted in the resolving of life's karma and its distinct vibrational signature differing from both the dense physical and the subtle mental realms, We now turn our attention to the fundamental mechanism through which this transformation occurs, the act of reweaving. This is not merely a metaphorical description but a literal representation of the intricate, energetic process by which the individual consciousness structures its post-death experience, crafting the tapestry of its devachanic existence. At the heart of this reweaving process lies the individualized consciousness, now liberated from the body's constraints and the immediate demands of physical survival. This conscious principle, often referred to as the ego or the higher self in various esoteric traditions, possesses a unique quality in Devachan, a profound capacity for clarity and a heightened sensitivity to vibrational nuances. The dense physical body, with its gross sensory apparatus, is replaced by a more refined, subtle vehicle, the Devachanic body or body of light. This ethereal form is typically described as being composed of highly refined atomic substance, shimmering with light and color, reflecting the dominant emotional and mental states of the consciousness it serves. It is through this luminous body that the process of reweaving is primarily enacted. The very essence of reweaving is the restructuring of the accumulated life experiences into a coherent and meaningful narrative, filtered through the lens of the individual's spiritual aspirations and karmic lessons. Karma, in this context, is not merely a system of punishment or reward based on past actions, but a complex web of energy imprints and potentialities carried by the consciousness. During the first phase of Devachan, often termed the rest and adjustment period, the primary task is the gentle dissolving and transmutation of the more dense, negative, or unresolved karmic patterns. These are the emotional attachments, bitter grudges, unfulfilled desires, and egoic identifications that would hinder spiritual progress. Through the natural processes of Devachan and the inherent purity of its environment, these negative energies are gradually purified, often experienced as profound emotional releases or intellectual insights. This initial purification clears the canvas, preparing the consciousness for the more deliberate act of reweaving. However, reweaving is not solely an automatic consequence of rest. It involves an active participation, albeit often unconscious, of the individual consciousness. Think of the consciousness as the conscious weaver, seated perhaps within the luminous body, at a metaphorical loom that vibrates at the frequency of Devachan. This loom is not made of wood or thread in the physical sense, but is composed of pure, radiant energy, attuned to the specific vibrational signature of the consciousness engaging in the process. The threads of the tapestry are drawn from the vast wellspring of remembered experiences, feelings, thoughts, and perceptions accumulated during the physical life. These threads are not merely linear recollections, they are energetic essences, carrying the core emotional and vibrational quality of each moment. The weaver, the individual consciousness, acts by selecting, emphasizing, and integrating these threads. Through a subtle process of attention and acceptance, the consciousness begins to weave together those aspects of its life that resonate with its higher ideals, spiritual understanding, and positive karmic potential. Moments of love, acts of kindness, periods of deep meditation or connection with the divine, experiences of beauty, and moments of genuine selfless service are drawn forth and woven into the fabric of the Devachanic experience. These threads contribute to the creation of a positive, harmonious, and uplifting inner environment. They form the golden and silver strands that illuminate the Devachanic tapestry, creating patterns of light and color that reflect inner peace, wisdom, and joy. Simultaneously, the negative or less harmonious threads, remnants of conflict, fear, attachment, egoic striving, are either consciously rejected and dissolved through the earlier purification phase or are subtly incorporated into the Devachanic pattern in a way that serves the overall process of learning and growth. They might be woven into patterns that highlight the lessons learned, serving as reminders of the path not taken or the challenges overcome. This integration is not necessarily about dwelling on negativity, but about understanding its role within the larger context of the soul's journey. The Devachanic consciousness, free from the pressures of the physical world, often gains a profound perspective on the karmic cycles and the evolutionary purpose of its life experiences. The act of weaving itself is deeply influenced by the vibrational environment of Devachan. The plane is characterized by its high, harmonious vibrations of love, light, and peace. These vibrations permeate the consciousness and the luminous body, acting as a natural catalyst for positive transformation. The very air of Devachan seems to encourage the release of lower energies and the blossoming of higher potentials. The consciousness, bathed in these uplifting frequencies, finds it easier to focus its attention on the positive aspects of its past life and to integrate them into its Devachanic structure. It is as if the fabric of Devachan itself supports the creation of a beautiful and harmonious tapestry, providing the optimal medium for the weaver's art. Furthermore, the process of reweaving is not solely focused on the individual's past life experiences. It also incorporates the individual's deeper spiritual aspirations and the universal flow of spiritual ideas and energies. The consciousness, connected to the spiritual hierarchy and the cosmic mind, can draw upon universal truths, love, and wisdom to inform its reweaving process. This connection allows the Devachanic experience to transcend the purely personal, becoming a place of spiritual refinement, learning, and preparation for future incarnations. The tapestry being woven is not just a reflection of the past, it is also a blueprint for the future, imbued with the consciousness's evolving spiritual goals and potential. The tools used by the weaver are subtle forms of will, attention, and emotional response. By focusing its attention on positive memories, the consciousness reinforces those threads, giving them greater prominence in the Devachanic structure. By cultivating feelings of love, gratitude, and compassion, the weaver colors the tapestry with hues of inner peace and joy. Conversely, by consciously releasing attachments to negative memories or emotions, the weaver allows those threads to fade or transform, preventing them from dominating the Devachanic landscape. This active participation, though often unconscious, is crucial in shaping the quality and duration of the Devachanic state and in preparing the consciousness for its ultimate spiritual destiny. The result of this intricate process is the creation of the individual's Devachanic environment, the inner world they inhabit during this period of rest and spiritual evolution. This environment is a direct reflection of the reweaving process. A consciousness that has successfully woven together many threads of love, service, and spiritual understanding will create a Devachanic realm characterized by profound peace, joy, and wisdom. It may be a garden of light, a hall of music, or a space filled with the presence of loved ones and spiritual guides, all resonating with high vibrational frequencies. Such a Devachanic state is often associated with the longer, more fulfilling phase of the journey, leading towards eventual liberation and return to the spiritual realms. Conversely, a consciousness that has not fully engaged in the reweaving process, perhaps remaining stuck in old patterns of attachment or negativity, may find its Devachanic experience more limited or troubled. The Devachanic realm might be characterized by lingering echoes of past conflicts, unfulfilled desires, or a sense of restlessness. While still a place of relative peace compared to the lower astral realms, it may lack the depth of spiritual fulfillment and understanding available to those who have actively participated in their reweaving. The quality of the Devachanic tapestry directly impacts the quality of the Devachanic experience. Understanding the process of reweaving is crucial for comprehending the purpose of devotion. It is not merely a reward or a form of purgatory, it is a vital stage of spiritual development. Through the act of selecting, integrating, and transforming past experiences, the consciousness gains deeper self-understanding, resolves karmic patterns on an energetic level, and refines its spiritual nature. The Devachanic realm, therefore, can be seen as an inner university, where the soul studies the lessons of its past life, internalizes spiritual truths, and prepares itself for the next step on the evolutionary path. The weaver, through the act of reweaving, is not just creating an inner landscape, it is actively participating in its own spiritual evolution. In essence, the vibrational loom of devotion stands as a powerful symbol of the soul's creative power and its ongoing journey of refinement. It represents the transition from the relative chaos of the physical world and the complexities of the mental realm to a state of conscious, harmonious inner creation. The individual consciousness, acting as the weaver, uses the threads of its remembered experiences, guided by the high vibrations of the Devachanic Plane and its connection to universal wisdom, to craft a unique and meaningful inner reality. This Devachanic tapestry, woven with love, light, and learning, serves as both a sanctuary of peace and a crucible of spiritual growth, preparing the way for the consciousness's ultimate return to the light and its continued participation in the great cosmic dance of life and evolution. The art of reweaving is, therefore, a fundamental aspect of the soul's journey between lives, a testament to its enduring creativity and spiritual striving. Chapter 12. The journey through the Devachanic realms, far from being a passive state of blissful reverie, reveals itself to be an active engagement with profound cosmic forces, primarily manifest through the principle of vibration. It is within the very fabric of devotion itself, the ethereal tapestry woven from the subtle energies of thought, emotion, and spiritual insight, that the intricate process of reweaving takes on its most profound significance. This is not merely a matter of passive reception of pleasant impressions, it is an art form, a cosmic craftistry where the individual consciousness, now liberated from the dense physical form, becomes an apprentice, then perhaps a master, in the school of vibrational expression. The fundamental medium of all existence within devotion, and indeed throughout the broader spectrum of the subtle bodies, is vibration. It is the universal language, the fundamental frequency that underlies all form and sensation. Think of it not merely as sound in its most refined state, but as a complex interplay of rhythmic energy patterns that define the very nature of consciousness itself. These vibrations are not random, they are precise, meaningful codes carrying the signature of the thoughts, feelings, and states of being from which they originate. A vibration born of deep, unconditional love resonates with a frequency of harmony, unity, and gentle warmth. Conversely, a vibration stemming from intense attachment or resentment carries a heavier, more discordant, and often painful resonance, characterized by tension and a sense of separation. The liberated consciousness, the Devachanic, finds itself immersed in this sea of vibrations. Initially, there may be a tendency to float upon the surface, like a leaf upon water, passively absorbing the dominant harmonies or discordances of the collective consciousness of devotion. However, the true evolution within this realm involves a deeper engagement. It involves recognizing oneself not just as a recipient, but as an inherent part of the vibrational field itself. The process of reweaving is fundamentally about learning to consciously interact with, shape, and contribute to this vibrational environment. This is where the metaphor of the loom becomes particularly potent. Devotion can be envisioned as an immense, infinitely complex loom, spanning vast dimensions of subtle space. The threads of this loom are not mere strands of fiber, They are streams of refined thought forms, emotional patterns, and nascent ideas, carrying the echoes of past lives and the aspirations of the present. These threads resonate at specific frequencies, weaving together to create the tapestries of experience that constitute the individual Devachanic consciousness and its interaction with the collective field. The individual Devachanic, through their own vibrational signature, becomes a weaver. Their state of mind, their predominant emotional tone, and their level of spiritual understanding all determine the type of thread they contribute and the patterns they help to create. In the beginning, the weaving might be largely automatic, reflecting the strong imprints left by the personality in its physical life. A life dominated by fear might find itself initially immersed in the darker, denser patterns of Devachanic consciousness, weaving threads of anxiety and apprehension into the collective tapestry. A life filled with compassion might naturally contribute threads of light, warmth, and healing. However, the potential for conscious participation is inherent. As the Devachanic becomes more self-aware, they begin to understand the power of their own vibrations. They learn that their thoughts and feelings are not just internal states but are active forces that interact with the surrounding field. They can consciously choose to focus their awareness, to cultivate states of inner peace, love, and understanding. By doing so, they are literally weaving new threads of harmony, compassion, and wisdom, into the fabric of their own experience and the collective Devachanic field. This conscious weaving is a form of inner alchemy. It involves transmuting the lower, denser vibrations associated with personality remnants, attachments, aversions, egoic striving, into higher, more refined frequencies of spiritual awareness. This is not an easy process. It requires dedication, practice, and a deep understanding of the nature of consciousness and vibration. It involves deliberately directing one's thoughts and emotions, like a weaver guiding their hands and needles across the loom. It means recognizing every thought and feeling as an opportunity to contribute to a more beautiful, more harmonious pattern. The reweaving process is thus twofold. On one level, it is the individual consciousness actively shaping its own Devachanic experience, moving beyond the potential for mere drifting into states of conscious creation and contribution. On another, more profound level, it is the individual, through their refined vibrations, contributing to the evolution of the collective Devachanic field itself. By weaving threads of light, truth, and love, the Devachanic becomes a beacon, influencing the surrounding consciousness and helping to elevate the overall vibrational tone of the realm. This act of conscious weaving is intrinsically linked to the process of learning and growth, even in the post-mortem state. The Devachanic realms are not static heavens but dynamic environments where spiritual understanding deepens. The patterns being woven are not just passive experiences. They are forms of learning, of integrating the lessons of past lives. The act of consciously contributing positive vibrations, of weaving harmonious patterns, is a way of embodying the spiritual principles one aspires to understand. It is a form of service, not necessarily directed outwards towards the physical world in a conventional sense, but inwardly towards the refinement of consciousness and outwardly towards the positive shaping of the subtle realms. Furthermore, this conscious weaving aligns the individual Devachanic more closely with the underlying vibrational principles of the universe, the cosmic laws that govern the flow of energy and the interconnection of all things. It is a way of participating in the great cosmic symphony, not just listening to it, but contributing one's own unique, harmonious note. The more refined and conscious the weaving becomes, the more the individual consciousness aligns with the higher, more spiritual aspects of the Devachanic plane and the broader cosmic structure. There is also a profound aspect of interweaving within this process. While individual consciousnesses exist as distinct threads, they are also part of the larger tapestry. The vibrations of one Devachanic can subtly influence the state of another. By weaving threads of peace, compassion, and understanding, an individual not only enriches their own experience but also contributes to the well-being of the collective. Conversely, vibrations of discord, attachment, or negativity can create ripples that affect the surrounding field. The conscious choice to weave harmoniously becomes an act of positive social interaction within the subtle realms, fostering a more supportive and evolutionary environment for all. The tools for this conscious weaving are primarily the refined states of consciousness itself. Deep meditation, the cultivation of loving-kindness, metta, the practice of self-inquiry to understand the nature of thought and emotion, and the dedicated study of spiritual principles all empower the Devachanic to become more effective weavers. By mastering the vibration of their own inner state, they gain the ability to consciously shape the subtle energies at their disposal. In essence, the Devachanic Plane, viewed through the lens of conscious participation, is a vast workshop of vibration. The liberated consciousness is invited, and indeed encouraged, to become an active participant in the cosmic weaving. It is a journey from passive reception to conscious creation, from merely existing in a state of pleasant sensation to actively contributing to the refinement and beauty of the subtle realms through the deliberate shaping of one's own vibrational signature. This process of reweaving is not merely a pastime or a passive consequence of past actions. It is a fundamental aspect of spiritual evolution, a way of serving the self and the universe by consciously contributing to the great vibrational tapestry of existence. The loom awaits, and the threads of potential are infinite, waiting to be woven into the masterpiece of a liberated consciousness. The choice of pattern, the quality of thread, and the skill of the weaver are, ultimately, within one's own hands, even across the subtle distances of the Devachanic world. Chapter 13. The journey through the inner landscapes of Devachan continues, not as a simple progression from one level to the next, but more like exploring the vast spectrum of a single, incredibly complex color. Early stages might be perceived as intensely blissful, a pure overflow of post-mortem peace, yet as the consciousness deepens its immersion, it encounters a richer tapestry woven from subtle vibrations. These vibrations are not merely background sounds but form the very substance of the environment, the architecture of Devachan itself. Understanding these vibrational scales is key to comprehending the precise nature of the experiences and the inhabitant's state of being. Early Devachanic states, often described as periods of profound peace and unconditional love, correspond to certain fundamental, relatively stable vibrational frequencies. These are the low notes of the Devachanic scale, resonant with the fundamental truths of existence, the universal life force, the love that underpins all manifestation, and the peace that results from the dissolution of lower plane conflict and separation. The consciousness here is often deeply receptive, like a calm pool reflecting the soft light of the heavens. The environment feels warm, supportive, and deeply nurturing, a vibration of pure potential and restorative energy. It is the foundational resonance upon which the higher, more complex harmonies of Devachan are built. Moving deeper, the vibrational landscape becomes more nuanced, more intricate. This corresponds to the middle registers of the scale, where the consciousness begins to process more complex aspects of its past life. These vibrations are richer, carrying the echoes of specific emotional experiences, intellectual pursuits, creative expressions, and spiritual insights. It is not just a passive reception of bliss, but an active engagement with the finer nuances of the soul's expression. The environment might shift subtly, reflecting the dominant themes of a life well lived or areas needing integration. one might encounter vibrations of deep regret, transformed into understanding, frequencies of intense ambition, refined into a quiet drive towards purpose, or resonances of creative passion, crystallizing into beautiful forms or ideas within the inner landscape. These middle vibrations are the crucible where the raw material of a life is processed into meaningful experience, allowing for a deeper self-knowledge and the resolution of complex karmic patterns. As the consciousness continues its journey, it approaches the higher, more complex frequencies of Devachan, the upper harmonics. These vibrations are incredibly subtle and refined, often described as having a crystalline or luminous quality. They correspond to the state of nirvanic devachan, a level of realization where the individual consciousness has largely transcended the need for personal experience and has become more aligned with the universal consciousness. The vibrational patterns here are incredibly complex, interwoven and harmonious, reflecting a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. Time and space may become fluid concepts, and the focus shifts from personal experience to the observation and participation in the grander patterns of the cosmos. The environment is one of profound stillness and clarity, a vibration of pure awareness, where the individual self has largely dissolved back into the ocean of universal life. But Devachan, like any vibrational plane, is not solely composed of these harmonious frequencies. Interspersed throughout, like subtle undertones or occasional dissonances in an otherwise beautiful symphony, are residual vibrations from the lower planes. These are echoes of fear, attachment, anger, and other lower emotions that were not fully resolved before death. They may appear as fleeting moments of unease, confusing sensations, or persistent attachments to specific people or things from the earth life. These discordant vibrations are not typically overwhelming, as the overall tone of Devachan is one of peace. However, they can act as subtle obstacles, potentially slowing the progress of the consciousness or creating attachments that hinder its ultimate liberation. Recognizing these lower vibrations for what they are, transient echoes from a past life, is crucial for the smooth evolution of the Devachanic state. They represent the karmic baggage that needs to be understood and released, allowing the higher, more refined vibrations of peace and universal love to predominate fully. The architecture of Devachan is thus not merely a physical structure, but a complex tapestry woven from an infinite variety of these vibrational threads. Each individual consciousness contributes its unique pattern of experiences and unresolved issues, creating a personalized yet universal environment. Yet, underpinning all these individual patterns is the fundamental vibration of Devachan itself, the resonance of universal life, love, and peace. The higher states of Devachan are those where the consciousness most fully attunes to and resonates with this fundamental vibration, becoming a clear channel for the universal life force. The evolution through these vibrational scales is not necessarily linear for every consciousness. Some may linger longer in the blissful early states, finding it sufficient for their immediate needs. Others may quickly move into the processing of middle vibrations, intensely working through past life issues. Still, others may strive towards the higher harmonics, seeking the deeper understanding and unity with the universal consciousness that nirvanic Devachan offers. The journey through the vibrational landscape of Devachan is thus a deeply personal yet fundamentally universal process, reflecting the soul's path towards greater awareness, integration, and ultimately, liberation from the cycle of rebirth. It is a journey through sound and vibration, from the fundamental tones of peace to the complex harmonies of universal understanding, guided by the innate wisdom of the evolving consciousness itself. Understanding these scales provides a map, not just of the experiences, but of the very fabric of this beautiful inner world, allowing the traveler to navigate with greater awareness and purpose. Chapter 14. The journey through the lower Devachanic planes, those realms of profound peace often experienced as blissful afterlives, serves as a crucial foundation. Yet, for the evolving soul, this state, while deeply restorative, is not the ultimate destination. It acts as a vital bridge, a necessary period of integration and refinement before the soul truly begins to embody its higher potential. The transition towards the higher, more radiant strata of the Devachanic plane is less a sudden leap and more a gradual unfolding, a process marked by an intensification of light, a deepening of understanding, and a subtle shift in the very nature of consciousness. This ascent is not merely geographical within the Devachanic dimensions, but represents a fundamental shift in vibrational frequency and spiritual attainment. It signifies that the soul has moved beyond the primary processing of life's emotional residues, particularly the attachments and identifications that characterized its physical existence. The lower realms, while beautiful, often still possess a quality of passive reception, a state of profound peace sometimes tinged with a faint echo of past desires or attachments, albeit in a purified form. The higher Devachanic realms, by contrast, are characterized by a more active, conscious state of being, bathed in a clarity and purity that transcends the simple negation of lower emotional states. The inhabitants of these higher realms are, therefore, fundamentally different in nature from those dwelling in the lower planes. While all Devachanic beings are, in a sense, ascended, compared to their physical life, the higher inhabitants represent a more advanced stage of spiritual evolution. They are not merely peaceful echoes of past lives. They are beings who have actively engaged in the process of spiritual understanding and integration, often to a greater degree. Their state of being is one of greater self-awareness, deeper wisdom, and a more profound connection to the underlying unity and intelligence of the universe. One of the most significant characteristics of the higher Devachanic realms is the pervasive presence of what might be termed the clear light of consciousness. This is not merely a visual phenomenon, though it certainly involves intense, often indescribable light. It refers to a state of awareness that is utterly unobstructed, transparent, and utterly free from the veils of personal illusion, ego, and the limitations imposed by physical sensory perception. In these realms, the mind, traditionally the source of so much conceptual noise and emotional disturbance, becomes still, like a perfectly calm lake reflecting the vast, unblemished sky. This clear light is the native medium of the higher Devachanic inhabitants. They exist within this state of pure, radiant awareness, their consciousness flowing seamlessly and joyfully within the universal field of intelligence. They are less focused on personal history or future plans in the way a physical being might be, and more aligned with the eternal flow of spiritual understanding and the exploration of the deeper mysteries of existence. Their lives, if one could call them such in the conventional sense, are dedicated to contemplation, service on a more refined and intelligent level, and the direct experience of unity. The nature of their service or contribution is profoundly different from that in the lower planes. While lower Devachanics might experience peace by helping to soothe the emotional distress of others, often those still transitioning or in lower astral planes, the service of the higher inhabitants operates on a more subtle, intelligent, and creative level. They might be involved in the fine-tuning of the universal consciousness, participating in the creative processes of the spiritual realms, acting as guides or inspirations for evolving souls on their own paths, or contributing to the maintenance and expansion of the higher spiritual structures that underpin the planetary consciousness. Their state of being is often described as one of profound inner joy, not derived from external circumstances or sensory pleasures, which are non-existent in the Devachanic state, but from a deep, intrinsic connection to the source of all being. This joy is pure and unconditional, stemming from the realization of one's true nature and place within the infinite tapestry of existence. They are, in essence, embodying the higher principles of love, wisdom, and service in a state of perfected consciousness. The evolution of a soul towards these higher realms is a testament to its commitment to spiritual growth. It requires not just the resolution of personal issues, but a genuine aspiration towards greater understanding and a willingness to surrender the limitations of the personal ego. In the higher Devachanic planes, the ego, the sense of separate self, has largely dissolved, revealing the underlying unity of consciousness. The beings there are, in a sense, manifestations of this unified consciousness, expressing its inherent qualities of love, light, and intelligence. Their environment is one of unparalleled beauty and purity, reflecting their own state of being. It is filled with radiant light of every conceivable color and vibration, harmonious sounds that resonate directly with the soul's deepest frequencies, and a palpable atmosphere of unconditional love and peace. These realms are not static, however. They are dynamic fields of spiritual energy, constantly evolving and expanding, reflecting the ongoing creative process of the universe itself. For the soul navigating this transition and eventually dwelling in these higher realms, the experience is one of profound integration and expansion. It is an opportunity to fully embody the spiritual principles learned in physical life and beyond, to contribute meaningfully to the spiritual evolution of the planetary consciousness, and to experience the ultimate freedom and joy that comes from realizing one's true, divine nature. These higher Devachanic realms represent a state of being that is both deeply peaceful and dynamically active, a perfect expression of the soul's potential when fully aligned with the light and love of the universe. As the soul continues its journey, these realms offer a foundation for further exploration, not just within the spiritual dimensions, but potentially as a source of inspiration and guidance for its eventual return to physical life, or for its continued evolution in even higher spiritual states beyond the Devachanic plane altogether. They are a vital link in the chain of spiritual development, a place of rest, refinement, and the blossoming of higher consciousness. The beings inhabiting them are living testaments to the possibility of spiritual attainment, embodying the light and love that await those who dedicate themselves to the path of awakening. Chapter 15. The journey through the Devachanic realms, far from being a passive state of blissful repose, reveals itself to be a dynamic and intricate process of profound reconstruction. It is a journey not merely of receiving light and love, but of actively participating in the reweaving of the very fabric of being. This intricate process unfolds primarily on the mental plane, utilizing the subtle energies and focused awareness cultivated during life. It is here, within the Devachanic mental regions, that the true work of reweaving takes place, guided by the evolving consciousness of the individual. As the entity transitions from the lower mental plane into the higher, more refined regions of the Devachanic mental plane, a fundamental shift occurs in its relationship with its own thoughts, feelings, and memories. The chaotic, often conflict-ridden mental activity of the lower mental plane, which was often a source of suffering during physical life, begins to sublimate and transform. The intense emotional attachments that colored these thoughts and memories start to dissolve under the purifying influence of the Devachanic environment. This initial phase can be likened to a gentle cleansing, where the densest emotional residues are washed away, revealing the underlying patterns of thought and belief. It is a time of relative passivity, yet it is crucial. The entity must allow this natural purification process to occur without undue resistance or grasping. The lower mental plane, still influenced by the karmic echoes of physical life, can sometimes generate subtle forms of mental pain or restlessness as old patterns are loosened. However, The inherent nature of the Devachanic state is one of peace, and this initial adjustment period is typically brief and serves to prepare the consciousness for the more active phase of reconstruction. This preparatory stage sets the stage for the conscious engagement of the will, which becomes the primary instrument in the reweaving process. The purified mental state, now clear and luminous, provides the perfect canvas upon which the entity can consciously apply its will. This will is not the forceful, often destructive will of the lower mental plane. Rather, it is a refined, focused, and loving intention, aligned with the entity's higher self and spiritual aspirations. The reweaving itself is often described metaphorically as akin to weaving a tapestry or crafting a sculpture. The entity, using its focused awareness as the weaver's hand and its refined will as the guiding force, begins to select, refine, and integrate the threads of its past experiences. These threads are the memories, the skills, the knowledge, the emotional patterns, both positive and negative, accumulated during physical life. However, the crucial difference in the Devachanic process is the intention behind the selection and integration. In physical life, the weaving of our mental and emotional patterns is often driven by instinct, desire, fear, and societal conditioning. We react to external stimuli, and our thoughts and feelings are frequently fragmented and contradictory. In the Devachanic state, the entity possesses a greater perspective. It can observe the patterns of its past life with detachment and understanding. The refined will act as a discerning editor, choosing which threads to keep, which to modify, and which to let fade away. Consider the memory of a past relationship. In physical life, this memory might be tangled with intense emotions: love, anger, grief, regret. The mental patterns associated with it could be complex and painful. In the Devachanic reweaving process, the entity, guided by its higher will, might consciously decide to retain the positive aspects, the affection, the shared experiences, the lessons learned, but release the negative emotional attachments and the distorted perceptions that colored the memory. It becomes an act of conscious purification, transforming a potential source of future suffering into a foundation for growth and understanding. This process is not merely about selecting pleasant memories and discarding unpleasant ones. It is a deeper work of integration and synthesis. The entity learns to see the interconnectedness of all its experiences. A failure is not merely a negative event to be erased, but an experience that provided valuable lessons, contributing to its overall evolution. A moment of joy is not just a fleeting emotion to be cherished, but an expression of its inherent nature, to be recognized and integrated into its current state of being. The Devachanic Plane, therefore, is not a static paradise but a dynamic workshop for the soul. It is a place where the consciousness actively engages in the process of self-creation, guided by the light of its own higher nature and the gentle influence of the plane itself. The mental plane here becomes the primary arena of activity, not as a of conflicting thoughts, but as a field of conscious creation, where the entity learns to use its will and awareness to shape its future. The inhabitants of this plane are not merely passive recipients of bliss. They are evolving consciousnesses, engaged in the profound work of reweaving their own being. They are learning to become the weavers of their own destiny, using the subtle tools of focused thought, refined emotion, and directed will. This process is essential for the entity's continued evolution. By consciously integrating its past and refining its patterns, it prepares itself for the eventual return to physical life, or for further stages of spiritual development in other planes of existence. The light and love mentioned in connection with the Devachanic plane are not external entities or deities, but are symbolic representations of the refined states of consciousness itself. The light represents the clarity of understanding, the purity of thought, and the awakened awareness that characterizes the higher mental plane. The love represents the unconditional, selfless compassion that arises from the dissolution of selfish desires and attachments. These qualities become the very substance of the entity's being in the Devachanic state, and they fuel the reweaving process. The entity, in this state, becomes increasingly aware of the interconnectedness of all life. The boundaries between self and other begin to dissolve, leading to a profound sense of unity and compassion. It may begin to perceive the lives and experiences of others, offering assistance and guidance from its place of peace and understanding. This sense of unity and interconnectedness is a natural consequence of the reweaving process, as the entity sheds the egocentricity of physical life and embraces its true nature as a part of the universal consciousness. The process of reweaving is ongoing, continuing throughout the duration of the Devachanic state. It is a gradual refinement, a constant process of integration and growth. The entity may find itself revisiting different aspects of its past life, applying its will and awareness to different patterns and memories, always moving towards a greater state of wholeness and understanding. As the Devachanic state draws to a close, the entity carries with it the fruits of this profound work. The mental patterns it has refined, the lessons it has integrated, and the state of consciousness it has achieved become the foundation upon which its next stage of evolution is built. The reweaving process is not merely a preparation for the next life, it is a crucial step in the soul's ongoing journey of self-realization and universal unity. The Devachanic plane, therefore, is not merely a place of rest and reward. It is a vital stage in the soul's evolution, a dynamic and transformative process of self-creation. It is a place where the consciousness learns to become the master of its own destiny, using the tools of will and awareness to weave a new and more refined tapestry of being. This is the true meaning of reweaving, the conscious creation of a new self, prepared for the continued journey of spiritual evolution. Chapter 16. The journey through the Devachanic plane, often experienced as a state of profound peace and bliss following physical death, is far more than a mere transition or a passive state of rest. It is a dynamic, transformative process, a vibrant field of consciousness where the very essence of the soul engages in a form of profound alchemy. This is not the chemical transmutation of matter, but a deep, energetic reshaping of the subtle bodies and the innermost aspects of the self, guided by the universal laws of vibration and the soul's own intentions. In this realm, the dense physical form has dissolved, leaving behind its grosser components. However, the subtle vehicles of the human constitution, the mental, emotional, and astral bodies, continue to exist, albeit in a state of intense refinement and purification. It is within this refined matrix of consciousness that the alchemical work truly begins. The energies that flowed through the physical body during life, now channeled through the subtle bodies, become the raw materials for this transformation. These energies are not merely residual, they are imbued with the life experiences, the thoughts, the feelings, the intentions, and the overall vibration of the individual. The primary agent of this alchemy is the soul itself, now operating with greater clarity and detachment from the personality it left behind. The personality, with its attachments, biases, and karmic residues, often begins to disintegrate or at least becomes significantly less dominant. This allows the higher, more authentic aspects of the soul's nature to emerge and take charge. The soul, remembering its true essence and its connection to the divine, begins to work consciously with the vibrational energies circulating within its subtle vehicles. One of the most crucial aspects of this Devachanic alchemy is the purification and crystallization of the emotional body, often associated with the astral or etheric template. During life, the emotional body can become heavily scarred, cluttered, and distorted by negative experiences, fear, grief, anger, resentment, attachment, jealousy. These emotional imprints create blockages and lower the overall vibration of the subtle vehicle. In Devachan, the process of healing and transmuting these emotions is accelerated. This does not happen automatically or passively. It requires the soul's focused attention and the application of higher vibrational principles. Imagine the emotional body as a complex tapestry woven from the threads of experience. Negative emotions have created tangled, frayed, or dark threads. The alchemy of Devachan involves gently but firmly untangling these threads, transmuting the lower vibrations into higher, more refined feelings like compassion, love, gratitude, peace, and joy. This is often described metaphorically as burning away the dross of past sorrows and attachments, allowing only the pure, golden essence of the soul's emotional nature to remain. This process is deeply connected to the refinement of the mental body. The mental body, responsible for thought, belief, and perspective, also carries residues from life. It may be cluttered with limiting beliefs, repetitive negative thought patterns, and intellectual attachments. In Devachan, the mental body is similarly purified. Lower thoughts, those born of fear, doubt, and separation, are recognized and released. The mind becomes clearer, more focused, and more aligned with the soul's wisdom. It begins to operate less from the conditioned personality and more from the direct awareness of the soul. This mental refinement allows for a deeper understanding of life's lessons and facilitates the integration of spiritual insights received during the purification process. The alchemy extends to the very core of the subtle vehicles, the vital body or etheric template. This is the energetic matrix that underlies the physical body and is closely connected to the life force, prana or chi. During life, this template can become depleted, distorted, or imprinted with negative energy patterns stemming from illness, environmental stress, or trauma. In Devachan, the life force energies are drawn upon to rejuvenate and refine this template. It is cleansed and energized, restoring its vitality and harmonizing its vibrations. This revitalized etheric body acts as a more refined vehicle for the soul's consciousness, preparing it for potential future incarnations or simply for its continued evolution within the spiritual realms. This entire process is guided by the principle of resonance and attunement. The soul, with its inherent high vibration, acts as a tuning fork, bringing the subtle bodies into greater harmony. It draws upon the universal life force, the inflowing spiritual energies from the divine, and the collective spiritual consciousness to facilitate this transformation. The subtle bodies naturally seek a state of balance and resonance, and the application of higher vibrational energies helps them achieve this state. Blockages that existed during life, whether emotional, mental, or energetic, begin to dissolve as the vibrations are raised. Furthermore, this alchemy is not solely an internal process. It also has a profound external expression within the Devachanic plane itself. The subtle bodies, as they are refined and elevated in vibration, begin to interact with the vibrational environment of Devachan in new ways. The soul may find itself resonating more deeply with the higher realms of the plane, those closest to the source, experiencing the most intense states of peace, joy, and unity. The very essence of the individual's refined subtle form contributes to the vibrational signature of their Devachanic home or sphere. It becomes a reflection of the successful alchemical work that has been undertaken. Intention plays a significant role in this alchemy. While much of the process occurs automatically under the guidance of the soul, the individual's conscious intentions, held during life and sometimes becoming clearer in Devachan, can influence the speed and direction of the refinement. intense focused on love, service, understanding, and spiritual growth can accelerate the transmutation of lower energies and help the soul more readily embrace its higher nature. Even in Devachan, the principle of like attracts like applies. The vibration the soul maintains through its refined subtle vehicles attracts corresponding experiences and states of being within the plane. This period of alchemical refinement is not typically perceived by the consciousness within Devachan as a struggle or a difficult task. It often feels like a natural, effortless unfolding, a gentle yet profound transformation guided by the soul's innate wisdom. It is the soul's way of integrating the lessons of life, healing the self, and preparing for the next stage of its evolutionary journey. The lower self diminishes, and the higher self, closer to the divine nature, begins to shine through, bringing with it a clarity, a peace, and a love that were perhaps only glimpsed during the challenging journey of physical life. This alchemy of the subtle bodies in Devachan is the soul's sacred laboratory, where the energies of experience are transformed into the gold of spiritual understanding and unity. It is a testament to the soul's resilience, its capacity for healing, and its unwavering drive towards greater light and awareness. Through this process, the individual consciousness is not merely resting, it is actively weaving a new, more refined tapestry of being, ready to return to the world or continue its journey in the spiritual realms with a lighter, more illuminated heart and mind. The vibrations change, the frequencies elevate, and the essence of the being is reborn from the fire of inner transformation. This is the profound alchemy of Devachan, the sacred art of reweaving the soul's subtle form into a vessel worthy of its divine heritage. Chapter 17. The journey through the Devachanic Plane, often perceived as a serene and blissful state, reveals a deeper layer of understanding when viewed through the lens of vibrational dynamics. It is not merely a realm of passive enjoyment, but a dynamic field of energy frequencies, resonances, and spiritual attunement. To truly comprehend Devachan is to explore the intricate tapestry of its vibrational signature and learn how to harmonize one's own energy with its inherent frequencies. This chapter delves into the nature of these vibrations, the importance of attunement, and the practical steps one can take to align more deeply with the path of harmonization within this beautiful dimension. At its core, Devachan operates on a distinct and elevated vibrational frequency spectrum compared to the dense physical and even the subtle astral realms. Think of it not as a single, unchanging pitch, but as a complex, multi-layered symphony of light and love. The foundational note is one of profound peace, unconditional love, and spiritual unity. This is the dominant resonance that permeates the entire plane, creating the backdrop against which the individual experiences unfold. It is a frequency so pure and harmonious that it feels inherently right, resonating deeply within the soul's most ancient memory. However, this foundational tone is enriched and textured by a myriad of other vibrations. These include the echoes of past lives resolved, the refined emotions of joy, gratitude, and compassion that have been cultivated, and the subtle vibrations of universal truths and spiritual insights received during the lifetime and now integrated. Each individual Devachanic state is a unique blend, a specific harmonic configuration arising from their unique path and spiritual development. Some may resonate more strongly with the vibration of universal creativity, others with the frequency of deep understanding, while still others might be immersed in the joyful vibrations of soul reunion. Understanding these vibrations requires a shift in perception from the purely intellectual to the deeply intuitive and sensory. It is less about hearing specific sounds, though auditory imagery can sometimes occur, and more about feeling the resonance within one's own energy field. Imagine your own aura, your energy body, as a sensitive antenna. When you are in harmony with the vibrations of Devachan, this antenna resonates brightly, absorbing the loving frequencies and reflecting them back with increased intensity. It feels like a gentle hum of alignment, a sense of effortless flow, and a deep inner knowing. Attunement, therefore, is the process of consciously aligning one's own vibrational frequency with that of the Devachanic plane. This is not an instantaneous event but a continuous practice, both during the Devachanic state itself and in the waking life that precedes and follows it. The goal is not to force oneself into a certain vibration, but rather to become more aware of one's current energetic state and gently guide it towards resonance with higher, more harmonious frequencies. Why is this attunement so crucial? From a New Age perspective, Devachan serves as a crucial energetic recharging station for the soul between incarnations. The vibrations of peace, love, and unity within Devachan help to clear residual karma, heal deep-seated emotional wounds, and replenish the soul's spiritual resources. When one is attuned to these frequencies, the recharging process is more efficient and profound. The soul can more readily absorb the nourishing energies, integrating them more deeply and preparing itself for the challenges and joys of the next incarnation with a greater sense of clarity and lightness. Furthermore, attunement enhances the quality of the Devachanic experience itself. While the basic state is one of bliss, the degree of clarity, understanding, and connection experienced can vary. When one is vibrating in harmony with the plane's dominant frequencies, the experience can become even more vivid, the insights more profound, and the sense of connection to the universal soul even stronger. It allows for a deeper exploration of the nature of consciousness, the interconnectedness of all souls, and the eternal patterns of spiritual evolution. Practicing attunement involves several key components, woven together into a holistic approach. The first is mindful awareness of one's own energy. This begins in the waking state, where simple practices like meditation, energy work, such as feeling the flow of prana or life force energy, and cultivating positive emotions, gratitude, love, compassion, can help raise one's baseline vibration. Techniques like visualization, where one imagines themselves surrounded by or merging with white light, unconditional love, or the essence of universal peace, can also be powerful tools for raising frequency. Secondly, cultivating a deeper understanding and resonance with the core Devachanic vibrations is essential. This can be done through meditation focused specifically on the feeling of unconditional love, the sensation of profound peace, or the awareness of oneness. Reading and reflecting on teachings about the nature of higher dimensions and the soul's journey can also help attune the mind and heart to these frequencies. Some may find that listening to specific types of music, nature sounds, or even binaural beats designed to promote relaxation and higher states of consciousness can aid in this process. Thirdly, engaging with the energies of Devachan directly, during periods of meditation or subtle awareness, can foster attunement. This requires a gentle approach, avoiding forcefulness or striving. Instead, one should approach Devachanic states with openness, curiosity, and a willingness to simply be in the vibration. Observe the feelings, the colors, the sounds, or lack thereof, and the overall sense of peace without judgment. Allow the vibrations to wash over and through the energy field, like sunlight warming the earth. By spending time immersed in these frequencies, one naturally begins to resonate more closely with them. Integrating these practices into daily life is vital. The aim is not to live in a constant state of Devachanic bliss, which is neither possible nor necessary, but to carry the principle of harmony and attunement into one's everyday interactions and challenges. This means consciously choosing to respond from a place of love and understanding rather than reactivity, extending compassion to oneself and others, and seeking solutions through creative and peaceful means. It means remembering, even amidst difficulties, the fundamental truth of one's own inner divinity and the underlying unity of all existence, core tenets of the Devachanic vibration. The path of harmonization is, in essence, the path of spiritual evolution. Each step taken towards greater attunement to the vibrations of Devachan strengthens the soul's connection to its source, deepens its understanding of itself and the universe, and prepares it for the next phase of its journey. It is a path of refinement, where the lower, denser vibrations of fear, separation, and duality are gently transmuted into the higher, lighter vibrations of love, unity, and understanding. As one becomes more attuned, the experience of Devachan may evolve. It can become less about passive reception and more about active participation in the symphony of soul consciousness. Insights may flow more readily, connections to guides or other souls in Devachan may become clearer, and the understanding of one's life purpose and karmic patterns may deepen significantly. The vibrations themselves become clearer, more distinct, and more powerful in their ability to nourish and transform the soul. In conclusion, the vibrational signature of Devachan is a beautiful tapestry of love, peace, and unity, underpinned by a complex harmony of refined frequencies reflecting the soul's journey. Attunement to these vibrations is not merely an optional enhancement of the Devachanic state, but a fundamental aspect of the soul's recharging and evolutionary process. By cultivating mindful awareness, consciously raising one's own vibration, and practicing gentle immersion in the Devachanic frequencies, one can harmonize more deeply with this realm of light and love. This path of harmonization is a powerful catalyst for spiritual growth, leading the soul towards greater understanding, unity, and fulfillment on its eternal journey. It is an invitation to dance within the symphony of consciousness, attuning the self to the beautiful frequencies that resonate with the heart of the universe. Chapter 18: The Vibrational Signature of Devachan, Tone and Rhythm. The journey through the Devachanic Plane, even with a heightened awareness cultivated through dedicated practice, reveals layers of understanding that transcend the purely visual or conceptual. While the landscapes, the inhabitants, and the general emotional atmosphere provide a significant portion of the experience, a deeper dimension emerges when one begins to attune to the underlying vibrational signature of the realm. This is not merely about hearing sounds in the conventional sense, but about perceiving the fundamental tone and rhythm that underpins the very fabric of Devachan, the subtle music of its existence. For the adept, the initial perception might be a sense of profound stillness, a deep silence that is not empty, but resonant. This is the baseline frequency of Devachan, one of profound peace, unconditional love, and spiritual rest. It is the vibration of pure being, unencumbered by the distortions of the lower worlds. However, this is not a monotonous drone. Like any complex reality, Devachan possesses a rich tapestry of tones and rhythms, each contributing to the overall symphony of the plane. As one's sensitivity refines, this baseline piece begins to reveal itself as a complex harmonic structure. It's as if the fundamental note of rest and love is layered with countless other subtle frequencies, like the overtones produced by a perfectly struck bell. These overtones might represent the collective resonance of the inhabitants, the accumulated vibrations of joy, contentment, and spiritual realization. They might also echo the inherent qualities of the plane itself, its boundless light, its infinite space, its nature as a realm of pure spirit. Perceiving these tones requires a level of inner quietude that often comes naturally to those residing in Devachan, but it also demands conscious effort from the visitor or explorer. It involves moving beyond simply seeing the beauty and feeling the peace, to listening with the entire being. This is not an auditory process in the strictest sense, but a perception through the soul, through the higher emotional and mental centers. It is an attunement to the emotional and spiritual color of the environment, the subtle hum of life itself. One might begin to distinguish different vibrational zones within Devachan. Areas associated with specific types of spiritual work or past life experiences might resonate with particular tones. For instance, a grove where past masters once taught might vibrate with a frequency of wisdom and clarity, while a region reflecting a collective experience of profound grief might resonate with a deeper, more resonant note of sorrowful release, yet still underpinned by the fundamental peace. These areas are not static. Their vibrations can shift as the collective consciousness of the plane evolves and as individual entities move through different stages of their Devachanic journey. The rhythm of Devachan is equally fascinating. It is not the frantic, demanding rhythm of the physical world or the often chaotic rhythm of the astral plane. Instead, Devachan possesses a deep, slow, and flowing rhythm. It is the rhythm of effortless progression, of natural evolution towards greater unity and understanding. This rhythm might be perceived as a gentle, expansive pulse, a subtle undercurrent that guides the spiritual development of the inhabitants. It is the rhythm of integration, of the dissolving of the separate self into the universal whole. This underlying rhythm can be felt as a sense of timelessness, yet it is also a rhythm of unfolding. It is the rhythm of the soul resting and rejuvenating, preparing for its next cycle, but also subtly integrating the lessons of past lives and spiritual experiences. It is the cosmic heartbeat of the spirit realm, a slow, deep pulse that resonates with the fundamental truths of existence, the truths of interconnectedness, love, and the ultimate nature of being. Understanding the tone and rhythm of Devachan provides a crucial key to comprehending its nature more fully. It moves the perception from a landscape of beauty and peace to an experience of a living, resonant reality. It highlights that Devachan is not merely a passive place of rest, but an active, vibrational field shaped by the collective and individual spiritual frequencies of its inhabitants. This perception allows for a deeper connection, not just with Devachan, but through its vibrational essence. Recognizing these tones and rhythms can also be a practical tool for navigation and orientation within the plane. Certain vibrations might indicate areas of higher spiritual attainment, while others might suggest regions associated with specific emotional states or karmic echoes. It can guide the explorer towards experiences that are most beneficial for their current stage of development, or help them identify areas to be understood or transcended. Furthermore, attuning to the vibrational signature of Devachan reinforces the practitioner's own energetic state. By resonating with the peace, love, and wisdom of the plane, the individual's own vibration is elevated. It acts as a form of energetic tuning, aligning the consciousness more closely with the higher frequencies associated with spiritual realization. This is a two-way process. The individual's presence also contributes to the vibrational field, subtly influencing it with their own unique spiritual resonance. In essence, the exploration of Devachan's tone and rhythm reveals the plane as a dynamic, living expression of spiritual energy. It moves beyond the superficial beauty and peace to the underlying structure, the subtle music that is the true essence of this realm of rest and evolution. Understanding this vibrational language deepens the experience, providing a richer tapestry of understanding and connection for the one who dares to listen with their entire being to the soulful symphony of Devachan. It is a final layer of perception, revealing the plane not just as a place, but as a state of being, vibrating with the infinite possibilities of the spirit. Chapter 19. The journey through the Devachanic realms, far from being a mere passive state of blissful recall, unfolds as a profound and active participation in the very processes of consciousness. As the individual consciousness, now refined and liberated from the dense physical form, continues its graceful descent through the higher octaves of the Devachanic Plane. It begins to encounter the fundamental mechanisms of its own creation and the collective tapestry of being. This is not merely a realm of passive enjoyment of past experiences, but a dynamic space where the principles of creation, as understood on a subtle level, become vividly apparent. It is here, amidst the shimmering light and the echoes of soulful memories, that the true nature of the reweaving process begins to crystallize. The understanding that consciousness itself is a thread intricately woven into the larger design by conscious hands. The first step in comprehending this aspect is to recognize the Devachanic Plane not simply as a place of rest, but as a subtle energetic field, a vast and luminous workshop of the soul. It is a space where the vibrations of thought, emotion, and intention, shed from the physical and lower mental bodies during life, find their resonance. These vibrations do not dissipate, they coalesce, forming the environment and the experiences within the Devachanic state itself. The individual consciousness, now free from the constraints of the physical vehicle, becomes more acutely sensitive to these vibrational currents. It perceives the very air around it as a medium filled with the echoes of countless souls, each leaving their unique energetic signature upon the collective field. This perception is often initially experienced as an overwhelming tapestry of light and color, sounds of pure emotion, and waves of subtle energy. Memories from the physical life resurface, not as static recollections, but as living, vibrant impressions, imbued with their original emotional and vibrational intensity. However, the crucial difference from the physical state is the lack of the egoic anchor. Without the personal identity clinging to these memories, they can be experienced with a profound sense of detachment and understanding. The I that experienced the emotion is gone, leaving only the emotion itself, pure and unfiltered, floating in the subtle ocean of the Devachanic field. This allows for a deeper, more objective processing of past life experiences, stripping away the layers of personal judgment, attachment, and misinterpretation that clouded perception during incarnate life. It is within this vibrational environment, this loom of Devachanic consciousness, that the true work of reweaving begins to manifest. The individual consciousness, now acting as a conscious entity rather than a passenger, starts to interact more deliberately with the energies at hand. It learns to perceive itself not just as a collection of memories, but as a distinct center of consciousness, a conscious weaver. This is a subtle but pivotal shift in awareness. The soul recognizes its inherent creative power, not merely as a passive recipient of life's events, but as an active participant in the shaping of its own experience, even in this realm. The thread of the individual consciousness is, in essence, its unique vibrational signature, its soul's frequency. This thread is not separate from the universal field of consciousness, but is an integral part of it, extending outwards and connecting to the collective. During physical life, the thread is primarily engaged in the dense physical and mental realms, entangled with the material energies, reflecting the vibrations of the physical world back into the subtle realms. Upon passing into Devachan, the thread begins to detach, to rise above the lower vibrations, but its connection to the collective remains. The process of reweaving involves this thread becoming more consciously aware of its place within the universal tapestry and learning to use its refined vibration to influence the field, both individually and collectively. This is where the concept of the weavers of consciousness becomes significant. These are not necessarily literal beings in the Devachanic realm, but rather represent the principle of conscious entities, souls who have achieved a sufficiently high level of awareness and understanding, who actively engage with the vibrational energies of the plane. They act as conscious operators upon the universal loom, understanding the laws of subtle creation and using their refined consciousness to shape the environment, to assist other souls in their processing, and to contribute to the overall harmony and evolution of the Devachanic field itself. Their work involves several interconnected aspects. Firstly, there is the refinement and purification of their own residual energies. Just as a weaver must ensure their own thread is clean and strong, these conscious entities work to integrate and transmute any remaining lower vibrations from their own past lives, ensuring their own state of being is optimal for their role. This is a continuous process of self-mastery on the subtle level. Secondly, they engage in the direct weaving of experiences for other souls. This involves taking the raw vibrational materials, the echoes of thoughts, emotions, and intentions, and consciously arranging them into patterns that facilitate healing, learning, and spiritual growth. It is less about simply replaying memories and more about understanding the underlying vibrational lessons and consciously constructing experiences or scenarios within the Devachanic field that allow the evolving soul to gain the maximum understanding from its past. This might involve creating subtle environments that evoke specific emotional states for reflection, or guiding a soul through resonant patterns of light and sound that illuminate hidden aspects of its journey. Thirdly, the weavers of consciousness often act as conscious links within the larger network of souls in Devachan and beyond. They understand the interconnectedness of all consciousness and may consciously transmit vibrations of love, understanding, and inspiration across the subtle dimensions, contributing to the raising of the overall vibrational frequency of the collective soul consciousness. They perceive the Devachanic plane not as a static destination, but as a dynamic, living field that requires conscious attention and cultivation to maintain its high vibrational state and to serve as an effective incubator for evolving souls. Understanding this role requires a shift in perspective from simple passivity to one of active participation. The individual consciousness, as it becomes more integrated into the Devachanic environment, begins to intuitively grasp these principles. It starts to see how its own thoughts and intentions, even in this state, leave imprints on the surrounding field. It becomes aware of the subtle influences it can exert, not through force, but through the sheer power of its refined state of being and conscious focus. The memories and emotions experienced are no longer just passive content, but are recognized as raw materials to be consciously processed, understood, and integrated, or even, in certain cases, gently offered back to the collective field for the benefit of others. This conscious engagement with the vibrational fabric of the Devachanic plane is the essence of the reweaving process as understood from a New Age viewpoint. It is the realization that the soul, upon liberation, does not merely drift in bliss, but actively participates in the creative and evolutionary processes of consciousness. It learns to use its refined state, its unique vibrational thread, to consciously interact with the subtle energies, contributing to its own ongoing evolution and potentially assisting others on their path. The Devachanic realm, therefore, transforms from a place of final rest into a dynamic workshop, a subtle laboratory of consciousness, where the principles of creation are lived and learned in their most refined form. The individual becomes not just a recipient of life's vibrations, but a conscious weaver, contributing threads of light and love to the magnificent, ongoing tapestry of universal experience. Chapter 20. The journey through the refined landscapes of the Devachanic plane deepens, moving beyond the initial waves of bliss and the intricate tapestry of memory revision. As the consciousness continues its gentle ascent, a profound focus emerges upon the very essence of its own being within this realm, the unique vibrational signature that defines the Devachanic self. This is not merely a matter of identity in the conventional sense, but a fundamental aspect of the soul's resonance and its interaction with the subtle energies of Devachan. The nature of the Devachanic vibrational signature. To understand the Devachanic self's vibrational signature, one must first grasp that Devachan itself is a realm of highly refined, specific, and often intensely beautiful vibrational frequencies. It is a state of consciousness that resonates with the more subtle and harmonious aspects of the universal life force, or prana, as it flows through the mental and emotional bodies. The signature of an individual within this plane is the unique combination of frequencies that constitutes their specific state of being. This signature is far more than a mere personality trait or a collection of pleasant memories. It is the soul's energetic fingerprint, reflecting the sum total of its evolutionary journey, its spiritual aspirations, its karmic patterns, now being transmuted, and its current state of enlightenment or understanding. It is the frequency at which the individual's Devachanic self naturally resonates, influencing their perception, their environment, and the nature of the experiences they encounter. Think of it not as a fixed sound, but as a complex, multi-layered vibration, like a unique chord played on a vast, ethereal instrument. It contains the echoes of past lives, the refined remnants of emotional attachments now transmuted into love and understanding, the clarity of intellectual insights gained, and the purity of the soul's deepest yearnings. It is dynamic, constantly evolving as the soul integrates its experiences and sheds lower vibrational patterns, though it retains a core characteristic that reflects its fundamental nature. The role of the mental body in shaping the signature. Central to the formation and expression of this vibrational signature is the state and structure of the mental body. While the emotional body undergoes significant healing and balancing in Devachan, the mental body remains a crucial player. However, its nature is profoundly altered. In the lower densities, the mental body is often cluttered with discarnate mental debris, thoughts left behind, unresolved intellectual concepts, mental patterns ingrained from past incarnations. In Devachan, much of this lower mental clutter is either dissolved through the process of memory revision or relegated to a background hum. The higher, more refined aspects of the mental body emerge. This refined mental body operates on higher, more creative and intuitive frequencies. It is less concerned with analytical thought in the earthly sense and more focused on understanding, appreciating beauty, grasping spiritual principles, and engaging in the creative expression of thought forms. The thoughts and ideas that arise within the Devachanic mental body contribute directly to the individual's vibrational signature. Are they thoughts of unconditional love, universal understanding, creative inspiration, or simply peaceful acceptance? Each type of thought carries its own specific frequency, subtly adding to the overall signature. Furthermore, the clarity and purity of the mental body's vibration are key. As the mental fog clears, the signature becomes sharper, brighter, and more distinct. It allows the individual to perceive the subtle nuances of Devachanic reality and to interact with the environment in a more conscious and harmonious way. A mind cluttered with unresolved intellectual conflicts or rigid beliefs will produce a less clear and potentially less harmonious signature. The emotional body, the resonance of transmuted feelings. While the initial shock and pain of the disintegration of the physical and lower emotional bodies are left behind, the emotional body in Devachan is not simply inert. On the contrary, it becomes a reservoir of the most beautiful, refined, and transmuted emotions. Love is paramount, but it takes forms far beyond the personal love experienced in the physical world. It becomes universal, unconditional, and impersonal, a love for all beings, for the planet, for the universe itself. Gladness, peace, contentment, and a profound sense of gratitude filled the Devachanic emotional field. These are not fleeting states but deep-seated resonances. They are the result of the soul shedding the denser, more binding emotions of fear, anger, jealousy, and attachment. What remains are the pure, elevated qualities that are the natural language of the soul at a higher level of existence. These transmuted emotions are integral components of the vibrational signature. They emanate as a warm, gentle, and deeply satisfying frequency that attracts like-minded souls and harmonious environments. An individual whose emotional body resonates with unconditional love will project a signature that is inherently loving and attractive to other souls on the same vibrational plane. Conversely, lingering remnants of lower emotions, even if subtle, can create disharmonies within the signature, potentially leading to a less refined state or slower spiritual progress upon the next incarnation. The physical body's ethereal echo. Although the physical body has dissolved, its energetic echo, the etheric body, persists in Devachan. This etheric body, stripped of its dense physical connection, becomes more aligned with the higher mental and emotional vibrations. It acts as a bridge, anchoring the refined signature into the Devachanic realm. Its state of vibration contributes to the overall signature, reflecting the purity and lightness achieved by the soul. The quality of this etheric echo is often influenced by the soul's physical life. A life dedicated to service, compassion, and spiritual practice tends to leave behind a more refined etheric template, contributing to a brighter and more harmonious Devachanic signature. Conversely, a life dominated by negative physical or emotional patterns might leave a more dense or discordant energetic residue, which can take longer to transmute in Devachan. The signature as a path of evolution. The vibrational signature of the Devachanic self is not merely an attribute, it is a dynamic force that guides the soul's journey. It determines the type of experiences encountered, the souls with whom connections are made, and the opportunities for further learning and evolution. A signature resonating with high levels of love, wisdom, and service will naturally attract opportunities to assist other souls, engage in creative expression on subtle levels, and explore deeper spiritual truths. Conversely, a signature dominated by unresolved lower emotions or intellectual rigidity might lead the soul to experience more challenging situations or interactions, serving as catalysts for further growth and transmutation. The signature acts as a beacon, both drawing the individual towards their spiritual purpose and reflecting their current level of development. Furthermore, the clarity and purity of the signature are directly related to the process of preparing for the next incarnation. A clear signature indicates a successful integration of this life's experiences and a readiness to step back into the physical vehicle with a higher level of awareness and purpose. It signifies that the karmic patterns relevant to this life have been worked through, and the soul is clear to move forward on its evolutionary path. Cultivating and refining the signature. From a New Age perspective, understanding and consciously working with the Devachanic vibrational signature offers profound opportunities for spiritual growth, even during the period of rest. While the primary focus is often on healing and integration, there is also a dimension of conscious refinement. This refinement is not about forcing the signature to a certain state, but about aligning with the soul's natural tendency towards greater light and love. It involves 1. Deepening the experience of love, actively cultivating feelings of unconditional love, not just for those close to us, but for all beings, Mother Earth, and the universe. Devachan provides the perfect environment for this, as the natural state is one of profound love. Embracing this state reinforces the loving aspect of the signature. 2. Cultivating inner peace and acceptance, allowing the natural state of peace that prevails in Devachan to permeate one's being. This involves releasing any lingering attachments to specific outcomes or memories, and simply resting in the present moment of blissful existence. 3. Engaging in creative mental activity. While avoiding strenuous intellectual effort, engaging in subtle creative mental exploration, contemplating beauty, visualizing harmonious scenarios, contemplating spiritual concepts with an open mind. This helps to refine the mental body's contribution to the signature. 4. Practicing gratitude, feeling genuine gratitude for the opportunity to rest, heal, and evolve in Devachan. Gratitude is a powerful vibration that elevates the emotional field and strengthens the overall signature. 5. Remaining conscious. While rest is essential, a degree of conscious awareness allows the individual to consciously choose thoughts and emotions that reinforce positive vibrations, rather than drifting passively. By consciously engaging in these practices, the Devachanic self actively participates in its own evolution, refining its vibrational signature and preparing itself for a more conscious and purposeful return to the physical world. Conclusion. The vibrational signature of the Devachanic self is a profound and multifaceted aspect of the soul's expression in this subtle realm. It is a composite of the refined mental body's thoughts, the transmuted emotions of the emotional body, and the ethereal resonance of the etheric template. It reflects the soul's journey, its current state of being, and its evolutionary trajectory. Understanding and consciously working to refine this signature during the Devachanic rest period is a powerful way for the soul to accelerate its growth, deepen its understanding, and return to physical life with a greater sense of purpose, awareness, and love. It is the soul's unique energetic signature, a beacon of light and potential that guides its path through the Devachanic realm and beyond. Chapter 21. The journey through the inner worlds, particularly the realm often termed Devachan, reveals a profound truth about consciousness itself, its inherent connection to vibration. Having navigated the initial stages of transition and the subsequent periods of often blissful, yet sometimes challenging, integration, the aspirant begins to discern the deeper, more fundamental aspects of this state of being. This chapter delves into the specific vibrational signature that characterizes the Devachanic plane, exploring how this signature manifests and influences the experience of its inhabitants. Understanding the vibrational nature of Devachan is not merely an academic exercise. It is a key to comprehending the very fabric of this realm and the state of consciousness that permeates it. It moves beyond simply describing the pleasant sensations or the absence of pain, delving into the underlying energetic frequency that gives rise to the entire spectrum of Devachanic experience. This frequency is not arbitrary. It is a direct result of the state of the individual consciousness that has transited into this plane, modified by the lessons of the physical life just concluded and the karmic patterns that continue to resonate. The foundational vibration of Devachan can be conceptualized as one of profound peace, unconditional love, and spiritual illumination. It is a frequency so high and so pure that it feels utterly natural, the state of being from which the lower, denser vibrations of the physical and even astral realms appear distorted or unpleasant by comparison. This bass tone is often described as a radiant, silvery or golden light, not just a visual phenomenon but an energetic resonance that permeates every cell of the Devachanic consciousness. This primary vibration is the residue of spiritual aspiration, unconditional love expressed and received, and the surrender of the ego to a higher, more unified awareness. It is the frequency generated by the heart-centered aspects of the personality that have successfully resolved their lower conflicts and attachments during the life on earth. Think of it as the energetic signature left behind by the conscious choice to align with universal harmony, a signature that resonates with other like-minded souls in this refined realm. However, the vibrational landscape of Devachan is not monolithic. While the foundational tone is that of peace and love, there are nuances and variations within this signature that reflect the individual journey of the inhabitants. These variations arise from several interconnected factors: the specific nature of the karmic patterns still unresolved, the degree of ego integration achieved, the intensity of past attachments, both positive and negative, and the individual's spiritual inclinations and capacities within the realm itself. Consider, for instance, the vibration associated with unresolved attachments. A consciousness still strongly tethered to physical loved ones, possessions, or ambitions may carry a frequency within devachan that is tinged with longing, melancholy, or a sense of incompleteness. This is not necessarily a state of suffering in the conventional sense, as the overall vibration remains high, but it is a superimposition upon the base tone of peace. It is like a beautiful symphony played on a perfect instrument, but with a single, slightly off-key note that reminds the listener of the imperfection from which it arose. This vibration might manifest as a persistent, gentle ache, or a wistful longing for the other side of the veil, a subtle reminder that the journey of separation and return is still part of the larger karmic tapestry. Conversely, a consciousness that has fully released all attachments and is deeply immersed in the study of spiritual principles may resonate with an even higher, more refined vibration. This frequency is characterized by intense clarity, intellectual brilliance, and a profound connection to the universal mind. Such a devachanic state might feel more like a place of active learning and understanding than a passive state of bliss. The vibration here is sharp, precise, and resonates with the frequency of universal intelligence, facilitating deep insights and the integration of complex spiritual concepts. It is the energetic equivalent of a highly polished mirror, reflecting the infinite nature of the universe with perfect clarity. The role of karmic patterns in shaping the vibrational signature is also crucial. Karmic debts, whether positive or negative, leave their energetic imprints on the consciousness. A soul carrying significant positive karmic residues related to service and compassion might resonate with a particularly warm, nurturing, and expansive vibration, one that actively contributes to the positive energy field of devachan. This frequency can be felt as a gentle, uplifting force that supports the growth of other souls in the realm. On the other hand, karmic patterns involving conflict, deceit, or intense negative emotions, if not fully resolved or transformed through the life review process, can manifest as lower, denser vibrations within the otherwise high-frequency environment of devachan. These might appear as pockets of tension, intellectual rigidity, or emotional restlessness. These are not typically states of intense suffering, as the fundamental nature of devachan remains peaceful, but they represent areas where the consciousness is still processing or holding on to the energetic echoes of past actions. They are like static on a clear radio signal, momentarily obscuring the beautiful music but not fundamentally altering the underlying station. Furthermore, the vibrational signature of an individual's devachanic state is dynamic. It evolves as the consciousness interacts with the environment, engages in spiritual practices, and continues its process of integration and refinement. A soul might initially enter devachan with a vibration colored by strong attachments, but through the natural processes of the realm, contemplation, exposure to the pervasive love and light, and the absence of physical stimuli that trigger lower emotions, this vibration can gradually elevate. The base frequency of devachan itself acts as a powerful solvent, gently dissolving lower resonances and allowing the higher, more spiritual aspects of the consciousness to come to the fore. This dynamic nature also means that the experiences within devachan are not static. One moment a soul might be immersed in a vibration of pure, unconditional love, feeling utterly connected to all creation, and the next moment might be engaged in a more intellectual vibration, exploring the mysteries of the universe with a clarity that is impossible in the physical world. These shifts in vibration correspond to the changing focus of the consciousness as it processes its life, seeks knowledge, or simply rests in the bliss of its new state. The influence of the vibrational signature is profound. It shapes not only the emotional and mental landscape of the Devachanic experience, but also the physical sensations felt by the consciousness. The high, harmonious vibrations are inherently conducive to healing, rejuvenation, and spiritual insight. The consciousness might perceive itself as surrounded by a radiant energy field, feeling light, buoyant, and free from the limitations of physical form. The very air of Devachan, as experienced through its vibrational signature, feels nourishing and restorative, allowing the soul to recover from the rigors of the physical life and prepare for the next cycle of expression. Understanding this vibrational aspect also provides insight into the process of transition. The final stages of the physical life involve a subtle lowering of the individual's vibrational frequency, preparing the consciousness to move into the lower, denser vibrations of the astral plane before rising to the higher frequencies of Devachan. This transition is often smooth and effortless precisely because the soul is moving into an environment whose fundamental vibration is already high and harmonious, albeit with its own specific nuances shaped by individual experience. The vibrational signature acts as a natural bridge, facilitating the passage from the physical into the spiritual realms. In essence, the vibrational signature of Devachan is its lifeblood, the energetic underpinning of its characteristics. It is a complex tapestry woven from the base frequency of universal peace and love, modified by individual karmic patterns, past attachments, spiritual achievements, and the ongoing process of integration. By recognizing and understanding this signature, the aspirant gains a deeper appreciation for the Devachanic state not merely as a place of bliss, but as a dynamic, evolving realm of consciousness operating on a profoundly high and refined level of vibration, a crucial stage in the soul's journey through the inner worlds. This understanding empowers the resident of Devachan to navigate its environment more consciously, to recognize the influences shaping their experience, and to utilize the unique vibrational opportunities it offers for continued spiritual growth and preparation for the return to expression. The journey of refinement continues, guided by the very light of vibration itself. Chapter 22. The journey through the Devachanic Plane, as we have explored its shimmering landscapes and encountered its diverse inhabitants, reveals more than just a realm of blissful repose. It illuminates the profound nature of consciousness itself, offering potent keys for alchemical transformation right here, in the midst of our vibrant, sometimes challenging, physical existence. The Devachanic state, that period of post-mortem peace and spiritual refinement, is not merely a destination separate from life. It is a mirror reflecting the potential inherent within every soul and a guide for weaving a richer, more purposeful reality during our sojourn on earth. Understanding its characteristics and inhabitants allows us to consciously engage in the ongoing process of reweaving, not as a passive recipient of post-life peace, but as an active participant in elevating our current state of being. The Devachanic realm, often described as a state of intense peace, light, and spiritual communion, serves as a powerful laboratory for the soul. It is a place where the karmic seeds of past lives have fully blossomed, offering a clear perspective on the lessons learned and the patterns established. The inhabitants, primarily those who have passed through the transition with a degree of spiritual awareness, find themselves in an environment vastly different from the dense physical world. Here, the veils are thin, the vibrations are high, and the primary focus shifts from material pursuits to the exploration of inner realms, the refinement of thought, and the deepening of spiritual connection. This environment is inherently conducive to healing and integration. The intense peace of Devachan allows the soul to release the last vestiges of negative emotional attachments, the clinging to past hurts, regrets, and unresolved traumas that often weigh heavily on the conscious mind. It is as if the gentle, high-frequency energy of the realm acts as a solvent, dissolving the crystallized emotional patterns stored within the subtle bodies. This release is not merely passive. It requires an inner willingness, an openness to the process of purification. The soul, free from the compulsive drives of the lower self, can finally confront and transmute the karmic residues that have hindered its evolution. This profound cleansing is a crucial aspect of the Devachanic experience, preparing the individual for the next stage of consciousness and ultimately, for the potential reintegration of these refined qualities back into the fabric of their future earthly life. The inhabitants of Devachan, often referred to as Devachanics, are not static entities basking in eternal, unchanging bliss. While the overall atmosphere is one of profound peace and joy, individual experiences vary. Some may find themselves deeply immersed in the study of spiritual laws, exploring the mysteries of the universe and the nature of consciousness itself. Others might engage in creative pursuits, expressing their refined emotions and thoughts through forms that resonate with the high vibrations of the realm. There are those who act as guides or teachers, offering assistance and inspiration to other souls navigating the transition or preparing for their own embodiment. Yet others might simply rest and rejuvenate, allowing the soul to heal and integrate the lessons of past lives without active engagement in external pursuits. This diversity within the Devachanic state mirrors the multifaceted nature of human experience on earth. It reminds us that spiritual development is not a monolithic path but a unique journey for each soul. The activities and states of being experienced in Devachan are, in essence, the soul's way of processing its life, finding meaning, and preparing for the future. The study of spiritual laws is the refinement of intellect and understanding. The creative expression is the channeling of refined emotion and imagination. The guiding role is the embodiment of compassion and wisdom, and the resting phase is the essential recovery and integration needed for continued growth. These experiences, while heightened in Devachan, are not entirely foreign to the potential available to us here and now. They point towards the development of intellect, creativity, compassion, and inner peace as essential components of a consciously lived life. The process of reweaving, therefore, involves consciously drawing upon the insights gained from these Devachanic potentials. It means recognizing that the peace we seek is not something to be solely acquired after death, but something we can cultivate here and now. It means understanding that the healing we require is not merely a passive waiting out of pain, but an active engagement in the process of transmutation, much like the soul undergoes in Devachan. It involves integrating the lessons learned from past lives, not through vague nostalgia or karmic calculation, but through the direct experience of inner peace and the understanding of spiritual laws that the Devachanic state offers in such clarity. This integration requires conscious effort and intention. It means paying attention to our emotional states, recognizing the patterns that arise from past conditioning, and consciously choosing to shift our perspective. It means engaging in practices that elevate our consciousness, meditation to quiet the mind and connect with the inner self, prayer or affirmation to align with higher ideals, acts of service to express compassion, and creative pursuits to channel refined emotion. These are not merely external activities. They are internal laboratory experiments, allowing us to cultivate states of being that resonate with the higher vibrations of the Devachanic realm right here on Earth. The Devachanic experience also highlights the crucial role of understanding spiritual laws. In the relative isolation of the physical world, it is easy to become lost in personal dramas and egoic concerns. The clarity of the Devachanic state, however, reveals the interconnectedness of all things, the operation of universal principles like cause and effect, karma, the importance of vibration, and the nature of thought as a creative force. By studying these laws not just intellectually but through the direct experience of devachanic peace and insight, we can begin to apply them consciously in our daily lives. We can learn to see the karmic patterns at play, understand the consequences of our actions and thoughts, and consciously choose to align ourselves with the higher, more harmonious principles of the universe. This conscious alignment is the essence of the reweaving process. It is about taking the refined aspects of the soul's experience in devachan, the peace, the wisdom, the love, the understanding of spiritual laws, and actively weaving them back into the tapestry of our current life. It means using the peace of devachan as a benchmark, a state of being to strive for amidst the challenges of the physical world. It means using the wisdom gained to make more conscious choices, to navigate relationships with greater understanding, and to contribute to the collective consciousness in a more positive way. It means allowing the love experience to flow more freely, transforming our interactions from conditioned reactions to authentic expressions of compassion and connection. The reweaving process is not linear, it is an ongoing, dynamic dance of consciousness. There will be days of clarity and progress, and days of challenge and regression. The key is to maintain the overarching intention of growth and integration. Even during difficult times, we can remember the possibility of inner peace, the potential for healing, and the power of conscious choice. We can use these reminders to gently guide ourselves back towards alignment, rather than allowing ourselves to be completely swept away by lower emotional states. The insights from the Devachanic Plane serve as a powerful anchor, reminding us of our true nature and the higher potential available to us. Furthermore, the understanding that these refined qualities can be integrated back into future incarnations provides a powerful motivation for conscious living. While the immediate post-mortem state offers peace and healing, the ultimate goal for many spiritual traditions is the attainment of higher states of consciousness during physical life, leading to liberation from the cycle of rebirth altogether. By consciously cultivating peace, wisdom, love, and an understanding of spiritual laws here and now, we are not only enriching our current life but also preparing the ground for a higher state of being in future incarnations. Each conscious step taken towards integration is a step away from the lower, more dense states of consciousness that necessitate further cycles of learning and purification. The Devachanic insights, therefore, become not just a map of a post-mortem state, but a blueprint for conscious evolution throughout the soul's journey. In essence, the characteristics and inhabitants of the Devachanic Plane, viewed through the lens of New Age understanding, offer invaluable guidance for the process of reweaving our lives. They reveal a profound truth: the potential for peace, wisdom, love, and spiritual mastery exists within every soul, waiting to be awakened and integrated. The Devachanic state is a natural consequence of spiritual evolution, a period of rest, healing, and learning after the challenges of physical existence. Yet, it is also a powerful reflection of the higher potential available to us here and now. By consciously drawing upon these insights, by cultivating the peace, wisdom, and love experienced in Devachanic realms through meditation, service, and conscious choice, we can actively engage in the alchemy of consciousness. We can reweave our current lives, infusing them with the higher vibrations of the soul's true nature, creating a more purposeful, meaningful, and harmonious existence, and ultimately, preparing ourselves for the continued evolution of the soul beyond the physical realm. The journey through Devachan is a mirror. The reweaving process is the conscious choice to live the reflection. Chapter 23. The journey through the inner landscapes of Devachan, while often perceived as one of serene peace and spiritual evolution, is not merely a passive reception of blissful states. It is, rather, an active participation in a profound process of inner reconstruction and reintegration. This intricate process unfolds on a vibrational level, far subtler and more nuanced than the simple progression through the planes of consciousness might suggest. At its heart lies the metaphor of the loom, a powerful archetype for the way the soul weaves its future existence from the threads of its past experiences, refined and elevated through the crucible of spiritual understanding. The Devachanic plane itself is often described as a state of consciousness, a subtle body environment rather than a gross physical location. Yet, within this state, the principle of creation and form building remains paramount. It is here, in the realm of pure spirit interacting with pure energy, that the most fundamental acts of reweaving take place. The individual consciousness, now liberated from the constraints of the physical body and the dense emotional attachments of the astral, finds itself in possession of a vast reservoir of experience. This experience is not merely a collection of memories, it is a tapestry of emotional tones, mental patterns, and spiritual insights, each thread carrying its own unique vibration and significance. The initial stages of devachan are often characterized by a state of profound peace, a dissolving of the egoic personality into the universal ocean of bliss. This dissolution is not annihilation, but rather a merging into a higher, more unified state of being. It is during this initial integration that the subtle groundwork for the reweaving process is laid. The raw material of past life experiences, previously tangled and often painful, begins to undergo a process of purification and transmutation. The dense, egocentric aspects are allowed to fade, leaving behind the essential, golden threads of love, compassion, understanding, and spiritual aspiration. This purification is not an automatic process. It requires the conscious participation of the evolving consciousness. Through the practice of meditation, the cultivation of positive states of mind, and the diligent application of spiritual principles, the individual consciousness actively sifts through the debris of its past. It learns to distinguish between the transient egoic reactions and the enduring spiritual qualities. This discernment allows the consciousness to selectively retain and elevate the positive aspects of its experience, while letting go of the negative patterns that no longer serve its higher evolution. The loom metaphor becomes particularly apt at this stage. Imagine the consciousness as the weaver, seated at the loom of its own being. The warp threads, representing the fundamental spiritual principles and the enduring aspects of the soul's nature, are already in place. These threads might be understood as the innate qualities of love, wisdom, and unity that form the foundation of the new Devachanic existence. They are imbued with a high vibration, resonating with the deeper truths of the universe. The weft threads, on the other hand, are the individual life experiences, now refined and purified through the process of spiritual understanding. Each weft thread carries the vibrational signature of a particular experience, a moment of deep love, a profound act of service, a moment of spiritual insight, or a painful lesson learned through the lens of compassion. The weaver, with conscious intention and spiritual awareness, carefully selects and places these threads into the warp, interlacing them to create a new, more beautiful and harmonious pattern. This act of weaving is not merely a mechanical process. It is an expression of the individual consciousness's unique journey and its integration into the larger tapestry of universal consciousness. The patterns that emerge on the Devachanic loom are as unique as the individual soul. They reflect the soul's particular path of evolution, its joys and sorrows, its struggles and triumphs, all transformed through the light of spiritual understanding. The resulting tapestry is not merely a record of past experiences. It is a living, breathing expression of the soul's current state of being, a blueprint for its continued evolution. The role of the spiritual guides and masters, often associated with the higher realms of Devachan, is crucial in this process. They act as experienced weavers, offering guidance and assistance to the evolving consciousness. They may provide the initial framework for the loom, helping to establish the foundational warp threads. They may offer inspiration and suggestions for the weft threads, pointing the consciousness towards experiences that are most conducive to its growth. They may also provide the necessary skill and technique, helping the consciousness to weave its new existence with precision and beauty. Their guidance is not authoritarian, it is rather that of a skilled mentor, offering support and encouragement. They understand the intricate patterns of spiritual evolution and can help the consciousness navigate the complexities of the reweaving process. They may also assist in resolving any lingering karmic issues or unresolved emotional patterns that might hinder the process. By working in collaboration with the spiritual guides, the individual consciousness is able to weave a new existence that is free from the limitations of the past and aligned with its higher potential. The reweaving process is not a one-time event. It is an ongoing process that continues throughout the Devachanic state. As the consciousness interacts with other souls, engages in spiritual practices, and continues to learn and grow, it refines and modifies its Devachanic existence. The tapestry that was woven at the beginning of the Devachanic state is continually added to, expanded, and refined. New threads are added, old threads are strengthened, and the overall pattern becomes ever more beautiful and harmonious. This ongoing process reflects the dynamic nature of spiritual evolution. It is a process of constant learning, growth, and transformation. The Devachanic state is not a static reward, it is a dynamic realm of spiritual exploration and development. It is a place where the soul, free from the limitations of the physical world, is able to engage in the creative work of weaving its future existence, guided by the principles of love, wisdom, and unity. The final stage of the Devachanic state is not a culmination, it is a transition. It is a gradual return of the consciousness to the physical world, carrying the refined patterns of its Devachanic existence. These patterns, imprinted on the subtle body, influence the new incarnation, guiding the soul towards its spiritual goals and helping it to avoid the pitfalls of the past. The Devachanic reweaving process, therefore, is not merely a state of rest and reward. It is a crucial stage of spiritual evolution, a time of inner reconstruction and preparation for the next phase of the soul's journey. In essence, the Devachanic Plane is a realm of spiritual creativity. It is a place where the soul, through the process of reweaving, creates a new existence based on the refined and elevated aspects of its past experiences. This process, guided by the principles of love, wisdom, and unity, and with the assistance of spiritual masters, allows the soul to transcend the limitations of the past and evolve towards its higher potential. The loom of Devachan is a powerful symbol of this creative process, a testament to the soul's ability to weave a new future, filled with light, love, and spiritual understanding. The resulting tapestry is not merely a record of the past, it is a living, breathing expression of the soul's ongoing journey towards unity and enlightenment. Chapter 24. The journey through the inner realms continues, moving beyond the initial, often startling, experiences of the lower Devachanic regions and the more structured landscapes of the middle plane. We now arrive in the expansive and profoundly nurturing heartlands of the Devachanic Plane. This is a domain characterized by a deep, resonant peace, yet it is not one of static stillness. Rather, it is a dynamic field of exquisite harmony, a place where the refined energies of the departed soul find a rich environment for continued evolution, integration, and the deepening of spiritual understanding. These heartlands are often described as feeling like vast, shimmering gardens under a perpetual, gentle light. The light here is not merely visual, it is an energy that permeates every level of being, washing over the soul with warmth, clarity, and a sense of infinite possibility. It is a light of pure consciousness, imbued with the loving vibrations of the ascended masters and the collective wisdom of souls who have walked the path before us. The air, if one could perceive it, carries the scent of blossoms that exist only in the realm of pure spirit, a fragrance that speaks of spiritual awakening and inner beauty. As we settle into the heartlands, the initial intensity of the lower Devachanic plane begins to soften into a more manageable, yet equally potent, presence. The overwhelming emotions, while still present in a purified form, are now more like gentle waves on a serene lake than crashing tides. This allows the soul the crucial space necessary for deeper introspection and integration. It is here that the fragmented aspects of the personality, the lower desires and attachments that were perhaps not fully resolved in the lower or middle realms, have their final opportunity to dissolve or be transmuted into their higher, spiritual counterparts. The process of integration is central to the experience of the heartlands. It is the conscious weaving together of the soul's various facets, the intellectual understanding gained, the emotional experiences processed, the karmic patterns worked through, and the connections forged with other souls. This is not merely a passive state, it requires active participation, albeit a gentle and loving form of participation. The soul, guided by its own inner wisdom and illuminated by the plane's subtle influences, begins to synthesize its experiences into a more holistic sense of self, a self that is recognized as inherently spiritual, interconnected, and part of the vast tapestry of universal consciousness. One of the most profound aspects of the heartlands is the deepening connection with the spiritual hierarchy and the ascended masters. Their presence here is more tangible, more accessible than in the higher, more subtle realms. They act as guides, mentors, and sources of unconditional love and wisdom. Through subtle communication, often felt more than heard, they offer insights, encouragement, and specific guidance tailored to the soul's path. This interaction is crucial for accelerating spiritual growth and preparing the soul for the eventual return to the physical world or further progression on the spiritual ladder. They help the soul to anchor the higher understanding and love it has encountered into its own being, making it a more effective instrument for the divine plan. Service, in its purest form, is also a significant theme in the heartlands. This is not the service driven by worldly ambition or the need for recognition, but a spontaneous expression of love and compassion that flows naturally from an open heart. Souls here often find themselves drawn to activities that embody this principle, perhaps helping other souls in their journey, offering healing energies, or contributing to the creative expression of the plane itself. This service is deeply fulfilling, as it allows the soul to embody the very principles of unity and love it has been learning. It is a way of giving back the love and light received, becoming a beacon for others navigating the inner worlds. The landscape of the heartlands is less defined by geographical features and more by zones of varying vibrational frequencies and spiritual focus. Some areas might resonate strongly with healing energies, others with creative inspiration, while still others might be places of deep contemplation and meditation. Souls often find themselves drawn intuitively to the areas that best support their current stage of integration and growth. These zones are dynamic, constantly shifting and evolving, reflecting the ever-unfolding nature of spiritual consciousness. Within these heartlands, the process of dissolving the ego, or rather, transmuting it into the Christ consciousness or higher self, continues apace. The lower personality, with its attachments to specific ideas, relationships, and identities, begins to loosen its grip. The soul starts to recognize its true nature, one of universal presence, unbound by time, space, or the limitations of the physical form. This realization brings a profound sense of peace and freedom, a release from the cycle of rebirth driven by karmic residues and unfulfilled desires. The experience of time in the heartlands is also markedly different. While not entirely timeless, the linear progression of hours and days loses much of its significance. The soul exists more in the realm of the eternal now, where the past is integrated into the present moment, and the future unfolds as a natural consequence of the soul's current state of being and intention. This perspective helps to dissolve the fear of separation and the anxiety about the future, replacing them with a deep trust in the unfolding of the soul's journey and the loving guidance of the universe. The relationships formed with other souls in the heartlands are also of great importance. These connections are typically characterized by a high degree of understanding, compassion, and shared spiritual purpose. There is little judgment or conflict. Instead, souls often find themselves forming supportive networks, sharing insights, and working together on collective spiritual projects. These relationships reinforce the understanding of oneness and interdependence, providing a sense of belonging within the vast spiritual community. These connections can sometimes serve as bridges, offering comfort and continuity for the soul as it prepares to transition back to the physical realm or move on to even higher planes of existence. The environment of the heartlands is inherently supportive of spiritual unfoldment. The very atmosphere is imbued with high-frequency vibrations that help to purify and elevate the soul. Negative thought forms and emotional residues have a much harder time taking hold here. They are often gently transmuted or dissipated by the prevailing loving and harmonious energy field. This provides a sanctuary for the soul to rest, regenerate, and strengthen itself before facing the challenges of further evolution or return to the denser worlds. As the period spent in the heartlands progresses, the soul's vibration continues to rise. It becomes more aligned with the higher principles of love, light, and unity. The capacity for empathy expands, and the understanding of the interconnectedness of all life deepens. The soul may begin to perceive more clearly the subtle patterns of the universe and its own place within the grand design. This heightened awareness brings with it a sense of purpose and mission, a clear understanding of the contributions it is called to make when it eventually returns to its physical life or continues its journey elsewhere. The transition out of the heartlands is typically gradual and smooth. It is a gentle return to the lower, more dense aspects of the Devachanic Plane, or sometimes a direct preparation for the eventual return to the physical body, depending on the soul's karmic path and spiritual intentions. Whatever the next step, the time spent in the heartlands leaves the soul profoundly changed, more integrated, more loving, more aware, and better equipped to continue its spiritual journey with greater wisdom and purpose. It is a vital stage of the post-death experience, a place of deep healing, learning, and transformation, where the soul truly begins to weave its own unique thread back into the luminous tapestry of the divine whole. Chapter 25: The Vibrational Finishing School of Devachan. The journey through the initial, often dazzling, stages of the Devachanic state, characterized by the blissful reintegration of the personality with the universal life, inevitably prepares the soul for a deeper, more refined level of existence. This is not a sudden leap into an entirely new realm, but rather a gradual evolution, a subtle shifting of focus from the overwhelming joy of reunion towards the intricate processes of inner refinement and spiritual development. It is akin to the final stages of a grand tapestry being carefully woven, where the vibrant colors are now being meticulously integrated, the threads are being drawn tight, and the overall design is taking on its most nuanced and beautiful form. This advanced phase of Devachan can be understood as the vibrational finishing school, a period dedicated to the purification, elevation, and specialization of the soul's consciousness, equipping it with the higher attributes and deeper understanding necessary for its ultimate purpose within the cosmic scheme. As the initial shock of separation from the physical body fades and the soul fully the oceanic bliss of universal consciousness, a natural progression begins. The purely emotional and sensory experiences, while still present as a comforting undercurrent, start to recede, making way for more cognitive and intuitive exploration. The soul, now bathed in the highest vibrations of the Devachanic Plane, becomes increasingly sensitive to the subtlest nuances of cosmic energy and spiritual law. It is during this phase that the true work of inner refinement commences, moving beyond simple reintegration towards conscious evolution. One of the primary focuses of this vibrational finishing school is the continued purification of the soul's energy centers, or chakras, as they are sometimes termed. In the initial stages, these centers might have been opened and flooded with light and life force, leading to a profound sense of well-being and expansion. However, this initial opening is often superficial compared to the deep, resonant purification that occurs later. During this advanced Devachanic period, the soul engages in a process of intense vibration and attunement, cleansing blockages and imbalances that may have remained subtle even after the most intense physical life. This purification is not merely a passive process, it requires active participation and conscious effort. The soul, guided by its own higher self or inner wisdom, may find itself engaging in inner practices, not necessarily involving mental concentration in the way it might in the physical world, but rather through the sheer force of its own vibrations. It might find itself repeatedly focusing its awareness on specific points within its energy field, allowing the universal life force to flow through it more cleanly and powerfully. This can manifest as periods of intense inner light, profound peace, or even subtle sounds or sensations as old patterns are dissolved and new, higher states of being are integrated. Imagine the soul as a highly sensitive musical instrument. The initial stages of Devachan might be likened to the instrument being roughly tuned, its basic notes coming into harmony. The vibrational finishing school is the period of fine-tuning, where each string is adjusted until it resonates perfectly, where the overtones are cleared, and where the instrument produces not just a single note, but a rich, complex, and harmonious chord. This involves not only removing diseased or discordant vibrations but also amplifying and refining the naturally pure notes, bringing out their full potential. The nature of the experiences during this phase also deepens significantly. While the bliss remains, it becomes more integrated, less overwhelming, and more conducive to understanding. The soul begins to have experiences that are less about simple reintegration and more about direct participation in the life of the Devachanic Plane and its inhabitants. It might find itself observing the intricate patterns of energy flow, witnessing the subtle interactions between different spiritual entities, or even engaging in simplified forms of spiritual communication. These observations are not merely passive witnessing. They are opportunities for learning and growth. The soul might see, for instance, how different entities express their higher qualities, how some embody love through effortless giving, how others manifest wisdom through quiet understanding, how still others express creativity through the spontaneous emission of beautiful devachanic forms or sounds. These living examples serve as powerful lessons, helping the soul to consciously integrate these qualities within itself. It is like observing master artists at work and learning their techniques simply by watching their every move. Furthermore, the soul may begin to have experiences that directly relate to its past life activities, but viewed through a lens of spiritual understanding rather than personal attachment. Instead of merely reliving a moment of joy or sorrow, it might perceive the underlying spiritual lesson, the karmic pattern being worked out, or the universal influence of its actions. A past act of kindness might be seen as having rippled outwards in ways previously unimaginable, connecting it to a vast network of spiritual relationships. A past mistake might be understood not just as a personal failing, but as a challenging opportunity that led to spiritual growth, its lessons now clearly visible. This process allows for a deeper resolution of past life issues, bringing a sense of completion and understanding that further purifies the soul. The concept of disease or discomfort in the Devachanic Plane, as mentioned in earlier explorations, takes on a new meaning during this phase. While the intense emotional suffering associated with the lower, more chaotic levels of devotion may lessen, subtle forms of discomfort can still arise. These are often not physical pains, but rather energetic imbalances or blockages that hinder the soul's progress towards higher states of consciousness. These might manifest as periods of subtle restlessness, moments of introspection that feel slightly uncomfortable, or a temporary lessening of the usual blissful awareness. These are not necessarily negative experiences, but rather signals that the soul needs to focus its attention on a particular area of purification or development. They act as gentle nudges, encouraging the soul to delve deeper into its own being and resolve any remaining karmic or energetic residues. The role of the higher self becomes even more prominent during this phase. The higher self, acting as the soul's spiritual guide and mentor, provides the necessary direction and assistance for this process of refinement. It may communicate through intuitive insights, subtle feelings of guidance, or even more direct forms of inner communication, offering advice on areas needing attention, suggesting specific inner practices, or helping the soul to understand the deeper meaning of its experiences. The relationship becomes one of active collaboration, with the soul taking responsibility for its own evolution while receiving invaluable support and wisdom from its higher counterpart. This period of refinement also involves a growing awareness of the interconnectedness of all souls within the Devachanic Plane and beyond. The initial sense of blissful isolation may give way to a more profound understanding of the universal family. The soul might find itself feeling a sense of kinship and compassion for other spirits, sharing in their joys and understanding their challenges. It might even engage in simplified forms of spiritual service, offering assistance or encouragement to other less advanced souls, or contributing its own unique vibrations to the overall harmony of the Devachanic realm. This sense of connection deepens the soul's sense of purpose and belonging, adding another dimension to its spiritual development. Furthermore, the soul may begin to develop a deeper understanding of the cosmic laws and spiritual principles that govern the universe. Through its direct experience of the Devachanic Plane and its interactions with other spiritual entities, it gains insights that are far beyond anything possible in the physical world. It might come to understand the nature of karma on a more fundamental level, the processes of spiritual evolution, the interplay between matter and spirit, or the underlying unity of all existence. These insights are not merely intellectual concepts. They are lived experiences that fundamentally transform the soul's perception of reality. The final stages of this vibrational finishing school phase approach the culmination of the Devachanic cycle. The soul, now purified, refined, and equipped with a deeper understanding of itself and the universe, prepares for the next stage of its journey. This might involve a gradual reintegration with the lower spiritual planes, or it might involve a transition to a yet higher state of consciousness, beyond the conventional understanding of devotion. Whatever the next step, the experiences undergone during this period of inner refinement provide the soul with a solid foundation for continued spiritual growth and service. It has completed its initial education in the Devachanic realm, moving from simple reintegration to a state of conscious, refined spiritual being, ready to contribute its light and love to the ongoing cosmic drama. This advanced Devachanic state, therefore, is far more than just a period of rest and bliss. It is a dynamic and transformative phase of spiritual evolution, a vibrational finishing school where the soul is meticulously prepared for its ultimate destiny. Through purification, deepening understanding, developing higher qualities, and engaging in simplified spiritual service, the soul elevates itself, weaving its own vibrational threads into the grand cosmic tapestry, ready to contribute its unique light and color to the infinite beauty of the universe. The journey through Devachan, far from being a simple end, is instead the beginning of a new, more profound phase of spiritual existence, a journey towards ever greater light, love, and understanding. Chapter 26. The Vibrational Signature of Devachan: Sound, Light, and Consciousness. The journey through the Devachanic Plane, far from being a mere passive state of blissful repose, is a profound and dynamic experience rooted in the most fundamental aspects of vibrational reality. As souls navigate this realm of refined existence following physical death, they encounter states of being and perception that are vastly different from their previous incarnations. Central to this experience is the pervasive influence of the primary vibrational signatures that define Devachan itself, the subtle yet pervasive tones of Devachanic sound, the shimmering, incandescent tapestry of Devachanic light, and the resulting state of heightened, integrated consciousness. Understanding these vibrations is not merely academic, it is essential for comprehending the nature of the soul's progression and the lessons learned within this blessed realm. The Devachanic plane is not silent. It resonates with a specific frequency that permeates every aspect of the environment and the being within it. This primary vibration, often described as a deep, resonant hum or a gentle, all-encompassing melody, forms the bedrock upon which the entire structure of Devachan rests. It is a vibration of profound peace, unconditional love, and spiritual understanding, a frequency that the soul, in its higher aspects, naturally attunes to during this period of rest and refinement. This foundational vibration is the echo of the soul's own higher nature, amplified and sustained by the collective and universal energies that support the Devachanic realm. It is a frequency that dissolves the lower, denser emotional and mental patterns that characterize the physical life, washing away the attachments, resentments, and fears that would otherwise hinder the soul's evolution. As the physical body decomposes and its energy is transmuted, the soul, like a tuning fork drawn to its resonant frequency, begins to vibrate in harmony with this primary Devachanic tone. This alignment is the first step in the reweaving process, the initial integration into the fabric of this higher reality. The experience of Devachanic sound is far more profound and encompassing than mere auditory perception as understood in the physical world. While it may not involve complex melodies or discordant noises, it is a pervasive sonic landscape that directly communicates on a level beyond the physical senses. This sound is not something heard with the ears, but rather felt as a deep, resonant vibration within the soul itself, a thrumming that permeates the entire being from the core outward. It is the subtle hum of universal harmony, the sound of divine love unfolding, and the resonant frequency of the soul's own liberated state. This Devachanic sound serves multiple crucial functions. On a purely vibrational level, it acts as a purifying force, dissolving any lingering negative emotional residues or karmic imprints that remain attached to the soul's energy field. The sheer purity and power of this sound away these attachments, much like a high-frequency wave washing away dust from a surface. It is a sonic baptism, cleansing the soul and preparing it for deeper states of awareness. Beyond purification, this sound is a direct carrier of spiritual insight and understanding. It communicates the truths of the universe in a way that the intellectual mind cannot grasp, speaking directly to the soul's intuitive and spiritual faculties. It reveals the interconnectedness of all life, the nature of the divine plan, and the soul's place within the grand cosmic tapestry. Hearing, or rather, feeling this sound is like having the mysteries of existence unfold directly within one's being, providing profound reassurance and deepening one's sense of connection to the divine. It is the cosmic symphony that resonates with the soul's true home. Complementing this underlying sonic vibration is the equally pervasive and captivating Devachanic light. Where the sound is felt internally, the light is perceived externally, bathing the soul in a radiant, ever-shifting spectrum of colors. This light is not merely visible, it is palpable, carrying its own unique energetic signature that nourishes and uplifts the soul on a profound level. The Devachanic realm is often described as a land of light, where the ambient glow is incredibly intense yet soothing, casting no harsh shadows and revealing everything with perfect clarity. The colors of Devachanic light are significant, reflecting the diverse spectrum of spiritual qualities and experiences available within this plane. There are times when the light is a uniform, golden-white radiance, symbolizing universal love, purity, and divine presence. Other times, the light might shift and swirl through the rainbow spectrum, each color representing different facets of spiritual understanding and emotional healing: the reds of courage and vitality, the oranges of creativity and warmth, the yellows of joy and intelligence, the greens of growth and harmony, the blues of peace and communication, the indigos of intuition and insight, and the violets of spiritual awareness and transformation. This light serves not only as a visual spectacle but as a source of profound healing and inspiration. It nourishes the soul's energy field, replenishing the spiritual reserves that were depleted during the physical life. The light carries frequencies of healing, restoration, and rejuvenation, repairing any damage or fragmentation that may have occurred. It is a living, breathing environment that actively supports the soul's evolution and refinement. Gazing into or being immersed in this light is often a deeply moving experience, evoking feelings of awe, wonder, and profound peace. Furthermore, the Devachanic light illuminates the path of spiritual understanding. It reveals the nature of the soul's journey, highlighting past lives, karmic patterns, and potential future paths. It allows the soul to see the interconnectedness of its actions and their consequences, providing a clear perspective that is impossible from the limited viewpoint of the physical world. This clarity is crucial for the soul's learning and growth during its Devachanic rest. The light acts as a guide, showing the way towards higher states of consciousness and deeper union with the divine. The interplay between Devachanic sound and light is where the true magic of this realm unfolds. These two primary vibrations are not experienced in isolation but in a dynamic, synergistic relationship that creates a multisensory spiritual environment unlike anything known in physical life. The sound resonates within, setting the soul's frequency, while the light provides the visual and energetic nourishment that supports this elevated state. Together, they create a holistic vibrational field that envelopes the soul, facilitating deep states of meditation, profound self-realization, and accelerated spiritual evolution. Imagine a symphony where the notes are felt as deep internal vibrations and the harmonies are seen as shifting, radiant colors. This is the essence of the Devachanic experience. The primary vibration provides the underlying melody and rhythm, the framework upon which the soul rests and refines. The Devachanic sound adds the emotional and intellectual depth, communicating love, understanding, and spiritual truths. The Devachanic light adds the visual richness, the healing energy, and the illuminating clarity. Together, they form a complete spiritual environment designed for the soul's highest good. This environment is not static, it is dynamic and responsive to the individual soul's needs and progress. While there is a primary, universal vibration, the specific experiences of light and sound can vary subtly, reflecting the unique path each soul has walked and the particular areas of focus during its physical life. Souls who were deeply connected to artistic expression might find themselves surrounded by particularly vibrant and creative light patterns, while those who were focused on service might resonate more strongly with the sounds of universal compassion and harmony. Yet, all souls find themselves anchored by the fundamental vibration of devotion, the resonance of their own higher self, aligned with the love and light of the universe. The experience of these vibrations is transformative. They help the soul to release the grip of the personal ego, the sense of separation that characterized the physical life. By immersing itself in the universal vibrations of devachanic sound and light, the soul begins to merge with the collective consciousness of the realm, forgetting the specifics of individual identity, and instead feeling a sense of oneness with all that is. This is not a loss of self, but a transcendence of the limited self. A realization of the soul's true nature as an integral part of the divine whole. Furthermore, these vibrations facilitate the process of understanding and integrating past life experiences. The light can illuminate scenes and emotions from previous incarnations, allowing the soul to gain perspective, release unresolved issues, and learn the necessary lessons. The sound can resonate with the karmic patterns, helping to dissolve the energetic ties that might otherwise bind the soul to future incarnations it is not ready for. This deep level of self-understanding and integration is a crucial part of the reweaving process, preparing the soul for its eventual return to service in a new physical life, or for further evolution towards even higher states of consciousness. The vibrations of devotion also play a vital role in the soul's connection to the spiritual hierarchies and guides that assist in its evolution. These higher beings, operating on frequencies even more refined than the primary devachanic vibration, communicate with the souls resting here through resonant patterns of light and sound. They offer guidance, support, and protection, helping the souls to navigate their experiences and integrate their learnings. The purity of the devachanic vibrations provides a receptive channel for these higher communications, ensuring that the souls receive the assistance they need on their journey. In essence, the vibrational signature of devotion, the foundational hum, the resonant sound, and the illuminating light, forms the very fabric of this blessed realm. It is a symphony of love and light, a sonic and luminous environment designed for healing, refinement, and spiritual growth. It is the environment where the soul can safely rest, release the burdens of the physical life, and reconnect with its true nature. It is within this vibrational landscape that the profound work of reweaving unfolds, the reintegration of the soul's fragments, the healing of past wounds, and the deepening of understanding of the divine plan. These vibrations are not just background noise, they are the active agents of transformation, guiding the soul towards greater light, love, and awareness. As the soul settles into this vibrational embrace, it begins to truly experience the peace, joy, and wonder that devotion offers. It moves beyond mere passive reception and begins to actively participate in its own evolution, guided by the universal frequencies that permeate every aspect of this wondrous realm. The journey through devotion is a journey through sound and light, a journey into the heart of the vibrational universe, where the soul is renewed, refined, and ready for the next step on its eternal path. Chapter 27: The Vibrational Loom and the Weavers of Soul Thread. The journey through the Devachanic Plane, far from being a mere passive state of blissful recall, reveals itself to be an active engagement in a profound and intricate art form. As the consciousness navigates the shimmering tapestries of memory and emotion, it encounters a deeper layer of understanding. The very fabric of devotion is being woven, not by external forces alone, but by the individual consciousnesses themselves, guided by the underlying principles of vibration and intention. This realization marks a significant shift in perspective, moving from a receiver of light to an acknowledged participant in the creative process on a subtle, soul level. The mechanism through which this weaving occurs is less a matter of physical action and more one of vibrational resonance and thought-form projection. We have established that the Devachanic Plane is a realm dominated by extremely high rates of vibration, a state of consciousness far removed from the dense physicality and slower frequencies of the earthly life. In this environment, thoughts, emotions, and memories are not merely recalled, they are experienced with intense clarity and purity, unclouded by the distortions of the physical body and its desires. It is within this vibrational medium that the concept of the soul thread becomes profoundly significant. Can still cast subtle shadows. They may vibrate with a duller, heavier energy, potentially pulling the individual's consciousness away from the pure light of devotion. They contribute threads of a different quality, threads that might, if left unresolved, subtly influence the individual's future incarnations by reinforcing patterns of limitation or discord. The crucial element introduced by the New Age understanding is the concept of choice and consciousness. While the overarching structure of devotion provides the luminous field and the basic framework, the individual consciousness retains a degree of agency. It is not merely floating in a preformed heaven. The individual, through focused awareness and the power of intention, can actively choose which memories to dwell upon, how to interpret them, and whether to allow their vibrational energy to contribute to the creation of a more harmonious inner state. This is where the analogy of the loom becomes particularly apparent. Imagine a vast, shimmering loom spanning the Devachanic realm. The warped threads, perhaps representing the fundamental aspects of the soul's nature, its potential for love, wisdom, understanding, are already present, held taut by the higher spiritual forces. The weavers, the individual consciousnesses, then have the opportunity to weave the weft, the specific experiences, emotions, and learnings of their lives. The act of weaving is not just about passing threads through the warp. It is about the tension, the alignment, the intention behind each thread placed. A weaver who consciously focuses on the lessons learned, who integrates the positive aspects of memory while understanding the negative, is weaving a strong, vibrant, and harmonious pattern. Their soul thread becomes a rich tapestry, reflecting their evolution and contributing positively to the Devachanic field. Conversely, a weaver who allows unresolved negative patterns to dominate, whose consciousness remains stuck in old emotional pain or resentment, is weaving a pattern that is less integrated, perhaps containing areas of dullness or subtle tension. Their contribution, while still part of the whole, carries a lower vibrational quality. The New Age perspective suggests that the individual has the potential, through the work of devotion, to consciously correct these patterns, to rewoven weak or discordant sections of their soul thread, bringing it into greater alignment with the higher frequencies of light and love. This act of conscious weaving is intrinsically linked to the process of spiritual evolution. Each correctly woven section of the soul thread strengthens the individual's connection to the higher self, to the universal life force, and prepares the consciousness for the next stage of its journey. It is through this process of integrating experience, transmuting emotion, and focusing intention within devotion that the seeds of future growth are sown. The tapestry woven in devotion is not just a record of the past, it is a dynamic blueprint, influencing the quality of the next incarnation and the path towards ultimate liberation. Furthermore, the New Age understanding often incorporates the idea of the interconnectedness of all souls within Devachan. While individual consciousnesses weave their own threads, they are not isolated. The vibrations created by one weaver inevitably interact with those of others. A consciousness filled with love and compassion, actively weaving positive patterns, contributes to a more vibrant and harmonious field for everyone nearby. Conversely, one deeply immersed in unresolved negativity might create subtle ripples of discord. This highlights the responsibility inherent in the Devachanic state, the conscious choice to contribute positively to the collective light. The role of the guides or higher spiritual beings often perceived within Devachan can be reinterpreted through this lens as well. They might not be the primary weavers, but rather acting as masters of the loom, offering wisdom, patterns, and assistance to the weavers. They can teach the techniques of conscious weaving, help identify and transmute negative patterns, and guide the individual in aligning their intentions with the higher purpose of soul evolution. They provide the knowledge and support needed to create the most beautiful and harmonious tapestry possible for the individual soul. In essence, the Devachanic Plane, viewed through this New Age perspective, transforms from a passive state of rest and reward into an active, creative studio for the soul. It is here, bathed in the pure light of high vibration, that the individual consciousness gets to consciously engage in the art of self-creation. The memories of past lives are not just revisited, they are transformed, integrated, and woven into the very fabric of the soul's ongoing evolution. The threads of experience, once seemingly disparate, are consciously linked together, creating a more complete and vibrant picture of the soul's journey. This understanding empowers the Devachanic consciousness. It shifts the focus from resignation or mere passive enjoyment to active participation. The individual becomes the weaver, holding the shuttle of intention, choosing the threads of memory, and consciously contributing to the magnificent, ongoing creation of the soul's tapestry. This act of reweaving, guided by light, love, and wisdom, is not merely a past Devachanic activity, it represents an ongoing potential, a continuous refinement of the soul's expression as it navigates the subtle realms between lives, preparing itself for the challenges and opportunities of the next earthly journey. The power to shape the future, on a subtle soul level, lies very much in the hands of the conscious weaver, engaged in the timeless art of reweaving the soul thread within the vibrational loom of Devachan. Chapter 28. The journey through the Devachanic realms, far from being a mere passive state of blissful recall, reveals a profound and intricate dynamic far more akin to active participation in a grand cosmic artistry. As the entity navigates the subtle currents of this high vibrational plane, it encounters not only the echoes of its own life but interacts with other conscious entities engaged in a similar, albeit varied, process of refinement and integration. This interaction takes the form of participation in the very fabric of Devachan itself, a fabric woven not of mere thought forms, but of pure, living consciousness, interwoven with the fundamental energies of the universe. Understanding this vibrational loom, and the roles the entity can play within it is crucial to comprehending the deeper purpose and potential of the Devachanic state. The metaphor of the loom is perhaps an apt, albeit imperfect, way to describe the subtle mechanisms at work. Unlike the rigid mechanics of a physical loom, this cosmic equivalent operates on frequencies of existence that are far more fluid and dynamic. The threads are not mere strands of cotton or silk, but are composed of the very essence of consciousness, streams of thought, emotion, memory, and intention, resonating at incredibly high vibrational rates. These threads originate from countless sources, the entity itself, reflecting its past experiences, other entities currently residing in Devachan, sharing their states of being, and even the subtle influences of the planetary consciousness and the broader cosmos. The loom itself is not a physical object, but a complex matrix of universal energies: the life stream, the mental plane energies, the emotional plane energies, all interwoven and interacting. It is a living structure, constantly evolving, shaped by the collective input of conscious wills. The weavers are the conscious entities who are currently experiencing devachan. Each entity, through its state of consciousness, its predominant emotional and mental tones, contributes its unique threads to the collective tapestry. The entity is not merely a passive observer, it is, by its very presence and state of being, an active participant in this ongoing creation. The process of reweaving, as experienced from within devachan, involves the conscious manipulation and integration of these threads. It is the process by which the entity takes the scattered fragments of its past life, the memories, the emotions, the thoughts, and consciously blends, refines, and integrates them into a higher, more unified state of being. This is not merely about remembering, it is about feeling the resonance of past events, understanding their underlying purpose, and consciously choosing to let go of lower vibrations, such as attachments, resentments, or unprocessed grief, while amplifying the higher vibrations, such as love, compassion, understanding, and universal awareness. The entity finds itself, often intuitively, reaching out with its own stream of consciousness. This might manifest as focusing its attention on a particular memory, not just intellectually recalling it, but deeply feeling the associated emotions with clarity and detachment. It learns to distinguish between the pure essence of an experience, e.g., the feeling of universal love associated with a past act of kindness, and the lower emotional overlays, e.g., the egoic pride or attachment that might have accompanied the act. By consciously focusing on the higher vibrations and letting go of the lower ones, the entity effectively severs the lower threads and allows the higher ones to become stronger and more dominant within its own consciousness. This act of conscious selection and refinement is where the weaving aspect becomes most apparent. The entity's will, directed by its refined state of awareness, begins to actively shape the threads associated with its own being. It is like a weaver selecting specific colors and types of thread to create a desired pattern, while discarding others. The entity learns to perceive its own consciousness as a complex tapestry of these vibrational threads and to consciously direct its attention and will to strengthen certain patterns and weaken others. This is the process of spiritual alchemy, occurring on the level of pure consciousness. Furthermore, the entity interacts with the threads of other beings. It might perceive the consciousness of another Devachanic as a distinct pattern nearby on the loom. It might sense the vibrations of their state. Perhaps one entity is weaving a tapestry of profound peace and understanding, while another is struggling to integrate a difficult memory, their threads appearing tangled or discordant. The entity can, through directed thought and feeling, extend a thread of its own refined consciousness towards another, offering subtle assistance or resonance. This is not necessarily an act of forced healing, but rather a sharing of vibrations, a gentle influence that might help the other entity find a more harmonious pattern. Conversely, the entity can also absorb vibrations from others, learning from their states of being, whether positive or negative, though the latter is often perceived as dissonant static that the entity learns to filter out. The nature of the weavers themselves is diverse. Some are entities who have recently passed, still in the earlier, more impressionistic stages of devachan, where recall is vivid but integration is ongoing. Their threads might be bright but somewhat chaotic, reflecting the recent intensity of life. Others are more established residents, whose consciousness has been refined over longer periods, weaving intricate and beautiful patterns of universal understanding and compassion. These more advanced weavers often act as subtle guides or sources of inspiration for newer arrivals, their presence contributing a stabilizing and elevating influence to the collective field. There are also entities who, due to unresolved karmic issues or specific choices made during life, find their threads in devotion entangled in lower vibrational patterns. Their weaving might be difficult, creating discordant sounds or unstable patterns that can interfere with their own progress and potentially affect the surrounding field. These entities represent another facet of the reweaving process, the challenge of integration even within a state of relative peace, and the ongoing work required to elevate all aspects of consciousness towards higher states. The loom itself is dynamic. Its patterns shift and evolve. The collective consciousness of devotion, the collective will of the resident entities, subtly influences the overall vibrational field. Events occurring on the physical plane, significant shifts in planetary consciousness, or even cosmic occurrences can be perceived as ripples or changes in the fabric of the Devachanic Plane, influencing the weaving process. The entity learns to sense these broader movements and to anchor its own consciousness more firmly in the higher, more stable vibrations, regardless of external fluctuations. Participation in this cosmic weaving is not a singular event but an ongoing process. Even as the entity progresses towards the higher states of Mahatma consciousness or the final merging with the Absolute, the fundamental nature of its being remains rooted in this ability to perceive, interact with, and contribute to the vibrational patterns of the universe. It becomes not just a weaver, but a master weaver, capable of understanding the deeper laws of consciousness and contributing to the creation of more harmonious and refined patterns within the universal tapestry. Understanding this role as an active weaver, consciously shaping one's own vibrational threads and interacting respectfully with the threads of others, transforms the perception of devotion from a passive paradise into a dynamic field of creative consciousness. It highlights the profound responsibility and opportunity inherent in the post-mortem state, the chance to consciously refine and elevate one's own essence while contributing, in however small a way, to the greater cosmic symphony of creation and evolution. The entity learns that its peace and its purpose are intertwined with the weaving of all threads, a realization that deepens its connection to the Devachanic Plane and its understanding of its place within the vast, interconnected web of universal life. This conscious engagement with the vibrational loom is the essence of the advanced Devachanic experience, the transition from simple recall to active participation in the ongoing creation of consciousness. Chapter 29. The journey through the initial, often overwhelming, bliss and clarity of the Devachanic Plane is not merely a passage through a state of heightened consciousness, it is also a profound period of refinement and integration. This stage, often overlooked in the initial excitement of arrival, is crucial for the soul's long-term evolution. It can be likened to a specialized finishing school, a place where the raw gems of spiritual experience are polished, the subtle energies acquired during life are gently integrated, and the nascent understandings gained are solidified into a stable foundation for the future. This is the vibrational finishing school of devotion, a critical phase where the soul prepares itself not just for rest, but for the eventual return to the cycles of manifestation, better equipped and wiser. Upon first entering devotion, the overwhelming nature of the pure, unadulterated bliss and the panoramic clarity of past lives, thoughts, and potential futures can be disorienting. The sheer volume of refined, beautiful, and often startling information can be as much a challenge as it is an enrichment. The soul, having shed the heavy physical body and its associated limitations, finds itself immersed in an environment of such extreme purity and vibration that it must adapt. This adaptation is the primary function of the finishing school phase. It is a period where the soul's own vibration is gradually tuned to the absolute highest frequencies available in the plane, a process akin to acclimatization to an altitude of pure spiritual existence. During this time, the intense emotional and mental experiences of earthly life, particularly the unresolved issues, strong attachments, and deep-seated patterns, come to the fore. In the initial stages of Devachan entry, these might be experienced with a sense of detached observation, yet as the finishing school process unfolds, there is a deeper, more integrated processing. It is not necessarily a period of intense suffering, but rather one of subtle, persistent, and ultimately liberating clarification. Old wounds are gently revisited, not to dwell on them, but to release the final, subtle residues of pain, resentment, or regret that might still cling to the soul's energy field. Old patterns of thought and behavior are examined under the bright light of unconditional love and truth, allowing for the final shedding of limitations that no longer serve the soul's evolutionary path. This processing is facilitated by the inherent nature of Devachan itself, an environment of profound peace and spiritual insight. However, it is also actively supported by the subtle influences of the plane's inherent energies and, often, the guidance of more advanced spirits who reside there. These may be souls who have completed their own devachanic rest and are now serving in a subtle, supportive capacity, acting as guides or exemplars of perfected consciousness. Their presence can help the newer arrivals navigate the complexities of the plane and accelerate their own refinement. There is a gentle, collective atmosphere of spiritual growth and integration, where souls naturally gravitate towards understanding and healing. A significant aspect of the vibrational finishing school is the deepening and stabilization of the soul's connection to the universal life force, or prana, as it manifests in Devachan. While the initial entry might be characterized by a surge of blissful energy, the finishing school phase involves learning to manage and integrate this energy more consciously. The soul begins to understand how to draw upon the pure, refined life force of the plane not just for sustenance, but for further purification and enlightenment. This involves practices that, from a human perspective, might seem passive, yet are highly active on a soul level. These include the cultivation of a constant state of inner silence, the practice of unconditional love towards all beings, including those who may have caused suffering in a past life, and a sustained focus on spiritual understanding and compassion. The refinement of the intellect is another crucial component of this stage. The panoramic memory of past lives, which can sometimes be overwhelming or lead to judgmental conclusions, is gently sorted and integrated. The soul learns to discern the essential lessons from past incarnations, understanding the karmic patterns and the soul's journey with greater clarity and compassion. This intellectual processing allows for the release of intellectual attachments, rigid beliefs, unexamined assumptions, or intellectual pride. The goal is not necessarily to accumulate more knowledge, but to achieve a state of wisdom where understanding serves compassion, and knowledge is used for the highest good, rather than personal aggrandizement or judgment. Emotional refinement is equally vital. While the initial state of Devachan might involve intense, yet purified emotions of love, joy, and peace, the finishing school phase involves integrating these emotions on a much deeper level. It means understanding the subtle nuances of these feelings, recognizing them as expressions of the soul's connection to the divine, and learning to extend them compassionately towards all creation. It involves the final dissolving of emotional biases, resentments, or attachments that might still linger, even in a purified form. This is where the soul truly begins to embody the Christ consciousness or the Buddha nature, not just intellectually or emotionally, but as its fundamental state of being. The process, also involves a subtle recalibration of the soul's sense of identity. In the physical world, the ego is deeply rooted in the body and its sensory experiences. In Devachan, the identity naturally expands to encompass the entire soul, with its vast memory and connection to the universal mind. However, this new identity needs to be integrated and made stable. The soul learns to rest in its true nature, the eternal, unchanging essence beyond the temporary incarnations. This involves letting go of the sense of being defined solely by past lives or future potential, and instead resting in the present moment of pure being, supported by the eternal background of the universe. This phase is also crucial for healing karmic patterns on a subtle level. The soul may encounter echoes of past life wounds or conflicts in Devachan. Through the process of refinement, these karmic threads are identified and gently worked through. This might involve visualizations of healing, sending loving energy to past self or others involved in the karma, or simply observing the patterns with the clarity of Devachanic insight without judgment. The goal is to release the final energetic residues of these karmic ties, allowing the soul to move into its next phase of existence without being subtly pulled or influenced by unresolved past energies. This healing is often facilitated by the plane's own purifying energies and the guidance of more advanced spirits. The duration of this vibrational finishing school phase varies greatly for each soul. It depends on the individual's spiritual readiness, the amount of work needed to integrate past life experiences and resolve karmic patterns, and the soul's own pace of evolution. Some souls may spend only a relatively short time in this phase before moving on to the more settled state of rest, while others may remain in this period of active refinement for longer durations. There is no rush. The process is entirely according to the soul's needs and capacity. During this time, the soul is also preparing for the eventual return to the lower planes. While the primary focus is on integration and refinement, the soul subconsciously absorbs the higher truths and vibrations of Devachan. This acts as a powerful antenna, attuning the soul to the higher frequencies and more evolved consciousness needed for future incarnations. The understanding gained about life, karma, love, and spiritual growth during this phase provides a solid foundation for re-entering the physical world with greater awareness, compassion, and purpose. The soul learns to carry the light of Devachan within it, even as it prepares to engage once again with the challenges and opportunities of manifestation. The guidance of the ascended masters and other highly evolved souls resident in Devachan, or who visit frequently, plays a significant role during this phase. They offer subtle guidance, inspiration, and protection. Their presence serves as a constant reminder of the higher possibilities available to the soul and helps the individual navigate through any final challenges or attachments. This guidance is often more subtle and less direct than during the initial entry phase, as the soul is more capable of receiving and integrating it on a deeper level. In essence, the vibrational finishing school of Devachan is a critical period of conscious spiritual development. It moves beyond the initial, often passive, reception of Devachanic blessings and into a more active phase of integration, refinement, and preparation. It is where the soul polishes its gem, removing the last vestiges of past limitations and preparing itself for the next step on the evolutionary path. It is a time of deep inner work, guided by the inherent purity of the plane and supported by the wisdom of more evolved spirits. Through this process, the soul not only prepares for a more peaceful and meaningful rest but also equips itself with greater wisdom, compassion, and spiritual understanding for the eventual return to the path of evolution and service in the manifest universe. This final preparation ensures that the soul emerges from Devachan not just refreshed, but truly transformed, ready to continue its journey with a lighter load, a brighter vision, and a deeper connection to the divine heart of all things. The soul is being finely tuned, a vibrant instrument ready to play its next note in the grand symphony of existence. Chapter 30. The Vibrational Finishing School of Devachan. The journey through the initial, often tumultuous, stages of the post-death transition culminates in the stabilization within the Devachanic Plane. This is not an endpoint, however, but rather a profound period of refinement, learning, and integration. It can be likened to a specialized educational institution, a vibrational finishing school dedicated entirely to the soul's ongoing evolution. The intense emotional and mental clearing processes of the lower planes have subsided, replaced by a state of relative peace and heightened awareness. The soul, now residing in a realm characterized by its extreme fineness of substance and purity of vibration, finds itself in an environment uniquely suited for deep introspection and spiritual growth. The primary purpose of this stage within Devachan is the assimilation of the life experiences just concluded. This is far more than mere memory recall. It is a process of deep, experiential understanding. The soul replays the significant events, encounters, and decisions of its earthly existence, but with a crucial difference. It does so from a perspective of detachment, objectivity, and spiritual insight gained through the shedding of the personal ego's biases and emotional entanglements. The lessons embedded within the joys, sorrows, successes, and failures become clearly visible in their true light, stripping away the illusions of importance and separation that clouded perception during physical life. Imagine, if you will, sitting in a vast, luminous hall. The walls shimmer with the subtle colors of past emotions and thoughts. Before you rests a holographic record of your life. You observe the scenes unfold, the moments of love, the instances of conflict, the times of courage, the moments of weakness. You feel the emotions associated with them, joy, sorrow, anger, fear, but without becoming consumed by them. You see the motivations behind your actions, the subtle interplay of cause and effect, the ways in which your choices shaped your path and influenced others. This is not an exercise in guilt or regret, but an opportunity for profound understanding and compassion, both for oneself and for the self as it interacted with the world. It is akin to viewing a complex tapestry from a distance, appreciating the overall design and the intricate relationship between all the threads, rather than becoming lost in the details of a single, perhaps flawed, individual strand. This process of review is facilitated by the inherent nature of the Devachanic environment. The intense emotional energies that characterize the lower planes have largely dissipated or been transmuted. Devachan is a realm of high, positive vibrations, dominated by the life force, prana or ki, in its purest state. This environment naturally supports the quiet, focused state of mind required for deep introspection. Mental chatter diminishes significantly, replaced by a clear, receptive awareness. The soul becomes a calm observer, able to perceive the deeper patterns and spiritual significance of its experiences without being overwhelmed by them. Furthermore, the influence of the collective consciousness of Devachan plays a crucial role in this educational process. While individual souls reside within their own distinct spheres of light, they are not isolated. There is a subtle, harmonious intermingling with the vibrations of countless other souls on a similar path. This creates an environment of shared peace, understanding, and spiritual inspiration. Souls naturally gravitate towards those whose vibrations are harmonious with their own, forming subtle communities based on shared interests, spiritual aspirations, or stages of development. These interactions are not physical in the earthly sense, but are vibrational resonances of thought, feeling, and intention. A soul might find itself drawn to the vibration of a master teacher, an ascended being whose light serves as a beacon, offering guidance and inspiration. Or it might connect with fellow souls exploring similar spiritual themes, sharing insights and experiences in a supportive, non-judgmental atmosphere. These subtle connections facilitate the exchange of knowledge and understanding. A soul might perceive the essence of a complex spiritual law through the vibration of another, or gain insight into a personal challenge by observing how similar issues manifest in the experience of a peer. This collective wisdom, filtered through the high vibrations of Devachan, accelerates the learning process. It reinforces the lessons learned through individual review and provides a broader perspective on the soul's journey. It is as if the soul accesses a vast, interconnected library of spiritual knowledge, drawing upon the collective experiences and insights of countless journeys that have gone before. The lessons within Devachan extend beyond the simple review of past life events. A significant aspect of this, finishing school, is the cultivation of higher spiritual qualities. The soul, free from the constraints and distortions of the physical body and lower emotional states, has the unique opportunity to actively develop virtues such as unconditional love, compassion, universal understanding, and profound empathy. It learns to extend these qualities not just towards those it knew in physical life, but towards all sentient beings, recognizing the divine spark within every soul. This development often takes the form of subtle, vibrational practices. The soul might find itself engaging in acts of mental kindness, sending waves of loving intention towards a difficult person from its past, observing how its vibration changes and how understanding grows. It might find itself drawn to explore the nature of compassion by focusing its awareness on the suffering of others within the Devachanic collective, learning to feel their pain without becoming overwhelmed, and perceiving the possibility of healing and transformation. It is a form of spiritual alchemy, transmuting past attachments and resentments into pure, elevating emotions. The understanding of spiritual laws, such as the law of karma, is deepened significantly in this plane. While the immediate, often harsh, feedback loops of cause and effect may have been more pronounced in the lower planes, in Devachan the soul perceives the subtle, yet undeniable, interconnectedness of all events. It witnesses the rippling effects of its actions across time and space, understanding how every thought, word, and deed contributes to the intricate tapestry of the universe. This understanding fosters a sense of responsibility, not in a punitive way, but as a recognition of one's place within the great cosmic plan and the power of conscious choice. Furthermore, the soul often receives insights into its karmic patterns, both those it is currently working through and those that will influence its next incarnation. This understanding provides a context for its life experiences, revealing the deeper purposes behind challenges and difficulties. It allows for a release of lingering attachments or unresolved issues, enabling the soul to move forward with greater clarity and purpose. This knowledge is not presented as a judgment, but as an informational guide, helping the soul to consciously choose its path forward with greater awareness. The refinement of the soul's own vibration is another key aspect of this educational phase. It is like tuning a fine musical instrument. The intense vibrations of physical life have imprinted certain resonant frequencies onto the soul's energy field. In Devachan, these frequencies are gently but firmly adjusted. Impurities are transmuted, discordant notes are harmonized, and the soul's natural, higher vibration is brought into greater alignment with its true spiritual essence. This process involves the conscious acceptance and integration of spiritual truths, the letting go of outdated belief systems, and the adoption of more refined and elevated states of consciousness. This refinement is often supported by subtle guidance from ascended masters, spiritual hierarchies, or benevolent entities that permeate the Devachanic plane. These entities act as teachers, mentors, and guides, offering insights, inspiration, and protection. They may present the soul with symbolic challenges or lessons designed to accelerate its growth. These challenges are not designed to cause suffering, but to provide opportunities for the soul to demonstrate its understanding, apply its spiritual knowledge, and further refine its character. Successfully navigating these challenges strengthens the soul's vibration and expands its awareness. The duration of this stage within Devachan varies greatly for each soul. It depends on the individual's rate of evolution, the amount of work needed to integrate past life experiences, the karmic debts being settled, and the spiritual goals the soul has set for itself. For some, this period might be relatively short, lasting perhaps only a few weeks or months after the initial transition. For others, it might extend for several years, or even decades, involving deep and extensive work on spiritual understanding and refinement. There is no set timeline. The soul remains in this phase until it has sufficiently prepared itself for the next step in its journey. The finishing school aspect of Devachan emphasizes the soul's active role in its own evolution. While the environment is conducive to learning and growth, the soul must engage in the process. It must apply its will towards spiritual development, actively choose to cultivate higher virtues, consciously integrate the lessons of experience, and embrace the guidance offered. It is a period of intense inner work, but performed within a supportive and inspiring environment. The soul is not merely passively floating in a state of bliss, it is actively learning, growing, and preparing for the next phase of its eternal journey. As this stage progresses, the soul's vibration continues to rise. It becomes increasingly attuned to the higher dimensions of reality, its awareness expanding beyond the limitations of the physical universe. It gains a deeper understanding of the nature of consciousness itself, its connection to the universal life force, and its place within the vast structure of the cosmos. The lessons learned and the vibrations refined during this period form the foundation for the soul's eventual return to physical life, or for its continued journey into even higher spiritual planes if it chooses a path of service beyond incarnation. This period of stabilization and refinement is, therefore, a crucial and transformative phase. It is the soul's opportunity to gain perspective, integrate experience, cultivate spiritual virtues, and refine its own essence in a realm perfectly suited for such work. It is the bridge between the tumultuous end of one life and the beginning of the next, or the transition towards even higher states of consciousness. The vibrational finishing school of Devachan provides the essential tools and environment for the soul to prepare itself for whatever challenges and opportunities lie ahead on its ongoing path of evolution and enlightenment. The soul, having learned its lessons here, emerges not merely changed, but truly transformed, ready to carry its refined light forward. Chapter 31. The journey through the Devachanic realms, far from being a mere passive state of blissful repose, unfolds as a profound and intricate process of inner alchemy, a cosmic artistry where the very fabric of the individual's consciousness is meticulously reworked. This reweaving, as experienced and perceived from the vantage point of the New Age perspective, is not simply a consequence of past lives. It is an active, energetic engagement with the universal life force, a conscious participation in the great work of spiritual evolution. It is within this context that the role of the vibrational loom and the concept of the weaver's intent take center stage, revealing the deeper mechanics and purpose behind the transition into and through Devachan. From the standpoint of this understanding, the individual consciousness, upon its separation from the physical body at death, does not merely drift like a leaf upon the spiritual ocean. Instead, it arrives in the Devachanic plane carrying the essential patterns of its life, the accumulated thoughts, emotions, experiences, beliefs, and karmic imprints. These are not static memories but dynamic, energetic residues, vibrations that resonate within the individual's soul body or higher self. Think of these patterns as threads, diverse in color, texture, and tension, representing the myriad strands of one's life's tapestry. They constitute the raw material upon which the reweaving process unfolds. The Devachanic state itself is often described as a realm of intense, yet often subtle, vibrational activity. It is a dimension where the laws of physics, as understood in the lower worlds, are profoundly different. Time may flow differently, or even seem to stand still relative to earthly standards, while the primary reality is one of pure energy and feeling. This vibrational environment acts as the medium, the canvas, the very loom, upon which the reworking takes place. It is a field of infinite potential, resonating at frequencies associated with peace, love, understanding, and unity, the very qualities the soul seeks to embody more fully. The Weaver, in this New Age interpretation, is less a singular, external deity and more the emergent, conscious expression of the individual soul itself, operating in concert with the universal life principle or the intelligent energy of the cosmos. It is the higher self, the Atman, the core essence of the being, now liberated from the constraints of the personality and the physical body. This Weaver is not merely a passive observer of the past, it is an active artist, a conscious creator engaging with the vibrational threads it has brought forth and with the infinite resources of the Devachanic realm. The process of reweaving begins almost immediately after the transition. The initial stages might involve a gentle sorting and purification of the threads. Energetic patterns associated with deep-seated negativity, fear, resentment, or strong attachments to limited beliefs are often the first to be identified and gently unwound. This is not necessarily a painful process, but rather a release, a letting go facilitated by the supportive, high-vibrational environment of Devachan. The soul, bathed in the light of understanding and peace, begins to see the patterns with greater clarity and detachment. As the purification proceeds, the weaver consciously engages with the remaining threads. This is where the concept of intent becomes paramount. The weaver's intent is the focused purpose of the soul during this period of reintegration and evolution. It is the answer to the soul's deepest yearnings, the direction towards which its higher self aspires. This intent is not arbitrary but is deeply rooted in the soul's evolutionary trajectory and its karmic commitments. What forms this intent? It is shaped by a lifetime of subtle spiritual seeking, even if not always consciously acknowledged. It is influenced by the soul's connection to its spiritual guides and the cosmic plan. It is illuminated by the profound insights gained during the life review and the understanding of one's place within the web of life. This intent acts as the guiding star, the creative force that directs how the various threads of experience are to be interwoven. With intent clear, the weaver begins the intricate work of intertwining the threads. This is not merely a mechanical process of sewing, but a dynamic interplay of energy and will. Threads representing love and compassion might be woven tightly together, reinforcing the soul's capacity for these qualities. Threads of learning and understanding, perhaps thin and delicate, are integrated into the broader pattern, adding depth and intellectual clarity. Threads of artistic talent or creative expression are woven in patterns that allow these abilities to bloom anew, often in service to others in the future. The weaver might draw upon the vibrant colors of the Devachanic realm, the intense blues of universal love, the golden hues of wisdom, the emerald greens of growth and healing, the silvers of mental clarity, to infuse the new tapestry with higher frequencies. These energies are not just observed, they are actively incorporated, becoming part of the soul's new energetic signature. This reweaving is also a process of integration. Threads from seemingly disparate life experiences are brought together to reveal deeper, underlying patterns and purposes. A challenging relationship might be reinterpreted not as a source of suffering, but as a catalyst for profound personal growth, its energetic threads now woven into a stronger, more resilient core. A period of failure might be reframed as a necessary lesson, its vibrations harmonized with the thread of perseverance. The loom itself is not a physical object but a symbolic representation of the soul's higher consciousness and its interaction with the Devachanic environment. It represents the soul's capacity for conscious creation and transformation. The threads are the soul's life experience, now transformed into energetic patterns. The weaver is the soul's conscious will and creative power. And the intent is the soul's evolutionary purpose, its spiritual destiny. Throughout this process, the soul remains connected to the broader spiritual currents of Devachan. It may receive guidance from its guides, absorb vibrations of healing and inspiration from the collective consciousness of the realm, and contribute its own refined vibrations back into the cosmic field. The reweaving is thus both an intensely personal process and an integral part of the larger spiritual ecosystem. The outcome of this reweaving process is not simply a static state of perfected bliss, but a dynamic, refined, and more powerful instrument of consciousness. The new tapestry, the newly woven soul body, is imbued with greater clarity, purpose, and spiritual potential. It carries the integrated lessons of past lives, the amplified strengths, and the resolved issues. It is a vessel better equipped to return to the lower worlds, perhaps in a new life, perhaps as a spiritual helper, perhaps through a different path of service, operating from a place of greater wisdom, love, and understanding. The reweaving is, therefore, seen not as an end in itself, but as a crucial step in the ongoing journey of spiritual evolution. It is the soul's conscious participation in its own refinement, the artful creation of a new blueprint for expression and experience. It is a testament to the soul's enduring creativity and its unwavering drive towards higher consciousness, a vibrant testament woven on the infinite loom of the Devachanic Plane, guided by the clear intent of its own becoming. Chapter 32: The Vibrational Signature of Devachan, Sound, Light, and Consciousness Resonance. The journey through the refined landscapes of Devachan continues, but the focus now shifts from the specific inhabitants or regions to the fundamental, underlying fabric that weaves these celestial realms together. This fabric is not merely physical, nor is it purely mental. It is a profound interplay of vibrational energies, primarily manifesting as sound and light, which form the very signature of the Devachanic Plane. Understanding this signature is key to comprehending not only Devachan itself but also the nature of consciousness when it transcends the limitations of the physical world. In the preceding chapters, we have explored the diverse inhabitants of this blessed state, the peaceful souls resting after incarnations, the aspirants working diligently towards spiritual realization, and the more advanced entities who have become beacons of light and love within these higher realms. We have described the beautiful landscapes, the varying intensities of light, the subtle forms of life, and the general atmosphere of peace and bliss. Yet beneath these varied expressions lies a more fundamental reality, the pervasive and resonant vibrational signature that gives Devachan its unique identity and its powerful influence. This signature is not something that one merely observes. It is something that is deeply felt, resonated with, and ultimately becomes a part of the evolving consciousness of the Devachanic resident. It is the underlying music of the soul's rest and rebirth, a symphony played on the strings of consciousness itself. To delve into this aspect is to move beyond the mere description of places and beings to the exploration of the very essence of what Devachan is at its core. The nature of this vibrational signature is primarily sonic, yet it transcends our conventional understanding of sound as produced by physical instruments or vocal cords. In the dense physical world, sound is a vibration of molecules, a pressure wave that travels through a medium. In Devachan, the source of vibration is consciousness itself, interacting directly with the subtle energies that permeate the plane. These vibrations are not merely heard with the physical ear, although the sensation can sometimes be perceived in that way, especially by those who are still somewhat anchored to the physical senses. More profoundly, they are felt as deep ripples within the soul, resonances that stir the very core of being. Imagine, if you will, a vast, intricate musical instrument, far more complex and resonant than anything ever conceived by human hands. This instrument is the Devachanic Plane itself, and the consciousnesses residing within it are both players and the music itself. The notes played are not tones of fixed pitch as we know them, but rather vibrations of pure feeling, pure thought, pure intent. There is a fundamental keynote to Devachan, a foundational vibration of peace, harmony, and unconditional love. This underlies all other resonances, much like the root note on a piano provides the foundation for a complex chord. However, the Devachanic signature is far richer than a single keynote. It is a complex tapestry of overtones and harmonics, reflecting the myriad experiences, emotions, thoughts, and aspirations of the inhabitants. A soul who spent their physical life in acts of compassion will resonate with vibrations of kindness and empathy, contributing their unique frequency to the overall symphony. A soul who dedicated themselves to learning and understanding will vibrate with frequencies of wisdom and insight. One who experienced profound grief might still resonate with a deep, resonant sorrow, but one that is cleansed and transformed by the Devachanic environment, no longer sharp and painful but perhaps a vast, echoing balm. These individual vibrations blend and interact, creating a constantly shifting, yet fundamentally stable, vibrational environment. It is like a vast chorus, where each individual voice sings their unique part, yet all are in harmony with the overall theme. There are moments of great intensity, where the vibrations might soar with joy or exultation, filling the consciousness with a boundless sense of elation. And there are quieter moments, deeper resonances of peace and contemplation, where the soul rests in profound stillness. This sonic aspect is intimately linked with another fundamental component of the Devachanic vibrational signature: light. In Devachan, light is not merely a visual phenomenon, it is a form of energy, a vibration of pure consciousness, that permeates the entire plane. It is the very essence of life and intelligence in these higher realms. The light of Devachan is often described as beautiful, radiant, and uplifting, but its nature is even more profound than that. Just as sound in Devachan arises from the vibrations of consciousness, so too does light. A particular feeling, a specific thought, a focused intention within a Devachanic entity will radiate outwards as a corresponding vibration of light. Acts of love generate frequencies of warm, golden, or rose-colored light. Thoughts of understanding project vibrations of clear, blue, or silver light. Feelings of gratitude send out ripples of vibrant, green light. These individual light signatures blend with the general Devachanic light, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that reflects the collective consciousness of the realm. Furthermore, there are deeper, more subtle aspects to the light of Devachan. It is not just about color and intensity, it is also about frequency and quality. Some light vibrations carry the signature of purity, of absolute goodness. Others might resonate with the vibration of truth, of universal understanding. Still others might carry the frequency of creative potential, the spark of the divine within. These subtle light vibrations can be perceived by the sensitive Devachanic consciousness, often through feelings or intuitive impressions rather than direct visual perception, and they contribute significantly to the overall signature and atmosphere of the plane. The interplay between sound and light within the Devachanic vibrational signature is crucial. A vibration of joy might manifest as both a rising, harmonious chord of sound and a burst of warm, golden light. A deep state of peace might be felt as a gentle, resonant hum and seen as a soft, ethereal glow. These two forms of vibration are complementary, each enhancing and amplifying the other. They are two sides of the same coin, two expressions of the fundamental energetic nature of consciousness in its liberated state. This vibrational signature is not static, it evolves. As individual souls settle into Devachan, their initial resonance contributes to the overall field. As they rest, process their experiences, and integrate their learning, their vibrational signature may shift and refine. Similarly, the collective signature of the Devachanic plane itself may evolve over vast periods of time, reflecting the collective state of consciousness of all its inhabitants. For the entity residing within Devachan, attuning themselves to this vibrational signature is a natural part of the restorative process. It is like a plant soaking up sunlight. The entity naturally resonates with the prevailing frequencies of peace, love, and light. This resonance helps to heal old wounds, dissolve residual attachments, and integrate the life review experiences. It provides the energy and the environment necessary for deep spiritual refinement and preparation for the next cycle of manifestation. Moreover, understanding the vibrational signature of Devachan from a New Age perspective offers a powerful tool for those still in the physical world. By learning to attune their own consciousness to these higher frequencies, through meditation, visualization, sound healing practices, like or mantras, and the cultivation of positive emotions, individuals can begin to bring some of the Devachanic resonance into their own lives. This can help to elevate their own vibrational state, reduce stress and negativity, and connect more deeply with their own inner light and inner peace. Practitioners of certain New Age modalities might work with specific Devachanic frequencies, seeking to align their own energy fields with the vibrations of compassion, wisdom, or creative love found within these higher realms. They might visualize themselves bathed in Devachanic light, or listen to or create sounds that resonate with the keynote of peace. This is essentially an attempt to directly engage with the vibrational signature of Devachan in order to facilitate spiritual growth and healing in the lower realms. The vibrational signature of Devachan, therefore, is far more than just a background ambience. It is the lifeblood of the plane, the expression of collective and individual consciousness in its most refined state. It is a profound teacher, offering lessons in harmony, love, and the nature of pure being. It is a beacon of light and sound, pointing towards the possibility of conscious evolution beyond physical limitation. By understanding and resonating with this signature, both within Devachan and by seeking to incorporate its essence into our lives here and now, we open ourselves to the profound possibilities of spiritual awakening and the transformation of consciousness. As we continue our exploration, we will begin to look at the final major stage of the Devachanic journey, the eventual withdrawal of consciousness from these blessed realms and its preparation for the next step in the evolutionary process. This involves not just the fading of the vibrational signature of Devachan, but the integration of its lessons and the gradual reorientation of the soul towards the challenges and opportunities of new embodiment, or perhaps other paths yet to be revealed. Chapter 33. The journey through the inner worlds, particularly the realm often termed Devachan, reveals a profound truth. The very essence of this state of being is defined by its unique vibrational signature. It is not merely a place of rest or bliss, but a specific frequency, a harmonious tuning fork set in resonance within the vast symphony of the cosmos. Understanding this signature is key to comprehending the nature of Devachan itself, its inhabitants, and the subtle mechanisms that sustain their existence there. To perceive this vibrational signature is often the first distinct awareness a consciousness attains upon entering the Devachanic state. It is far more than a mere background hum. It is the fundamental medium through which all experience is filtered, the underlying tone upon which the tapestry of Devachanic life is woven. For those beings accustomed to the denser, more turbulent vibrations of the physical, or even astral planes, the initial sensation can be overwhelming, yet profoundly soothing. It is like stepping from a noisy, cluttered room into a perfectly silent, yet subtly resonant, chamber. The silence is not empty, but filled with a deep, pervasive peace that vibrates at a level the physical ear cannot even conceive of. This signature frequency is characterized by an extraordinary degree of harmony and coherence. Where the lower planes are often rife with conflicting energies, emotional discord, and the chaotic interplay of desires and fears, Devachan resonates with a remarkably unified vibrational field. This harmony is not imposed from without, but arises naturally from the state of being of the inhabitants themselves. As negative emotions, like fear, attachment, hatred, and jealousy, dissolve in the light of spiritual understanding, the consciousness naturally attunes to higher, more harmonious frequencies. The residual traces of these lower vibrations, if present, tend to fade, leaving behind an increasingly pure and resonant state. The specific pitch or range of this vibration can vary slightly among individuals, reflecting their unique path of development and the particular nature of their Devachanic experience. However, there is a broad spectrum that falls within the general, Devachanic, range, characterized by its high, yet gentle, and deeply soothing quality. It is often described as akin to the purest tones of celestial music, the resonant hum of crystalline structures under immense light, or the gentle, warm glow of distant stars. It carries connotations of purity, peace, and unconditional love, though these are felt as fundamental states of being rather than concepts to be understood intellectually. Analyzing this vibration from a more esoteric or energetic perspective, we can discern within it several distinct, yet integrated, components. At its core is the vibration of pure being, the fundamental resonance of the soul or self, unencumbered by the personality structures of the lower planes. This core vibration is incredibly stable and persistent, providing the unwavering foundation of the Devachanic state. It is the eternal I Am, existing beyond time and space as we perceive them. Surrounding and interacting with this core is a complex interplay of vibrations related to the individual's life experiences, interpreted through the lens of their spiritual development. Memories that are harmonious, loving, and spiritually significant resonate strongly within this field, reinforcing the Devachanic state. These might include moments of profound connection with others, experiences of beauty and awe, acts of selfless service, or deep periods of meditation and inner peace. These positive echoes of the past become embedded within the Devachanic vibration, contributing to its richness and depth. Conversely, the vibrations associated with negative or discordant experiences are significantly weakened or completely negated. It is as if the very fabric of Devachan filters out the discordance, allowing only the harmonious frequencies to persist. This is not necessarily a selective recall in the conventional sense, but rather a resonance effect. The Devachanic state is inherently a state of higher vibration. Lower, denser vibrations simply cannot sustain their presence within this field. It is akin to placing a radio tuned to a high, clear frequency into an environment filled with static. The static, lower vibrations, is ignored or suppressed by the clarity of the chosen frequency, Devachanic vibration. Furthermore, the vibrational signature of Devachan is not static, it evolves. As an inhabitant continues their spiritual journey even within Devachan, their state of being deepens, and their resonant frequency ascends. The initial, perhaps more gentle, Devachanic vibrations give way to higher, more refined, and even more profoundly blissful states. This ongoing evolution is a testament to the dynamic nature of spiritual development, demonstrating that the path does not end at physical death but continues in the inner realms. The individual consciousness constantly refines its own vibration, which in turn shapes and elevates its devachanic environment. This inherent harmony and the specific vibrational signature also play a crucial role in the devachanic social structures, often described as devachanic communities, or Gregs. These groupings are not merely accidental collections of souls sharing the same space. They are, quite literally, formed by the natural tendency of like vibrations to attract one another. Souls who have traveled similar paths, experienced comparable insights, or resonated with similar spiritual ideals naturally gravitate towards each other within the vibrational field of Devachan. It is a subtle yet powerful energetic alignment, reflecting the deeper spiritual connections forged during the life on earth or through prior incarnations. Within these communities, the shared resonant frequency fosters an environment of deep understanding, mutual support, and collective growth. The vibrations of one soul can subtly influence and uplift another, reinforcing positive states and accelerating the evolutionary process. These communities serve as nurturing environments, allowing souls to integrate their spiritual learnings, share experiences of unity and love, and prepare for the next stage of their journey, whether that be a return to embodiment or further progression into even more subtle states of consciousness. The understanding of Devachan's vibrational signature also sheds light on the process of transition between the Devachanic state and the lower planes. The return journey often involves a gradual adjustment of the vibrational frequency. The consciousness must consciously or unconsciously attune itself back towards the resonant frequency of the physical or astral planes. This adjustment can sometimes feel like a descent from pure light and sound into a more dense and complex energetic field. For some, this process is smooth and effortless. For others, it can be challenging, requiring conscious effort to reorient the consciousness and reintegrate with the lower plane frequencies without losing the sense of inner peace gained in Devachan. In essence, the vibrational signature of Devachan is its lifeblood, its defining characteristic. It is a state of being, an energetic condition that resonates with love, peace, and spiritual understanding. It is not merely a place to rest, but a field of refined frequency where the soul can integrate its experiences, evolve its consciousness, and connect with others on a deeply spiritual level. Recognizing and understanding this signature allows us to glimpse the profound reality of the inner worlds and the ongoing nature of spiritual evolution that continues far beyond the veil of physical existence. It is a testament to the enduring power of the soul and its capacity to create and light even in the most subtle of dimensions. The journey through Devachan is, in many ways, a journey through the refinement and elevation of one's own vibrational signature, a process that continues to shape the individual and contribute to the greater symphony of the cosmos. Chapter 34: The Vibrational Loom and the Weavers of Consciousness. The journey through the Devachanic Plane, often perceived as a serene and blissful state, reveals a far more intricate and dynamic reality beneath its surface sheen of peace. It is a realm not merely of passive enjoyment but of profound activity, a vast workshop of consciousness where the very fabric of experience is constantly being woven, refined, and reshaped. This intricate process of creation and recreation is centered upon the vibrational loom, a metaphor for the subtle, yet immensely powerful, mechanisms through which thought forms, emotional patterns, and mental constructs are transmuted into the shimmering tapestries of Devachanic life. Understanding this loom and its weavers is crucial to comprehending the true nature of the post-mortem state and its profound potential for spiritual evolution. At the heart of the Devachanic experience lies the individual consciousness, now liberated from the dense physical body and the immediate constraints of earthly personality. However, this liberation does not equate to a state of emptiness or mere floating. Instead, the conscious entity becomes an active participant in its own environment, a conscious weaver upon the vibrational loom of its own perception and experience. This loom, however, is not a static machine but a dynamic field of infinite potential, resonating with the fundamental frequencies of the universe. It is a living, breathing matrix of energy and light, sensitive to the subtlest shifts in consciousness. The mechanisms of the loom are rooted in the very nature of thought and emotion, now elevated to their highest, most refined states. In the Devachanic plane, thoughts are no longer the fleeting, often chaotic mental processes of the lower realms. They have become pure, focused streams of intelligent energy, capable of shaping reality with precision. Emotions, similarly, are transformed from uncontrolled, reactive states into conscious, creative forces. Love, compassion, understanding, and universal awareness become the primary dyes and threads used in the weaving process. The warp threads of this Devachanic tapestry can be understood as the fundamental patterns of the individual's consciousness, carrying the essence of their life's experiences, their deepest values, their unresolved issues, and their most cherished aspirations. These threads, once laid down in the physical life, are now accessible and can be consciously worked upon in the Devachanic state. They form the underlying structure, the core strands upon which the more transient elements of thought and feeling are woven. The weft, the process of interlacing these warp threads, is driven by the conscious choices and focuses of the entity. As the entity recalls a memory, or holds a particular feeling, or directs its will towards a specific aspect of its being, it is, in essence, inserting a new thread of experience into the existing fabric. This is not merely a passive recalling, it is an active engagement, a conscious selection and integration of past patterns into the ongoing creation of the present moment. The quality of these weft threads determines the color, texture, and overall feel of the resulting tapestry, the individual's Devachanic landscape and experience. The process is deeply influenced by the entity's state of consciousness and its relationship with the universal life force, often referred to as the Logos, or the impersonal divine. The higher the vibrational frequency of the consciousness, the more refined and harmonious the threads being woven. When the entity operates from a place of unconditional love, universal understanding, and selfless service, the resulting patterns are imbued with light, beauty, and resonance. These threads interlace more easily, creating a stronger, more enduring, and more uplifting tapestry of existence. Conversely, if unresolved lower emotions such as attachment, fear, resentment, or egocentric desires persist, they too become part of the weaving process. These threads, however, tend to create tension, discord, and shadow patterns within the tapestry. They may form dense, dark areas, or create chaotic, swirling textures that disrupt the overall harmony. While not necessarily destructive in a purely physical sense, these patterns can lead to a less refined, less illuminated state of being within the Devachanic realms, potentially hindering the entity's spiritual progress and obscuring the higher light. The weavers themselves are, of course, the conscious entities inhabiting the Devachanic plane. However, their role extends beyond mere passive participation. They are not just consumers of bliss, they are active creators, constantly refining and expanding their own experience through the conscious weaving of their thoughts and feelings. This process is inherently self-directed, guided by the entity's own level of awareness and choice. It is a form of inner alchemy, where the raw materials of past experience are transmuted into the gold of spiritual understanding and enlightenment. Furthermore, the weavers do not exist in isolation. The Devachanic Plane is an interconnected realm, and the vibrational looms of individual consciousnesses are not entirely separate. There is a subtle intermingling of energies and influences. A highly evolved entity, weaving threads of pure love and light, can subtly influence the surrounding environment and the consciousness of others nearby. Conversely, an entity caught in lower vibrational patterns can also exert a subtle negative influence, acting as a source of discordant energy within the plane. This interconnection underscores the importance of conscious choice and the impact it has, not only upon one's own Devachanic experience but potentially upon the broader Devachanic field itself. The role of the Devachanic hierarchy, or the more evolved consciousnesses within this plane, is also significant. They often act as guides, mentors, and inspirations for the less advanced entities. They may consciously project patterns of light and love, serving as templates or examples for others to follow. They can act as skilled weavers themselves, demonstrating the highest techniques of consciousness weaving, and offering assistance to those struggling with the process. Their own refined tapestries of consciousness become sources of inspiration and learning for others, helping to elevate the overall vibrational tone of the plane. They understand the profound power of the loom and use it consciously for the purpose of spiritual refinement and service. The materials used in the weaving are drawn from the vast reservoir of universal energy and the collective consciousness of the universe. The entity draws upon these resources, integrating them with its own refined life force to create the unique patterns of its Devachanic existence. This process is not merely a recasting of past life, it is an active creation of a new state of being, a preparation for the next stage of evolution. The Devachanic tapestry, therefore, is not just a reflection of the past, it is a blueprint for the future. The purpose of this intricate weaving process is multifaceted. On a primary level, it serves as the entity's own form of spiritual practice and evolution. By consciously engaging with the vibrational loom, integrating past experiences, resolving inner conflicts, and cultivating higher states of consciousness, the entity moves closer to the source of universal life. It refines its own energy patterns, preparing itself for eventual reintegration back into the flow of cosmic consciousness and the cycle of incarnations. Secondly, the Devachanic Plane, through the collective weaving of its inhabitants, acts as a vital bridge between the lower, physical world and the higher, spiritual realms. The refined, loving energy patterns woven by advanced entities contribute to the overall vibrational quality of the plane, making it a more potent vehicle for spiritual insight and a more harmonious field of existence. It is a place where the seeds of future inspiration and evolution are cultivated. Finally, the weaving process itself is a profound expression of the fundamental nature of consciousness, its creative power. It demonstrates that the individual mind and heart are not merely passive receptors of experience but active shapers of reality. Even in the afterlife, the journey continues, and the path of evolution is one of increasing conscious participation in the creative process. The vibrational loom of the Devachanic Plane is a powerful testament to this enduring truth, that we are all, in our own way, weaving the fabric of our reality, one conscious thought and feeling at a time. As the entity continues its journey through the Devachanic realms, mastering the use of the vibrational loom becomes an increasingly central aspect of its experience. It moves from being merely a passive participant in its environment to becoming an intentional, skillful weaver, consciously crafting its path towards higher states of awareness and ultimately towards the realization of its true nature as a part of the infinite, creative universe. The loom, once a mystery, becomes a familiar tool of the soul's ongoing creative and evolutionary journey. And so ends the book.